It only hit me just now that that intro probably that's the weekend live intro. That probably only works for like late night stuff. And I don't know who would be watching this in front of a family or anything, but a, a spoiler warning for it's not really NSFW so much as it's just I don't know. You have to answer questions if someone walks in on you watching that. And for that, I apologize. Hello, it's me, Charles, CPO, CP, WILIscredia, dickbag, asshole, whatever you know me as, it's me, I'm here. We were supposed to do this last night, but turns out my body clock is all jacked up. I've been editing pretty heavily recently. If you know, you know. Patrons have access to that content right now. Channel members, you too will have access to that relatively soon, within 12 to 24 hours. If you find things that come out on the 31st as important, get fired up because you'll have access early. I pinned the spot fund thing because we're still in need of assistance, and I keep going to the damn doctor, and it's not getting any better. Every time they want to look at my insides, it's in the giant metallic donut, and that thing makes a ton of noise, and not cheap for those pictures, especially when they put fluid in my body. I think I'm still injured from that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you could see it. That's my bruise from just putting fluid into my system, and now I'm still doing that. So yeah, any help is appreciated. We're also doing a goal. If you like things like this, where we're talking about the prequels, we can meet a goal and do stuff like this for sequel stuff. And I want to get out in front of all of this and say, I'm not just an original trilogy guy. I'm not just a prequel hater. I made a point to go out and find this. I have a bunch of all of Star Wars, perhaps too much more than I'm embarrassed to admit, but this stuff like this, when I buy books on Blu-ray and thing, I tend to go for the stuff with the books and the behind the scenes photos and stuff. I enjoy all Star Wars, and I'm a bit of a simp. Here you go. All Star Wars. Here's the Art of Force Awakens. Yet another one. Just a book on Darth Vader. And this has like really, really awesome shit in it. If I can find it in time, I should have like put a dog ear on what I wanted to show. But it includes this like neat artwork and stuff in it. So I have stuff from every generation of Star Wars, and I think it's all worth enjoying and all worth talking about. And, laughing and saying when something doesn't work for you. So there's that. I'm double checking to make sure that this is going out to the world, because usually someone pokes in. We're not off to a good start here. Yep, that's not appearing.
This is Wix Studio, built to meet any brief. When you're
Is it public is my question. That it looks like it is. Nobody home at noon on a Saturday? It looks like it's it's public to me, but that's to me. All right. Well, if this is not to an audience, then I'll make sure it goes up later. Uh, Not later, but uh, it'll be re-uploaded as pre-recorded content. But yeah, I guess because I meant to go last night, maybe those of you who are excited and or planning to watch with me last night didn't prepare for me to do something at 5 p.m. in the UK and noon on the East Coast. You guys are like living lives and stuff. That's completely fair and understandable. I've enjoyed the. It's been interesting. Those of you who have shown up and commented, I like interaction like that. I want to stress that this isn't about making fun of anything. If you enjoy these movies and they mean something special to you, cool. Like congratulations, that's awesome that you celebrate something and something means that to you. But the second you cross over into objectively this is good and objectively your opinion is shit and objectively this and that, and getting into what I would call subjective opinions, which, enjoying something, growing up with something, thinking something is good or bad, I would call that subjective. Art is incredibly diverse from jump. If you watch a Star Wars movie with objectivity, the fact that something makes noise in space, objectively, that's a problem. Like that doesn't happen. So, like from there, you should be out. Just nope, noise happening in space. This movie is objectively wrong. I'm not watching this. But that's not the case, is it? Of course not, because they're fantasy films, fantasy sci-fi, and of course we all have a line where we're willing to forego certain things that we don't believe, but everybody's line is different, and it just so happens that people of a certain age find the prequels to be less than optimal, just like most people find the sequels to be less than optimal. And I would say most people of the original trilogy think that Return of the Jedi is less than optimal in that trio. Very strong trio, but it's got some ugly warts. But I've enjoyed the exchange, the intimate setting we've had, especially right now that I don't know if I'm shooting to an audience right now, but the audience size hasn't warranted the well, whatever. I've enjoyed the discussions, not much garbagey things being said, and I don't want that. Like I don't want anybody to go and do anything that don't spread misery. We're merely reacting to something, and I'm more in favor of celebrating film than shitting on something, which is why I have such a hard time doing content online. But another little hiccup that is happening here, I haven't found anything in the first 5 episodes of the Phantom Menace video. Like I'm not satiated with what those videos were. This content creator, Icy the Fire Mage, when he got to the Attack of the Clones, they're longer and there's less parts. I don't know if he's like halfway through it and hasn't finished those parts just yet, but instead of 7 20-minute parts, part 1 for Attack of the Clones is an hour and a half, and part 2 is like an hour and 20. And I'd rather go through that than, going back and doing this 4 or 5 times. Long story short, I've kind of disassociated with the Phantom Menace because I haven't seen a compelling argument just yet. And I think there's something extra here because Attack of the Clones is my least favorite Star Wars movie that isn't a non-saga movie. Like Solo is a movie that I like the least and have revisited the least. And if it were the saga stuff, Attack of the Clones is that movie where I like it the least, and the only times I go back to rewatch it are for like rankings or some sort of discussion about the prequels. I have watched Attack of the Clones the least. So this will be interesting because I have very little memory on like I remember certain parts from Attack of the Clones that they're like a total of maybe 2 minutes worth of stuff that they're all the I hate sand line. So this is a movie that I have a very limited memory with, and I don't have much attachment to it. So I am a juror in this court case here because I know how I feel, but I certainly can be swayed. It'll be interesting to hear what a defense of Attack of the Clones will be because I'm just kind of rusty. And this is where, a satirical twist versus someone who feels a specific way about it. I could be talked into the benefits of Attack of the Clones, but I remember it the least. So I'm taking a satirical video and someone who's very loyal. I'm taking their word for it. And now I'm over here now. Okay, so Attack of the Clones. Without further don't. Ow.
How bad could it be, really? It's not going to be like last time. Oh, fuck it. We're doing it. Fuck it. We're doing it.
Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones is the worst thing ever made by a human. Except for the bagpipes.
Oh. The audio is going to be all ridiculous on this.
Oh, for fuck's...
Ow.
Why is it so bad, you ask? Well, it'll take a little while to explain because basically the answer involves every single thing in the film, except for Natalie Portman's midriff. And that lady.
Oh, we're doing the loading.
But what I can say for sure is that every one of you
Okay
out there...
now?
Every commenter that requested I do this, you're going on a list. I will remember you.
At one point
For
before
what?
watching this movie
Wait,
said
a
to
list?
yourself, well, The Phantom Menace was awful, but maybe this one will be better.
The Phantom Menace was good, though. Video coming. I mean it this time.
You attempted to rationalize it by telling yourself that at least this
Wait, he made 8 parts of a thing and he still didn't explain why it's good? Thank God I dipped out. What's going on, man? Oh no, the one I can't defend. Okay, so so this isn't a generation gap thing. This is like the publicly accepted least good of the prequels then, I'm assuming. Woo, howdy. I want to give you a headphone warning because that bagpipes thing comes up, I think, in another second.
time there wasn't going to be a little kid.
So, is the full criticism of The Phantom Menace that it just had a little kid? I've been reliably informed I missed the point when I said that was stupid. It's fine to have a kid in your movie, Mike. Shut up.
Oh,
No, what he said was, if anything, of all the things that went wrong with the Phantom Menace movie, at least going into Attack of the Clones, there won't be the child actor aspect. That's all he means. He's not saying that because there was a child actor that was the exclusive reason that the movie was bad.
Obi-Wan was in it more.
Okay, Plinkett. Obi-Wan was in The Phantom Menace for about 25 minutes. He was in episode 2 for about 37 minutes. That's only like 12 minutes more.
18.98%, 26.44%, 28.31%. I don't know. Like, I want to know what that math is based on. This is why I hate fucking objective criticism type shit. Like, you cannot. What do these numbers mean? Do you count the credits when you count the percentage of time on screen? I believe he's considered a lead in both films. I mean, looking at these numbers and these percentages makes me think even worse. Like, Obi-Wan is the other lead in episode 3, and he's on screen for 39 minutes and 39 seconds. 28% of the screen time. I need more information on this statistic, because this actually makes things look worse. And it also plays into, oh, there isn't a true protagonist. Because, again, forgetting episode 1 and episode 2. Episode 3, it's the turn of Anakin, and Obi-Wan is the other end of that turn in the end. So these stats are perhaps worse than this is attempting to being enlightening to. Inherited the role of he had since gone to make brief appearances in episodes. Episode 9. Oh, vocal appearances.
It's not that much of an improvement. And even if his argument was that Obi-Wan didn't do anything in episode 1, it's a stupid fucking point.
You've got to do better.
And so is Boba Fett.
Is it a joke? Is the comedic thing that they wear the same armor? Is it just that Plinkett's drunk? You decide.
Or young Boba Fett watched his father in that scene? Because if you make, you know what? I'm no.
You think you might have even saw a stormtrooper.
Oh, guys, look, it's the same joke as literally 1 second ago in the same sentence. Peak comedy.
So hopes were high that Star Wars could be saved, and maybe we'd all just look back on The Phantom Menace as being that really bad one.
The Phantom Menace deserved better than your shit review destroying its reputation.
But what you didn't...
Reputation? Like, how strong is something's reputation if one video can destroy it? Like, if it's good enough on its own, it should be able to stand one criticism, no? Like, you're giving... I feel like the Plinkett video is getting way too much credit in this instance. Like, it was fine until Plinkett came along. Like, that what?
Realize how fucking wrong you were.
I'm not, and you can't argue it.
And you couldn't have possibly imagined that even with all the cool Star Wars-y stuff, that Attack of the Clones could actually be worse than The Phantom Menace.
Okay, I mean, it is, but not the way you mean it.
Oh.
That could be the worst thing since Bagpipes.
Oh, fuck off.
More! That's pretty bad.
It was at that moment when you left the theater that you learned to never trust your own judgment again. To live the rest of your life plagued with doubt and mistrust of everything and everyone. You didn't realize that the nightmare of your own life had just begun.
Yeah.
If this was the nightmare times, what the hell are we living through?
Oh, you know what? We're doing a counter. I should have less of a mess here. Okay, so... Yeah, but sequel counter. One.
Now.
Well, don't worry. I'm here to help.
Oh, thank God.
I'm here to bring closure to everyone, so we can all move on.
Oh. I don't want to move on, though. Star Wars is great. Oh, fuck. Maybe Andrew Tate was right.
Wait, what was that? You kids with your modern... Oh. Never seen Star Wars. None of them never will. Oh my God, you're missing out. Maybe you're missing out on being a multimillionaire. Keep your movie. Oh, Andrew Tate. How did we get Andrew Tate involved in this? Yeah, again, that's not selling me on it. Oh, he hates it? Great. I will continue loving it.
Let's jump in, shall we?
I hate it when he does that.
Yeah, I bet you do, asshole.
Why is the error message in Trajan Pro? Oh, that's the Star Wars font. Not the Star Wars font, but the... never mind.
Number 1. Everything.
Given my extensive knowledge of everything Plinkett, I can almost guarantee you this segment will be entirely worthless.
Extensive.
Almost everything in this movie is wrong, so I didn't even know where to start.
You could try the beginning. I've heard that can help a bit. Just some friendly, creative advice.
The only way to really describe it was to imagine that someone has dumped out 5 separate puzzles into a pile on the floor, mixed them all up, and told you to put them all back together in 1 hour. Or they were gonna stuff you into an old fridge filled with flesh-eating cockroaches.
Why are you doing this to us?
59 minutes!
Even from his own analogy, he said all the pieces fit together into a cohesive picture. It's just that there isn't enough time to sort them all out. This is stupid on a lot of levels.
It's a... Wait, no. Because... because he's... The thing is, if you don't put the puzzles together in an hour, you're going to get stuffed in a refrigerator, I think he said. Like, it's great to watch a movie 6 times and get something from it, but if you only have the 2.5 hours to watch this movie, and you need to process everything in that 2.5 hours, does that make a movie good? I agree that enjoying something on multiple viewings and getting more from it, and like having it sit with you, that's one thing, but generally speaking, movies should be good enough on their one watch, because most people just watch movies once. And it was a joke, like he had 2 women in his basement, which, again, satirical character. It's a funny sight gag, and the countdown, the 59 minutes. Listen, if you don't like comedy, you don't like comedy. I don't know what to do.
Let's just move on.
You know, if you stand back and look at this movie as a whole, it just comes off to the viewer as some kind of assembly line production, devoid of any emotional involvement by anyone.
Alright, we're gonna jump into the fuck you mics real early then. Fuck you, Mike. These movies are filled with soul and creative vision. The CGI is bad.
So, the creative vision is there except for the CGI?
It's early PS2 at best. That doesn't diminish the quality of the actual story being told, and it doesn't diminish the quality of the world building these scenes add to Star Wars. Fuck off with this assembly line shit. It's such a worthless thing to say.
DEB 290, do 1023.
A film that coldly exploits the works of craftsmen and artists in a sterile computer-controlled environment, resulting in a series of colorful, crisp images that are played in a sequence.
So it's a movie.
I do understand.
No. No, it probably is a first, or one of the firsts of its kind, but, you know, reducing artwork and pieces of a film to like code numbers and C53, you know, that's not, it shouldn't be algorithm based. And yeah, filmmaking in some circles, if you have the right amount of money, could be, you know, files and computer files and things like that. But the art, the essence of filmmaking really shouldn't be a factory type setting.
That big movies like this are basically a business.
What the fuck?
However, I would say
Wait, what the fuck? Big budget movies aren't a business?
that most movies Not all, but most movies come from some kind of creative spark somewhere.
Oh, don't say it.
With the Star Wars
Oh, no more Watto. Oh,
prequels, I'm just not sure why they were even made.
Seriously, this is the best one. There isn't a better takedown of these movies somewhere I'm missing. This is what you all have to offer me.
who is you all? I'm curious what the. To be fair, Attack of the Clones does look like dog water now, but its use of CGI and digital effects were so revolutionary that I've had to learn about it in multiple film classes. Oh, yeah, I do remember. I don't know if it was Attack of the Clones. I know that they were some of the first digital films too. Learning something, it has purpose. It's just maybe too much leaning on computers. I think Spielberg did it best with Jurassic Park, and that was back when CGI was in its infancy. 60% real stuff, 40% have computers be a tool like what AI should be for creators, a tool, not everything.
Action!
It's apparent that Lucas rushed out the scripts on a legal pad in one draft a few months before they started shooting without really thinking things through.
Personal attacks equal film bad.
And he didn't
Huh? Attack of the Clones was the only DVD I would routinely skip chapters and fast forward through as a kid. All right, so this is like the closest thing to agreed upon that we have here. I don't know a single person that says that Attack of the Clones is either their favorite film, period, a favorite film in the prequels. I have never heard that. So it seems like most people, even if you like really dig the prequels, Attack of the Clones is just the least good one.
even seem to care about anything except for trying to shove in as many things as he could make into toys or video games as possible.
Many, including the late, great Billmond Bagface, will argue that these...
Wait. What? It's my cousin's favorite Star Wars film. So there's that. How old is he? Or how old are they? Favorite. All right, well, that is literally the first time I've heard of someone having Attack of the Clones a favorite Star Wars outright, not even just favorite prequel movie. What happened? Why are we listening to Mahler describe Lord of the Rings? 27. Okay, so they were young. They were a kid when. Okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Lord of the Rings.
books are objectively without value because they sell toys.
This is a meme video. Then why did?
In the first trilogy, until you got to the Ewoks, of course, all the toys seemed to be a byproduct of the movie.
Do you think he has any idea what he just said? Plinkett, all the toys are byproducts of the movies. Did you mean to say all the toys were natural byproducts of the movies? That's not what you said.
No. The prequels. The problem with the prequels, if we're just talking about the toys, is there were way more toys than there were characters in the movie. It became like trading cards, and if anything, there was like a flood of characters. I remember there being a ton of prequel figures, and it was just there wasn't. It wasn't the same. I don't know what the term is with collectibles, but if there's too much of something, it kind of waters down the market. But when George Lucas, his chief concern when the rights were being worked on was to get toy sales, it's quite clear that while Fox had their way to make money. Lucas was focused on toys. It is what it is. I'm not going to say objective.
There's a charming simplicity to it all.
I really want you to stop talking.
Not everything sucks.
That's part 3. Why? You're going to get me clipped. That's part 1.
Yeah.
So
What does that have to do with toys?
the prequels basically expose Lucas as being a shallow, emotionless businessman.
What the fuck? No! They're huge risks with a completely different tone and style to the original trilogy.
The risk isn't his so much as it's 20th Century Fox's.
The whole reason you're pissed is because he didn't play it safe and do the same thing again. The emotionless businessman makes episode 4, but again.
I paused it at a brilliant time to get another yeah but sequel reference. That's 2. We're on 2 for this 7 minutes thus far. No, a businessman did not make episode 4. They were so tied up on money. It was a stress. They're like, I don't know. I thought I had another Star Wars book, but that's not the right comparison to make.
Oh.
I'll let you decide.
Oh, okay, good. That's kind of you.
But the answer's yes.
Can you just decide and not take it personally?
Oh, man.
Number 2.
For everyone keeping track at home, yes, that was the entire section labeled everything. Let's recap, shall we? Everything is wrong. That's kind of nebulous. I'm sure we'll get more on that later. The movie is kind of like 5 mixed up puzzles. I don't know what that was supposed to mean, but...
And you have an hour to put them together. Otherwise, you get stuffed in a fridge. Like, if you're going to just omit the punchline, don't.
I really don't think he thought about it for more than 10 seconds. And the movie is emotionless because it sold toys.
These books are objectively without value because they sell toys. I don't understand this reference.
Red Letter Media are widely sourced as some of the best critics on YouTube.
Whose fault is that? Because people that you don't agree with are citing them. Does that make Red Letter Media the problem here and not the person who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about regurgitating a point that they don't completely understand? Is that their fault? God, these videos are horrible. What the fuck is the point of randomly showing action scenes from the trilogy? What is the point of you're trying to convey? Charles, you're totally right about the action figures. Father-in-law of cousin... Whoa, what? Father-in-law of the cousin of the pig guard from Jabba's palace in Return of the Jedi.
The audience is expected to accept too many things that we are and are not told.
Whoa, careful, Plinkett. That sounds an awful lot like an objective criticism.
No. It's just a criticism. What makes it objective?
So this movie, like the last one, still doesn't have a main character.
We're not seriously doing this again, are we?
Instead,
You just showed that Obi-Wan's in the damn thing for 30% at best. That's a problem. Listen, probably less so for the first one. I don't know about this one so much, but the third one, that's a problem. But we're not talking about the third one yet. There's a difference between something that sells merch and something that's designed for the sole purpose of selling merch. It's a good way to put it.
now it's got 2.
I guess that's better than last time, but it's still not a criticism, though.
Anakin and
Are you going to make a criticism at all? Or just have memes of anime thing, like making a sigh face or like banging their feet or just pacing? There's like 3 or 4 others that I'm missing, but an animated GIF isn't exactly anything to claim as your own either.
Obi-Wan. And I'm still not sure which one we're supposed to relate to.
So here's the thing, Plinkett, they're humans. You can relate to both of them. And you can relate to the weird alien things with similar morals and emotional responses to humans. You can actually relate to anything you want if you stretch the word's definition to its most extreme. This is a really weird complaint.
No, because storytelling has protagonists. Whether or not you relate to, the third waiter in a comedy or something, that's you. But in storytelling, the protagonist is the guy that, or girl, or thing, or person, whatever. The protagonist is like the center of the story that people are normally designed to put themselves into.
In the same vein as the representation complaints that gave us...
Ow! Ow.
Shit.
Balance.
I would think people could relate more to Obi-Wan because he's basically a good guy who doesn't...
I would rewind it because I don't understand the point, but... Oh, is his claim that because The Little Mermaid had diversity in the lead, that is what Plinkett's trying to say, that people want to see themselves like on the character but not in the character? I'm not playing that clip back because it destroyed my ears. Do stories require protagonists objectively? No, they don't. I would say that what's his face? Slacker. Oh my God, Linklater. I would say most of his stuff doesn't have a I'll use the word objective protagonist, but if you're going to do a film without an objective protagonist, you better have something stick out about the story. I mean, yeah, you have like Magnolia. Like, who is the protagonist in something like Magnolia? But again, another filmmaker that probably knows how to handle aspects like that. But no, I don't think so. But I think if you're going to, especially in a big budget thing, I think it gets more difficult. Attack of the Clones, big pile of dog turd, 2 people sitting on glowing grass with no chemistry, case closed. Yeah, it seems like the jury has made their decision before hearing the case, it seems. Right. Ensemble pieces don't have protagonists. Happiness doesn't have a protagonist. Yeah. But when the creator of this series says that episodes 1 through 6 are the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker, I would hope that things would be a bit more clear. But yeah.
Murder people?
Or you could relate to Anakin, who just watched his mom die in his arms because she was tortured to death by a collection of bipedal animals. Not murder, not people. Who are savage, backwards monsters that terrorize the local civilizations. Don't smite me, Susan. Nothing I said was even remotely objectionable.
But at the...
Wait, what? Who's Susan? Who's Susan?
Or you could relate to Anakin, who just watched his mom die in...
So if you haven't had your mom die via someone else, how should you relate to Anakin?
his arms because she was tortured to death by a collection of bipedal animals, not murder, not people, who are savage, backwards monsters that terrorize the local civilizations.
Is that relatable? It's sympathetic, right? Not empathetic. I'd say Anakin is the main character. He's the heart of the movie. Whether or not he's a good one is up to the eye of the beholder, I suppose. Well, sit tight. We're getting the beholder.
Don't smite me, Susan. Nothing I
Who
said
is
was even
Susan?
remotely objectionable.
But at the same time, he's also very distant, because he's like a weird monk
Like a Jedi?
without any personality.
What?
Even people that loathe the prequels like Obi-Wan. Generally, the criticism is more of
The question is this: is the lack of protagonist a deliberate choice, or did you fuck up? Mike would argue that it was the latter. That is his criticism, and I'd agree. To be honest, I don't know if Lucas thought of it like that. I don't know if he I wouldn't be surprised, not to take anything away from his process. I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, all right, so this is what happens in the sequels. We've got to hit this thing in 1, this thing in 2, and this thing in 3. And I don't think he thought of, all right, so here's the 3-act structure of episode 1. Here's the 3-act structure of episode 2. Here's the 3-act structure of episode 3. And here are the protagonist. I don't think he thought of it in that way. I think they were more like just moments that he wanted to cover, but I absolutely can be wrong and probably are.
him, please. No personality. Yeah, okay.
So take your pick, idiots. Doesn't really matter at this point, does it?
I have no fucking idea what that means. None. Tell me in the comments. I'm lost.
Anakin's no longer an 8-year-old.
Uh-huh, yeah. Prequels are bad. Yeah, I got it. Because people age? What the fuck?
And is basically a whole new character at this point because it's been so long since we've seen him.
It's almost like he went through an intense, rigid, religious training for a long period of time, and it affected who he was.
So wouldn't you think that experiencing that as an audience would be better? You know, in movies, rather than just being told? Meanwhile, in between the 2 times we saw each other, this kid grew 10 years and they developed a relationship and we're just going to tell you about it. So just trust me, bro, is good enough storytelling for you. That's the problem. The kid grows 10 years and we just get told things, which it's not like Attack of the Clones was filled with shit where it's like, oh, they don't have time to show us Anakin aging. If there's important things that are happening and you don't show us, but you just kind of tell us, it's a problem.
Crazy.
And we barely knew Obi-Wan in the first place because he didn't do anything in the last movie.
No.
So they might as well just started the entire prequel saga here.
Thank you, Sean.
I mean, why not?
Plinkett is about to make the most obnoxiously reductive...
Pardon. Sean, thank you. You're the director. What is your Star Wars movie you would make? Oh. I would try to make something dark. I would probably try to make something in the Hutt, Jabba the Hutt type era, that part of the universe. Just have scoundrels and thieves and pirates and shit, and have it be a borderline PG-13 R-rated movie where you get to see the worst of the worst, and maybe leave some room for seeing just how bad a villain can be. I would go dark, but it wouldn't be for kids. I would try to make something close to a horror movie or a thriller. Maybe something like Seven, something like Seven, but in Star Wars. But if they show showed us him growing up, it'd make his relationship with Padme even creepier. You're right. Right. Yeah. I don't have the answers. I think there's a way to do that where it takes more work. If you let's just say we have another movie, 1.5 is now a movie. You have episode 1, 1.5 is Anakin growing up, and now you get to 2, and you would have to let us know that Padme knows that it's not right in the beginning, that there's like this weirdness, like, ooh, I don't know. I remember him as a kid. Like, we need to know that she knows in some way, shape, or form, and that can be like chiseled away at over the course of the movie, and somewhere in the second half, there's this moment that like he saves her, and she realizes, oh, these feelings are a lot stronger than just the boy I was hanging out with all those years ago, and he's different now. It's difficult, but yeah, I mean, if you have it perfect, these movies would be 10 parts.
Statement about episode 1 I've ever heard, so instead I'm gonna pause it. I hear this idea a lot. You could have had Obi-Wan and Anakin doing adventures and
see, I paused it too early.
Growing together and developing their relationship instead of the boring nothing that happened in episode 1. It's bordering on criticism, so let's talk about it.
No, episodes 1, that's over. Episode 2, if they've been together for 10 years, why does their relationship still feels, I don't know, new and not lived in?
First, the events of episode 1 are vital to Darth Vader's rise. Anakin being a slave with a serious emotional attachment to his mother and a lack of understanding and respect for the Jedi Code or the Jedi Order is the catalyst for his eventual fall. Qui-Gon Jinn being the person to find him, break the rules of the Jedi Order for him, believe fully in him and his potential, and then dying, leaving him with Obi-Wan, who didn't believe in him and advocated for Qui-Gon to give up on him, is also essential to Anakin's character. These things inform his decisions later. They inform his frustration and irritation with Obi-Wan and the rest of the Jedi. It's really good character building.
Do they do they inform his character, or do they inform us, the audience? Because if Qui-Gon was as crucial as the claim is, then why wouldn't Anakin at any point like have a moment to reflect and be like, oh, you know who I miss? Qui-Gon. This all sucks, and I really wish Qui-Gon was around. Once he dies in 1, we don't hear about Qui-Gon, certainly not from Anakin. Like, actually, I don't know. If he talks about him in Attack of the Clones, I don't remember. This is my least watched one, so I certainly can be wrong, but I don't like the defense that these characters are well done and or complete, because I certainly think there's more to them, or there's more that could be explored. Certainly.
From George Lucas, and the events of episode 1 outside the Jedi and Anakin plot set the stage for the Clone Wars and the fall of the Republic. The world building for all the different races, the galactic politics, the inane strife over irrelevant economic details and greed, and how
All right, you're losing me. I'm getting bored with their terminology.
Palpatine is using them to form his new empire are all established in episode 1. I don't want to get rid of it all. I think Mahler said if he could
Oh, okay, another one. This is the second Mahler reference.
do it, he would want a trilogy with episode 1 with some revisions following Anakin and Obi-Wan, and another prequel trilogy following the events of the Clone Wars to flesh everything out. If I was able to remake these movies, that's probably what I would do. But I think the movie does a good job with the time it has to deliver the relevant information and tell its story.
That's fair. I was about to say, if there's things you would change, it's not perfect.
Qui-Gon died, and Anakin and Padme just kind of met each other.
That's his whole takeaway from episode 1. That's all that happened.
So then we're given
In regards to Padme and Anakin, yes. They met and hung out for a little bit. As far as Anakin and Padme are concerned, there's nothing to report. Episode 1.
60 seconds in an elevator to establish that Obi-Wan and Anakin are friends.
No, this is sort of a subversion. Yeah, okay, I know, but hear me out.
What is that? What is this? What does this mean?
In these grand adventure stories, we expect the student and master to have a solid relationship of trust and loyalty. The scene in the elevator sets up that these two have been together for a long time now, and they've been through some intense encounters. So as the audience, we are supposed to go, oh, they're like student-master trope now, okay. But in the next scene, they are going to subvert that expectation with the actual relationship these two have. It's almost adversarial.
No. So if we don't experience something, but you just tell us that, and then in the next scene, what they're doing is acting completely different to what you tell us, we don't believe it. Because subversion or not, whatever you're telling us, you haven't shown us. Show, don't tell.
Anakin questions Obi-Wan and the Jedi's authority openly in front of Padme's security force. He's arrogant and hard-headed and believes fully that he's capable of more than he's being allowed to do. And he acts out. It's subversion done correctly.
So he's 10 years into this? He's 10 years into training and he's still immature. That's a problem.
These two are not friends. Obi-Wan views Anakin as his kid brother that he's been saddled with after Qui-Gon's death.
And that would have worn down? That didn't wear down for 10 years?
Anakin says multiple times throughout the movie that he views Obi-Wan like a father, but that makes him the rebellious teenager with a huge ego and limited experience. It's a really good continuation of the relationship built in Episode 1, and a twist.
What relationship built in Episode 1?
On
They shook hands. They shook hands, and at the end, they look at each other like, oh no, you. Relationship.
Student trope that works really well in context.
And please notice how this is not accomplished by how they act as friends.
Which is correct. They don't and shouldn't. That isn't the story being told.
But rather it's by them recounting things that happened in the past. Things we never see.
Wait. Is he gonna say something not retarded?
Something about falling into a nest of
I haven't felt
Gundarks.
this tense since we fell into that nest of Gundarks.
Now this may seem trivial, but it establishes an important precedence in the way these films are written.
Okay, besides the fact that it isn't precedent, it really only happens with this relationship and it doesn't happen in the other two prequels. Besides this, I'm sure he's about to say something not stupid.
We don't see or feel characters or connections with each other. We have to be told about them.
Oh my god. He did it. That's an objective critique.
No, it isn't! There's no such thing as objective critique!
I mean, it's not a very good one, but it...
So wait, objective critique is having issue with how a relationship is built. How do you objectively know how a relationship is built? What, they have to literally embrace? How do you objectively critique whether or not someone has a relationship? That makes no sense.
It didn't take us 6 fucking parts to get to it this time. Plinkett is right here. It would have been good for us to see, not hear, more of Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship. It's why most people want more movies or stories with these two.
So if objectively Plinkett is right here, how can you counter that? If objectively that's the thing that should have happened, why do you have something else to say about it? If objectively that's what should have happened, then subjectively you're wrong.
That doesn't mean what we have is bad, though.
No. Define objective first, and then I'll tell you whether or not objectively or subjectively bad or good is a thing.
It just means it's surface level. We have to interpret
Surface level?
the dialogue a little and intuit how we could have gotten to this point without seeing all the pieces that got us here. Luckily for us, when combined with the next scene, we have a very simple through line from then until now. And the throwaway line about the Gundarks is just flavor to establish they've been together through stressful and dangerous.
Oh, objectively, what is the flavor? What does the flavor add objectively to the storytelling?
Situations.
With Luke and Han Solo, we see their friendship grow.
I like the originals. I do. But he seriously fillets them in these reviews, doesn't he?
At first, they don't really like each other.
Ah, okay. Let me stop you there, Plinkett. That's where we are with Anakin and Obi-Wan right now. It's also where we left off with them in episode 1.
No. At first, Han and Luke... this isn't at first. This is, 10 years of them being together? So this isn't at first they don't get along.
We are at the beginning of their relationship development. We missed a few years where Anakin was training, but...
So what... That's not... That would be the beginning, no?
This movie quickly establishes that little has changed, and that there is some level of animosity between these two. Luke and Han's relationship...
So they've been at each other's throats for 10 years. That's a budding relationship?
was developed over the course of one movie.
Oh, wow. It's almost like they did it well.
We have 2 full movies left to work on this one, and to really flesh it out. No need to panic.
How do you watch a movie how do you watch a movie, not have a relationship developed, and say, hey, don't worry, I'm sure that this thing's going to play out. Just sit tight. If the comparison is to the original trilogy, and that things that happen with Luke and Han happen in one film, and it's done well, and you like it, and it's filleted too much, why take so much extra time to tell a story? And again, I'll say this again, if you're grading these just on their own, if you're only watching one movie, does the story work for you? And I would argue it doesn't.
They save each other's asses a few times, they go through some rough patches together, and then they grow and change like real people.
Plinkett, Luke has the same weird monk personality in episode 6 that Obi-Wan does now until like the very end of that movie. And I've been reliably informed by you that it's not relatable, which I assume means it's not something a real person would...
What? What's not relatable? Luke as a monk? Are you taking a piece of what he said and making it your narrative? Because, what?
Do. Plus, we are in the second movie of 3, and Anakin is just starting his first real assignment as a Jedi. We have a long time...
After 10 years.
...time left to develop these characters.
So I know...
What is the, like... what is this patience mentality? Relax, there's plenty of time still.
Old Obi-Wan says...
And he was a good friend.
You get a sense that it was like a real friendship.
I was once a Jedi Knight, the same as your father.
Why are we playing?
I wish I'd known him.
He was the best star pilot in the galaxy.
Maybe he was lying to him because he didn't want to hurt young Luke's feelings. Didn't want to tell him, yeah, your father was a little dick. I had to chop off his arms and legs and left him to die by a volcano fire because he was a little bitch. Yeah, see, I dig this. Like this Samurai Sosa very clearly has put something together, and it's sweet. I mean, if you take the best pieces of something and make like a sizzle reel, yeah, it's awesome. It's another reason why I like Star Wars, all of it. But it doesn't take away the fact that most of more movies now have some glaring flaws. It's kind of sad that we have 9 Star Wars saga movies and most of them are kind of shit.
And a cunning warrior. And he was a good friend.
Yeah, see, so retroactively, that makes the original trilogy a problem because they're telling us something, and what they're showing us is not that. Charles talking Star Wars is great stuff. Can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. Yeah, I don't know if I would have included that image with the sweet stuff.
I linked the video to the clip down below. Go watch it, give it a like. It's fucking great. It works really well in context, and by the end of this trilogy...
All right, so Samurai Sosa has better vision than George Lucas? Samurai Sosa can get the point across quicker and more effectively than George Lucas?
We absolutely get these characters to that point. It just hasn't happened yet.
But it never seems to have been.
It does.
Because Obi-Wan still seems
I love the... No, it does. That brilliant criticism.
irritated with this brat.
His abilities have made him, well...
I mean, cinematography. Look, that hallway goes on for days. It doesn't look fake at all. Beautiful.
Arrogant. And you will pay attention to my lead. Why? What?
Do you notice how all of these clips clearly establish that this is not the height of their friendship? It's them clashing because they are so different and haven't figured out how to work together.
So when do we have their friendship? If they're clashing in episode 2 and, spoiler, the big thing in episode 3 is them clashing, literally so, how much of their friendship do we have to enjoy? Again, point against the original trilogy. If you're going to tell us that they were great friends and you don't show us, then you're a liar too, Mr. Old-Timer Obi-Wan.
Yet?
And this is the height of their friendship?
Yeah, I cheated again. No, Plinkett, you potato. It isn't.
All Anakin does is complain about Obi-Wan behind his back, too.
He's overly critical. He never listens. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. If Master Obi-Wan caught me doing this, he'd be very...
All right. Jacob says, when I think of great films, I don't need to watch fan-made YouTube videos to appreciate them. All right, well, have fun at your fucking independent cinema festival there, you unfun dweeb. Apparently George's involvement is like salt. If he's not there, it's bland. Too much of him and it chokes you a little going down. Yeah, it's hard for me to tiptoe on the line of understanding both ends of the argument. But I get it. But no using the O word, please. No. Subjectively, everyone's opinion means something to someone. Objectively, it's unfun of me to think a YouTube video should carry weight for a movie. No. No.
Boy is dangerous.
He's jealous.
And he was a good friend.
You would think at this point he would have figured it out. Your performance is embarrassing, Plinkett.
Do better.
So after we're told that Obi...
Okay, so that is comedy. He's using the narrative. He's using a narrative to show you the juxtaposition between what we're being told in the original trilogy versus what we're shown in Attack of the Clones. And what's your point? It was a fun video. Yes, I wouldn't use that as proof that the prequels are masterclass in cinema. But when you put it all together, and I don't know, if you select just the best parts and make a greatest hits type thing, it hammers the right emotion home, is what I mean. A 30-plus-year-old adult using anime memes to express his emotions says everything I need to know. I don't think he's 30 yet. He in the other video he said it was 25, and that was 2 years ago. So he's late 20s, or whatever that were. You're just being a dork and proud of it. Thank you very much.
Obi-Wan and Anakin are friends
We are literally not told that.
based on all the events that happened that we didn't get to see. We're then expected to know a few things without being told them.
Oh, exciting. This has potential. Okay, Plinkett, what gaps are there in our knowledge? What did the films not tell us?
What didn't you see?
Two very integral
He said integral. Both I and the transcript had a really hard time figuring.
Yeah, he's doing a thing. He's a drunk old man. The character is a drunk old man. And he says protagonist. Laugh my ass off. Right. Ironic that the guy using them says they're not kids' movies. I have nothing for that. What are you all jumping on my back for? I'm trying to be.
He's trying to say.
two very integral components of the film: intergalactic space politics and the Jedi.
You mean all the boring stuff from episode 1 that you didn't want in the movie? The politics you specifically ignored and bitched about for 7 straight parts last review.
And that you countered and said, "Nuh-uh, sequels." That stuff.
That's what we're missing in this one.
Now let's talk about what we do know.
Oh, this is going to be good.
We know that the Jedi are an order of knights that live in a temple on Coruscant.
Please tell me that isn't your entire depth of knowledge on the Jedi, Plinkett. That would be embarrassing.
Then the Galactic Senate is a big collection of representatives from thousands of systems that all meet in a big mushroom and vote on things.
You are going to tell us more about these things.
So, this is kind of cheating. If you're of the Mauler mindset that I could use 9 hours to talk to me about one, that's fine. But most of the film-going audience, they want something quick, pithy yet powerful, short. This is where like an elevator pitch comes to mind, something that you could present in the time it takes to arrive to your floor in the elevator, not a 16-part thesis on one piece of what happened. What you're looking for and what most other people are is very different. He's giving you a greatest hits of sorts. You're being very objective, Charles. We appreciate it. By today's low standards, Empire isn't made for kids, but it certainly was when it came out. No, I don't even think PG-13 existed when that movie. Wait, did PG? Yeah, PG-13 didn't exist back then.
Right?
A large, corrupt, and impotent United Nations in space.
A large, corrupt, and impotent United Nations is redundant 3 times.
I'll explain the impotence later.
That's what he said.
Hey!
No. Get back here. Explain yourself. What do you mean this is what we know? Do you know how much information you left out? It would literally take me hours to go through all of it.
If you only had 60 minutes to deliver all 5 puzzles together, how would you do it? This goes back to the joke about the puzzles. Some people don't have that time.
What do you mean this is all we know?
Hey, you can't do that. Only guys can do that. So it really is kind of amazing how inept and corrupt a space democracy is.
So it's like democracy then. That's why we have democracy. It is intentionally inept and slow.
We have democracy because it's intentionally... I think that was a joke attempt.
Quite shocking how they can't put something so big to good use.
I don't think Lincoln understands why we have democracies either. It's okay. Most people don't. But I don't know if this is supposed to be a criticism or a joke setup. It's just kind of there.
I guess size really doesn't matter.
That's
Zing. I guess.
Yeah, you're cutting off his jokes. You're impeding on his punchline. That's what he has the 2 girls to say. That's what he said. That's what that like. Don't ruin the joke with your airbag.
Yes. Don't sacrifice quality for a bad joke.
Don't sacrifice a joke for your own worst joke.
That's why no one likes CinemaSins.
But this...
Oh, shots fired. So, I'm gonna I'm going to use a bunch of Mauler quotes, but then I'm going to take shots at much quicker Mauler. Is that what this is? I'm sorry. CinemaSins is just a short form version of Mauler. How do you not like him?
Topic is a little too tight right now. I'll get deeper into that later. I'll get deeper into that later.
No, I've actually been waiting for you to call.
Oh.
It's just so funny. I'm dying over here.
Yeah, it's fine that you don't get it, but it's funny.
So here's a couple things
Subjectively, it's funny.
that no one understands at all.
First, I don't trust you to make that judgment. Your critical thinking skills are on vacation. Second, that's it for the things we know, by the way. The Jedi are knights that live on a planet, and the Republic is like the UN. That's all the information we have from 4 movies. Nothing else to see here. We pretty much wrapped it all up.
So it seems like this person is okay with not getting everything from one movie. Not that you are getting everything, but shouldn't movies stand on their own without needing people to do homework and watch everything else? Shouldn't a movie stand on its own? And if they don't, that's fine, but you need to recognize that some people don't want to do homework. If they're going to watch a movie, they want to be able to have some sort of experience with that contained story.
You can jump into the movie at the elevator scene in episode 2 now. You won't have missed any context for anything. Fuck, this video is stupid.
What?
Apparently anyone can replace a senator, pose as a senator, and propose sweeping legislation in place of a senator. Even a cartoon rabbit that sounds like a retard.
I don't know if Plinkett's visuals are supposed to imply that Padme's body double is supposed to be posing as a senator. Her job is to protect Padme from potential assassination attempts.
By posing as her. What are you talking about?
By acting as a decoy.
Yeah, posing as.
But Jar Jar is acting in an official position as a representative of Naboo.
It will be your responsibility to take my place in the Senate. Representative Binks, I know I can count on you.
He's absolutely allowed to do this. Just because people talk funny doesn't mean they can't be politicians. Sometimes we even elect them president.
Zing! I think it's safe to say anyone taking Plinkett's video and episode 1 this series have zero sense of humor. Oh, that's not fair. Like, why are you so bothered by it then? Like people quote, I don't know if he's done it yet, but people quote the Mauler Last Jedi video like it's the Bible. And I have yet to sit through all 67 hours of it. That's fine. But I'm sure there's jokes in there. I hope. I like how you keep appealing to objectivity only to walk it back 2 seconds later. It's almost like you don't think objectivity is a thing. In art criticism, I do not. Representative Binks.
Apparently Jar Jar did it all on his own without consulting anyone after being obviously guilted into it.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
You mean besides talking to the literal Chancellor of the Republic and longtime friend of his from Naboo? And guilted into it? That's a weird way to describe it. It was suggested to him, and it was emotionally manipulative, sure, but everything he knows about the situation and...
So you're just getting into the semantics and the pedantry of what emotional manipulation and being guilted is. They're the same fucking thing.
Padme would naturally lead him to this conclusion anyway. Is there a problem here, or is it just that Jar Jar talks funny and looks like a rabbit?
Yeah, I would argue that 5 times out of 10 that he's saying things to be humorous. You didn't get the joke, but it is funny. That doesn't make sense. Either objectivity exists in art or it doesn't. Okay. The structure of the joke is technically put together to form. I'm just shocked that Jar Jar somehow made it into a prominent position in space government. But yeah, the joke is, as someone who's written jokes, it's put together well. Objectively, it has structure. Or comedic theory. I'll replace the word objectivity with comedic theory. Actually, on second thought, I've seen some real idiots make it redacted.
Just as an aside, adding laugh tracks to a serious, intense conversation where two people are manipulating someone significantly less competent to them doesn't make it stupid or funny. It's just a weird tonal clash that I don't understand.
Again, with the misunderstanding tonal clash. If something is presented as drama and it doesn't work, if it's like, so if you watch The Room and laugh during it, isn't that a tonal clash? Like that is basically what the joke is trying to say. They're trying for one thing. It does not hit that. So laugh track.
Then all we know about the Sith is that they're bad guys. That's pretty much it.
It really isn't.
Are we counting this? Are we counting this? Does this count as, yeah, but sequel?
What the hell are you talking about? We know.
I don't know if that. We're currently on 2. I'll do a 0.5. I did a half with a question mark. I forgot Jar Jar was even in the sequels. I guess Lucas does cave to fan backlash sometimes. Sometimes.
Next to nothing about the Sith during the Republic era. Aside from Palpatine, we don't know their goals, their motives, their moral alignments. We learn them as we go through these movies, but just to blanket say they're bad guys at this point is wild to me.
Who's the bad guy then?
Why is Dooku a bad guy? We really only know about 2 Sith, and we don't find out Dooku is a Sith until way later. What is your benchmark for them being the bad guys?
The antagonist? The fact that he's the bad guy is also the villain, and the villain happens to be a Sith? Is that not good enough for you?
Is it just because they oppose the Jedi? The Jedi are not the good guys. They are...
Oh, whoa, we got some moral gray areas here. A beautiful circle, too, by the way. Love that room. We've seen that room shot from different angles at different times of the day. Nice.
Deliberately not supposed to be purely good. Episode 5 and 6 are all about how the Jedi are trying to be good, but that they are wrong. Luke doesn't kill Vader because they are wrong. The conflict in this film, and the prequels in general, is pretty gray. It's a lengthy and difficult process to establish right and wrong in the prequels, and you are not prepared to have that conversation.
Are they all ex-Jedis?
Great question, Plinkett. Why would there even be ex-Jedis if the Jedi are the good guys?
How do you describe Lucifer? Lucifer was a good guy, and rather famously is no longer a good guy. So how do you shame on Lucas for wasting Christopher Lee? Yeah, Christopher Lee was getting on by that point. Christopher Lee agreed to be in this, but not Halloween. I'm sure the money had something to do with it.
Refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force.
So what is this prophecy about?
He just said it. It says there will be a person who brings balance to the Force, a chosen one.
What does it say?
The specifics matter, I guess, but what we really need is what the Jedi believe it says, which is what Mace just provided to us.
So now you're okay with the essence of something, not the long and plotting fucking history of it.
Who wrote it?
Why does that matter at all?
When?
Don't get me wrong, I'm all for fleshing this stuff out, but surely you see how irrelevant this is in the context of these movies, right?
What does bringing balance to the Force mean exactly?
That's literally the plot of these 6 movies. That's what they set out to show you.
All 6 of the movies, the plot point is bringing balance to the Force? Do you even know what the Force is in episode 1? Other than the midi-chlorian count? Lucifer is subjectively evil. I think the Rings movies were a better showcase for him, and he was roughly the same age. Okay. Yeah, thank God I don't have I don't have much knowledge of the Rings movies because, listen, I can only spread my nerddom so far.
It means to destroy the Sith who are corrupting the Force, which Anakin does, which fulfills the prophecy.
I don't believe this.
I literally have no idea why he threw this clip in. It doesn't make any sense in the context of his questions. You
can you just play it through again? Because I think the thing that you're doing with the constant putting like video clips that don't really make sense in the point being made, I think that could be that, but I've been bombarded with memes and short videos. I don't have TikTok brain. I don't know.
Don't believe what, Plinkett?
You see, this is when a fish out of water main character comes in handy.
You mean like Anakin, who was just a slave on a planet and now he's undergoing intense training surrounded by ornery monks that he barely understands?
When do we see that in Attack of the Clones? We're told that he's in training. What fish out of water? A fish out of water that's been out of the water for 10 years?
He just happened to be Force sensitive and got found by chance by a Jedi, and
that doesn't make this sound better.
Now he has to navigate this entire galaxy of politics and wizards and assassins at the age of 17 alone? That kind of fish out of water?
Alone? What about his friend? Or their relationship that hasn't become friendship yet? That's not alone.
All those people know this stuff, so they don't talk about it.
You literally just showed the clip of them talking about it.
But if you throw in a quick scene where a character called a protagonist has it explained to him, then it's explained to the audience as well.
You are such a genius, Plinkett. Why didn't anyone else think of that? If you're lost right now in the audience and wondering why we're talking about a fish out of water protagonist and the Jedi prophecy, that's actually probably the correct response to what just happened. I have no idea why this was brought up. The prophecy is mentioned once in this movie in the context that Mace and Yoda are telling Obi-Wan to be mindful that Anakin may be the chosen one from the prophecy. That's it. Plinkett never mentioned this in his video, and I have no idea why throwing fucking Marty McFly into this movie would make anything any of the characters talk about or set up make any more sense. I have no idea what information we need that we don't have from these films.
Well, so why bring up the prophecy if it doesn't apply in this movie? I'm getting fucking dizzy. No, not Marty McFly literally, but so see, luckily I saw the first videos. What he referenced when referencing Marty McFly and a bunch of other 80s type protagonists is someone normal in relation to space aliens and weirdos so that the audience can relate to him. That's not entirely the case here because there's also Obi-Wan. But he's not saying that Marty McFly needs to be in the Star Wars movies. A traditional protagonist. Some would say something like Luke Skywalker is what he's trying to say.
Aeons ago, our ancestors created our great frontier.
You see, there are very few scenes like this in the prequels. Scene where somebody explains what's going on.
You're a Jedi Knight, aren't you?
What makes you think that?
I saw
You could probably pick just 5 random timestamps at this point. What a stupid fucking sentence.
your laser sword. Only Jedis carry that kind of weapon.
So, if he is the fish out of water, why does he have to ask? And why are you showing us part 1?
Track down this bounty hunter, you must, Obi-Wan.
Talking to Obi-Wan?
Most importantly, find out who he's working for.
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
You're gonna need me on this one, Master.
Oh, I agree.
This is episode 3.
However, it may turn out just to be a wild panther chase.
Master, I've disappointed you. I haven't been very appreciative of your training. I've been arrogant, and I apologize. I've just been so frustrated with the Council.
I understand he said very few, which basically means whatever the fuck he wants it to mean, but you guys understand the point I'm trying to make, right?
What is the point you're trying to make? By showing clips from movies that aren't this movie?
Like scenes like this.
For eons, all creatures have dreamt of being starfighters.
Hey, wait a minute, that thing looks familiar. Hey, how did that get in this movie? How was it in there? What's going on? Hey, do those guys have PKE meters? Am I going insane? My brain is collapsing in on itself.
We have no interruptions for this, huh?
Okay, back to the review.
Maybe it's supposed to be funny, but I actually have no fucking idea what just happened.
Or like a...
Okay. Okay, so he doesn't... He's got nothing for it. Just throw a meme on the screen. You'll be fine.
Speech like this.
That line delivery, man. Oof, Jake Lloyd at least had the excuse of being a child.
Where some guy tells us what the fuck's happening.
Star League justice put down your Zerian cult.
Oh, this is the same point as the one I just disproved 10 seconds ago, but with a clip of a speech that doesn't explain anything. Maybe it does in context, but here it actually just sounds like gibberish to me.
What?
Maybe it's meta-irony.
What? Answering a 15-year-old video like it's a fluid conversation is meta-irony, I would say.
Tell us who the bad guys are. We see the bad guys do something bad, so we don't like them.
What if a story doesn't have a clear good and bad guy? What if both sides have valid reasons for believing what they do, and there's...
So you think the Sith have a valid reason for what they do in the Star Wars saga?
an interesting conflict born out of two competing sets of ideals.
Oh, so by that logic, then you must really, really like The Last Jedi, because it really covers all of this gray area shit quite well.
I guess that means it's...
And we're showing the fucking Prestige, which, if George Lucas made a film similar to The Prestige, oh, he would have sold to Disney for $12 billion.
Bad?
We get a lot of information so that we know what's happening.
Okay, I've been holding off on saying this.
Maybe he's referring to separatists. Okay, yeah, I'm hazy on the second one. I know they're big in the first one.
Explicitly, but the movie gives you everything you need to know to follow along with exactly what is happening. They aren't simple things, and you can get lost, but through the power of pausing, rewinding, rewatching.
What if you can't do those things? What if you're sitting in a movie theater in 2002 and you don't have the remote in your hand? How do you experience this movie? How do you grade this movie?
You can't actually figure it out all on your own.
See, the audience needs to know who we care about.
Oh, no. Plinkett, no. The movie should never tell me who I'm supposed to care about.
I don't think he means tell you.
I should be able to figure that out all on my own. I really don't need a moral guide from a fucking Hollywood production. Holy shit.
But you're going to defend one.
That's a level of brain-off consumed product I don't think I've ever even seen before.
Do you realize the irony in the delivery here? Going to bat for a Hollywood production.
And we also need to know who our enemies are, and more importantly, why.
You really don't. It's okay to leave it mysterious or ambiguous.
In some stories, yes. Not all stories.
Sometimes that's preferable, actually.
Sometimes.
If you don't tell us why they're our enemies and we don't know why, then we don't care.
I love subjective arguments. They're so easy. Watch. Listen, okay? I care. Plinkett. Boom. Counter. Get dabbed on. Get better at your fucking job.
To be fair, I don't think objective art criticism was really that big a deal when when Red Letter Media made this video. If you can show me a handful of people using objective criticism prior to the Mauler content, I'm all ears.
Holy shit.
Do better.
Oh, I don't think you should be seeing this.
Same as last time, I'm just going to leave the skits in. They're part of the review.
Please do, because that's the entertaining part.
I don't really have anything to say about them. I'll put a timestamp so you can skip past if you don't give a shit about them.
Sorry about all this. I'm taping over some of my old VHS tapes.
He's doing a voiceover over his recording.
So there might be some glitches in this review. How do I turn this off? Hey, how's it going? How you doing? Email me if you know how to turn this off. Wake up. Post a comment on this web zone if you know how to turn this off. Hey, listen. I was thinking maybe you and I could have a cup of coffee today.
Mister, I haven't drank anything in 3 days. I just need some water, please.
I was thinking more coffee. You know, we'll have a nice chat. We can talk about it.
I'll have some coffee. Untie me.
Why do you want me to untie you?
So I can drink the coffee.
Oh, I got this.
Coffee.
I understand.
I can't keep it by myself.
Okay, so fucking hell. So you're arguing with a character as if he's a person. You're arguing with someone that keeps a woman hostage in his basement. Do you think this is a sound argument to make? And if your issue with the opinions of a psycho who keeps people hostage in his basement, shouldn't you basically use that as your defense if someone regurgitates one of his opinions to you as the be-all, end-all for prequel arguments? Shouldn't you be like, oh yeah, you trust that psycho? Getting lost in all of this is the fact that it's a character. It itself is satirical. It itself is a piece of art. If you're just going to take the criticisms at face value, then what do you make of these skits? Because how do you not give every piece the equal amount of weight?
Number 3, the plot. So with all these complex elements left totally unexplained...
What the actual fuck? What complex elements? Do you think you established something as being unexplained in the last section? You did not. You can't just say, we need to know why the bad guys are bad, and then say the movie has complex, unexplained plot elements. The premise is wrong, and even if it was correct...
No, him saying we need to know is complex. Why don't we know? Why isn't it why isn't it basic?
We know why Palpatine is doing what he's doing.
In episode 2, we know what Palpatine is doing and why.
to take over the fucking galaxy under a fascistic empire. This video forgot to take its Ritalin. Holy fuck.
The video forgot to take its Ritalin?
George starts throwing the plot at us, which is basically the exact same plot as the last film. Palpatine is creating a crisis to get something that he wants.
Really? Hey guys, turns out episode 5 has the exact same plot as episode 4. The Empire is hunting rebels. Okay, come on over here for the cake. Come on, over here. Do you have any idea how fucking stupid and reductive what you just said was? Do you have any earthly idea how useless that sentence is?
Instead of using a reductive statement about the original trilogy, why not just explain what it is? Explain it, what it is that Plinkett, the character, isn't.
Can you please cease vomiting your verbal spaghetti into my ears? I can feel myself developing brain tumors.
You could just hit stop and not make a 15-part series.
Cease.
And again, nothing makes sense.
Oh, I'm sure it doesn't. To you.
It starts with an explosion.
Which makes perfect sense.
Kabooms! Because, you know, a movie's gotta start with an explosion, or something that gets the plot going.
You guys know he just described all inciting incidents. That sentence, translated from alcohol to English, says, movies have to start with an explosion or anything. I don't even know if it's a criticism. Is having the initial scene be an assassination attempt a flaw?
Palpatine is creating a crisis to get something that he wants.
Really? Hey guys, turns out episode 5 has the exact same plot as episode 4. The Empire is hunting rebels. Okay, come on over here for the cake. Come on, over here. Do you have any idea how fucking stupid and reductive what you just said was? Do you have any earthly idea how useless that sentence is? Can you please cease vomiting your verbal spaghetti into my ears? I can feel myself developing brain tumors. Cease.
And again, nothing makes sense.
Oh, I'm sure it doesn't. To you.
It starts with an explosion.
Which makes perfect sense.
Kabooms! Because, you know, a movie's gotta start with an explosion, or something that gets the plot going.
You guys know.
An explosion or something that gets the plot going.
He just described all inciting incidents. That sentence, translated from...
That's not necessarily all inciting incidents. If an inciting incident is the first thing you see, what... How do you know what to factor in?
Alcohol to English says, movies have to start with an explosion or anything. I don't even know.
It didn't say anything.
If it's a criticism. Is having the initial scene be an assassination attempt a flaw? That doesn't pass the smell test.
So the inciting incident for Attack of the Clones is the attempt on not Padme's life?
Pretty sure your movie can start however, and if it's consistent and well...
I think the real issue here is that this guy is trying to have a serious commentary on a satirical review made by a fictional commentator. Similar to CinemaSins, they're mostly just nitpicking. Yes. Easy for you to say. Similarly so.
Well executed, you can end up with a good movie.
I guess I was wrong. There was no danger at all.
Guess you spoke too soon.
Ha! Look, he pointed out irony. Comedy.
Yes, comedy is irony. Or irony is comedy.
Senator.
How did you fail her?
Are you serious? She died. She was supposed to act as Padme's decoy, and she can no longer perform that duty. She can no longer perform any duty. She probably wanted to keep living and keep helping Padme, and she...
No, her sole purpose is to take stuff like that.
She feels like getting killed here will impede her ability to do that, making her feel as though she failed. That's a crazy idea.
If anything, she completed her mission. She is a Meeseeks.
I'm sure that's not something many people have said or done in similar circumstances throughout real history at all.
Isn't that exactly what you were supposed to do as a decoy?
Yes.
She's not a fucking droid, Plinkett. She's more than just a fucking body double.
What the fuck do you think a decoy is?
Holy shit, dude.
I thought you took that explosion pretty well. Nice work. Fantastic death scene, too. And you managed not to get horribly burned at all.
Look at your screen right now. She's literally cooked. Charred.
Literally cooked. I could still see she's wearing white.
From upper torso to feet.
Wait, how did you die?
Probably from the fucking explosion a foot above her head.
Wait, Amidala's just a senator, right?
Yeah?
Why does she still have a decoy protecting her? Kabloom! 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 I thought that was just a thing for the queen.
Do you guys actually need me to explain this one, or can we all just agree that it's blisteringly stupid?
When Palpatine was a senator...
No, why would you start now? The lack of well-reasoned arguments coupled with obnoxious presentation makes this borderline unwatchable. Borderline!
Senator, did he have a decoy?
I don't know, Plinkett. Were there multiple assassination attempts on Palpatine while he was senator? Would Palpatine have need of a body double?
Was there like a similar-looking old man decoy for Palpatine? Who would
See, that's a contrivance to make that joke.
Volunteer for such a position?
Yeah, guys, no one would die to protect the symbol of the planet and the person in charge of representing them to the Galactic Republic. We've never even heard of a fucking volunteer military before. Plinkett, you're a fucking lemon, man.
So
yeah, volunteer army doesn't necessarily mean you're a decoy for something. I mean, it doesn't mean your purpose is to die.
Count Dooku is rallying star systems to align against the Republic. They say Dooku is just a political idealist.
He is a political idealist.
Shut up, I'm talking.
I think the Count Dooku was behind it.
Oh, hold on, little lady. You don't know what you're talking about.
You know, milady, Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
It's important to note that not only is Plinkett not making a clear criticism again, but that none of the people in this room except Palpatine know Dooku is a Sith. They just think he left the Jedi Order and wants his allies to leave the Republic. That's not even that radical. Certainly not evil. Padme's hunch is correct, but not obviously the answer.
But she's right, and the fact that the Jedi are so ignorant, well, maybe not ignorant, but arrogant to think that nobody could possibly turn like that. That would be a benefit for the story. That the Jedi wouldn't see this coming. They're so arrogant to think that no one would turn. I don't know how do you argue the other way for that? That's a positive.
Shut your mouth, little girl. You don't know what you're talking about. So just shut your face. But seriously, Yoda's glad you're okay.
Seeing you alive brings warm feelings to my heart.
I'll get back in the kitchen.
I know the video is old, but it wasn't even well done. It was just, haha, you're a woman. You could have at least been clever with it.
Also, let's not...
What's being clever with making jokes about women? The floor is yours.
Forget that nasty business with Darth Maul a couple years back.
What the fuck does that have to do with...
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Anything. A Sith enforcer for the Trade Federation to ensure their invasion was successful has something to do with an assassination attempt on Padme 10 years later, which everyone is assuming is happening because of an important vote the Senate is currently deliberating.
Business which apparently no one bothered to follow up on.
And how, pray tell, with your extensive knowledge of investigations, do you follow up on the Darth Maul business? No one ever talked to him, and Obi-Wan cut him in half and dropped him down a big hole. What is there to follow up on? The Trade Federation aren't gonna tell you anything, and Palpatine can assure they aren't locked up or even charged.
It's outrageous that after 4 trials in the Supreme Court...
Yeah, this... I don't know if it's just my lack of familiarity with this, or if it's just incredibly boring, or both, but you need some pizzazz. They could be having a conversation about it, but it's not visually engaging. I think the Jedi are sexless, unromantic buzzkills, but that clearly isn't what Lucas was going for. I don't know what he was going for.
Newt Gunray is still the Viceroy of the Trade Federation.
That trail is dead.
You know, come to think of it, if the Jedi had just sent 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 Jedis back with them to Naboo, they might have actually captured Darth Maul and figured out who he was working for.
I went over this in the last review. The movie explained why they didn't do that, and I don't feel like rehashing it here. Go watch the movie, Plinkett. It's well detailed why they don't want to send a bunch of Jedi to Naboo.
Can you imagine the look on his face when he opened the door and is all like, I'm a fucking badass, and then he's like, oh.
It's a kid.
How do you close these doors? Is it this button? Okay, there it goes. Oh god. Why am I even talking about this movie still?
No one knows, man. It's your video.
Someone help me.
He really needs it, actually. He might be in the middle of a stroke.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you could not get the jokes. You could think they don't work, but like you recognize that he's doing something. He's doing a bit. Like you know some of these lines are just presented as jokes, right? Like you can acknowledge that.
You know, they make a magic potion that makes you forget about the Phantom Menace when you drink it. It's called bleach.
Oh, that explains a lot.
Number 4, love and marriage.
Remember, guys, this is the one that proves George Lucas is an emotionless hack.
This one?
Let's just get right into this. It's been like 10 years since Anakin has seen Padme. And while he was a Jedi in training and she was active in politics, they never once bumped into each other.
That happens on Earth, which is one planet. Anakin is a peacekeeper in a republic that spans an entire galaxy. So what?
What? Are you arguing for the fact that they wouldn't bump into each other?
Maybe Anakin was spending too much time in Obi-Wan's outer rim.
Yes.
I mean in the outer rim with Obi-Wan.
It doesn't matter if this was a high school McQuaid judge.
Oh boy, that didn't come out right.
That's what he...
All right, Jacob, take it. Yeah, see, it's a setup for this joke. He's saying, like, these things that are fodder for people like me to make jokes. They're puns.
Hey,
They're
quiet.
sexual puns.
That
man.
ain't funny.
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything.
I'm going to get you two. So he knows he's going to go talk to her now, and he's suddenly really excited. Who wouldn't be? What red-blooded male wouldn't want to dock his canoe in Natalie's port, man?
This doing anything for you?
Now, all joking aside, why aren't the Jedis allowed to love?
I know I say this a lot, but did you watch the movie?
Attachment is forbidden.
Yeah, so he's explaining it, but do they explain why?
Possession is forbidden. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life.
But why?
Anakin pretty clearly establishes that love isn't forbidden. Attachments are.
But why?
We're told they're not allowed to.
No, we aren't. Why are you like this?
But it's never really
Do you know what the word fucking forbidden means?
explained.
It's explained in excruciating detail.
Excruciating detail.
Does anyone get like a creepy vibe from these movies?
I wouldn't go that far, Plinkett. Your videos just suck. They aren't really creepy.
Humor.
I guess it's got something to do with like purging emotions to avoid being tempted by the dark side, right?
No, Plinkett, it's got nothing to do with purging your emotions. It's about rising above your emotional attachments so that you don't get tempted by despair and desperation if those things were threatened or harmed. It's like the whole plot of the third movie. They value emotions. They don't get rid of them like they're droids. When you have a superpower that allows you to manipulate reality to your whim based on your ability to channel and control your emotions, it's probably a good idea to practice emotional control. Otherwise, stuff happens. bad stuff.
But Obi-Wan, you know, he smiles.
Plinkett, where the fuck are you going with this?
He laughs. He gets annoyed.
What? Well, you've lost him.
He enjoys a good sarcastic quip.
Oh, this is going to be easy.
Sometimes he gets really, really pissed off. But at the same time, he's also very distant, because he's like a weird monk without any personality.
Oh no, I see where he's going.
You will be expelled from the Jedi Order!
So love leads to the dark side, but getting fucking pissed doesn't?
Like, I'm actually at the point where it's hard for me to believe he even watched the movie. If you listened to a friend recount the plot, then made this video, that would at least explain it a little bit. Where? No, seriously, where? In any of the 9 mainline Star Wars movies, does it say that Jedi should never experience emotions? They aren't Vulcans, dickhead. A lot of them are humans.
Come to your senses!
I mean, the Jedis aren't supposed to be Vulcans, right?
Yeah, I did it again. Shut up. No, Plinkett, they aren't. Jedi are about control. They control.
So who else other than Obi-Wan or Anakin show such emotions in the prequels? I don't think I see a Jedi angry.
Control their emotions. Like this.
Control their emotions?
Or like this.
Sequel? Yeah, It looks like Luke's eyes are doing the orange light thing.
Never.
Yeah, isn't that controlling his emotion?
I'll never turn to the dark side.
They use their emotions to guide them. They center themselves to keep them from going too far to any one extreme. This explanation from Yoda.
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Explains why. The Jedi know that having strong emotional bonds with other people is one of the easiest ways to make a Jedi desperate for power, and we know that the dark side is the easy path to power, but that it corrupts you. A desperate Jedi won't care about the consequences. So to avoid the potential temptation, Jedi are taught why and how to give up on the idea of attachments before they can ever form. Unfortunately, Anakin, the most powerful among them, already had an incredibly intimate attachment, which is central to the plot of this movie. Watch the cascade of terrible things that
Wait, why aren't we experiencing the list of how or why they can't do things? Explain with the same excruciating detail as a parent saying, "because I said so." Yeah, if we're just going on the movies, this shit isn't explained in this type of detail or shown with images.
Happen as a result of Anakin's desperation to save his mother. The Jedi encourage compassion and care, but they do their best to depersonalize it and find comfort in the fact that the people they love and care about become one with the Force to avoid losing their
When do they tell us that? When do they tell or show us that?
way.
Even Vulcans took wives and had sex. So really, the only thing that made Obi-Wan different from like a normal person was that he didn't express any interest in chicks. But at the same time, he's also very distant, because he's like a weird monk without any personality.
So the superpowers and the laser sword, those also count as normal now.
I was beginning to wonder if you'd got my message.
Yeah, but all the Jedi have superpowers. Like, so being special isn't that special if you're a Jedi?
Because sex can drive men crazy, you know.
Plinkett, the Jedi are allowed to have sex.
Where do they explain that? I know for a fact I didn't see that in any of the 9 movies. Sex.
I don't know what movie you watched. They never talk about sex in this one. So you must be referring to some third-party material, and basically all third-party material will tell you the Jedi can have sex. A few of them choose to abstain because they can't separate physical intimacy from emotional intimacy, but Jedi Master Ki-Adi Mundi gets fucking busy.
So when they
Oh, see, so you did something for the sake of a joke. Your narrative there took us on a little bit of a mini journey to tell a joke. It was contrivance for the sake of having a punchline about Kiadu Mundi. Third-party material.
I find out that you got a high midichlorian count in your bloodstream. I guess your parents give you to the Jedi as a baby to be trained in this creepy cult-like environment.
Yeah, the Jedi aren't strictly good. They view this kind of training as necessary to ensure people who can use the Force do so safely, but there are some serious ethical questions that should be asked about what is happening. Parents probably would be more willing than not to give their kids to the Order, though, considering the status of the Jedi. It's probably a huge honor.
So, is it this person's opinion that the Jedi deserved what they got? That Anakin wiping them out is kind of what they had coming to them? And then once he does that, we're okay with rooting for the remnants of Jedi after that? Who's using third-party material now?
And you lose all your free will.
Actually, what the fuck are you on about? No.
I guess those parents don't have any emotional attachment to their children either.
How is it that these reviews got so fucking popular? Shut up, Mike.
You see, none of those kids made a personal commitment to follow this rigid lifestyle.
How do you know that? Did you read their diaries? Did you ask Yoda?
Did you?
Did you notice that we're never introduced to the Jedi's recruitment process? Probably deliberately.
You can't.
Wouldn't that be fun? You keep presenting these cases that actually make me want to experience those things.
Make those kind of decisions when you're 2.
If you had a baby that could crush a man's throat when he grows up using only his mind, and there was an organization dedicated to training and protecting kids like him that was recognized throughout the universe as the Guardians of Peace and Justice, one of, if not the most honored orders in the history of the universe, and they would raise and teach your child to control and harness that ability to become a superhero of the galaxy, how many people do you think would go, yeah, nah, I'll just let him grow up with a huge target on his back because he has fucking superpowers?
Why would having superpowers give him a target on his back? If you're not misusing those powers, why would you have a target?
He can't control. Idiot.
Can't control?
So unless Yoda injected each Jedi with some kind of serum that makes you not interested in the opposite sex, you'd think the Jedi would have major problems.
Oh, it could be that chemicals in the water that makes the frogs gay.
When they all hit puberty.
See, now I'm doing the joke stuff too.
Listening to Plinkett conflate sex and emotional attachment is so depressing. I know you're a boomer, but seriously.
I don't think so. The Plinkett character is older than a boomer, but I think Red Letter Media, they're Generation X, maybe millennials. Definitely not Gen Z, but I don't think they're boomers.
Here's a dose of reality. You can fuck people you don't give a shit about. You shouldn't, but...
So we know that about the Star Wars universe?
You can, and Jedi canonically do. No.
Well, what? The Mundi family was a Syrian family from Syria. Oh, typical. Jedi Master Kayadi Mundi was the most famous member of the family due to low serial birth rate. He was allowed by other Jedi to follow the serial custom of polygamous marriage. He had 4 wives and 7 daughters. The entire family was killed during the Battle of Serial. Kiadi himself ceased when Order 66 was issued during the Battle of Migitu. I don't remember seeing anything about polygamous relationships. He's talking about the movies here, and you're going on like next level sister wives stuff happening in Jedi. Does it say where it happens? Star Wars Vow of Justice, Star Wars Republic Prelude to Rebellion, Republic 62. See, this is like extended universe shit that moviegoers most aren't having access to or care to. I genuinely like the prequels, flawed be damned, but the more this guy yabbers on, the worse and worse they seem to get. That's my point. I want to stress again, I enjoy all Star Warses. This is a book that is just about the prequels. It's got really neat shit in here. I quite find a lot of interesting things to read and look at and just be wowed by the images. But at the same time, they're flawed movies. When you start going into the tank for like comic book shit that a typical movie-going audience just does not have the time nor consideration nor interest in going to this level. See, so he's a Gen Z person, which with all due respect to other Gen Zs here in the chat, I think because the way Marvel did the universe thing, it has spoiled people who get into franchises to think, oh, I could watch one of 10 things and get explained different relationships within this one thing, where prior to Iron Man, which is 2009, prior to that, franchise shit, planning in advance and sideways and things like that for film didn't work. So perhaps he's got that, like, that there's going to be 4 movies a year and I'm going to get something different about the universe that I care about. Maybe he has that relationship with the books that he's equating to film, but the Star Wars audience doesn't, when they watch the films, they're not like, oh, let me catch up on the 65 comics that I need to understand Kiatu Mundi's serial birth rate issues. They're not going to.
No one said they can't have sex. Of course, puberty is...
When do they say yes or no to sex? I want to know, what issue of what book do they discuss sex? Actually, you know what? Discussing polygamous relationships. I didn't know that one needed to be covered in Star Wars.
Going to be a difficult time for all Jedi. That's a major plotline for this movie. That's why they train them from such a young age, to prepare them for puberty and adulthood.
So then Amidala finally sees Anakin again. For no reason, she's not allowed to love either.
No, holy shit.
We can't. It's just not possible.
What the fuck? She's just a senator. Why can't she...
Interesting lighting here.
Fucking date a guy.
I'm a senator.
For Christ's sake.
He's not a guy. He's a Jedi Knight, you fucking tomato.
They don't specify what type of guy she can't. I would say the implication seems to be that romantic attachments of any form are forbidden. This guy is making me question everything I thought I knew. See, you're gay. That's the way it happens. I say the movie is much closer to implying there is no sex for the Jedi. You shouldn't have to look at anything beyond the movie to understand the movie. The defense rests, Your Honor. I am with that. That whether or not you agree with that statement, that is my line of thinking. Subjectively.
Parents don't love their kids.
I hate this video.
Men don't love women. Mace is unmarried. Palpatine don't got a wife. In fact, the only person in the galaxy who's married is Jimmy Smits.
My wife and I will take the girl.
Why is he in this movie? They should have just put Paul Blart Mall Cop in the
Fuck
movie.
Why?
I mean, why not?
Answer the question.
Look, I've been through a divorce too. And I had some pretty bad relationships. But really, this is getting kind of creepy, don't you think?
No.
They do decide to give in to their emotions, and ultimately they will suffer all the consequences of that.
He has no idea. He just played a clip that, in context, disproves the premise of most of the last 2 minutes of the video.
And you don't gotta be a sex therapist to figure out what this represents. Now you can see why people hate these fucking movies.
Oh, I can? Did I miss it? Fuck, I gotta go back to the video now. You son of a bitch. You lied to me.
Because the people in them act like weird space aliens and not people.
Memes aside, no. They act like people struggling against their base urges and emotions to elevate themselves to something called a fucking Jedi.
So it's about theism. Everyone, including a senator. There's just theism everywhere, that they have these standards about relationships.
They are Jedi, literally religious monks who train from early childhood to manage and control their emotions.
And that itself would be conflict that in better hands would be balanced rather well or struggled with. Again, that doesn't define what the excuse is for Senator Amidala.
Now technically they are weird space aliens, but we can't relate to their fucking weird, sterile, sexless universe.
Did Plinkett think that Star Wars was supposed to be a teen porno and get mad when...
What is that? Oh, that's not a real thing, is it? I would say most it's understandable to look at decisions made throughout the course 6 movies to justify certain story decisions, but random Monday comic 1187, nah dog, that ain't it. I don't think the creator of this video has ever given into his emotion. Well, I would argue otherwise. If this is real, you don't just stumble across digital playground Star Wars underworld and XXX this might be very real. Can you get off to blue people or red people with head horns?
No one got naked? No one in this movie ever mentioned sex. You made the shit up.
You don't have to say sex. Like, don't they describe how Anakin is born? Like immaculate conception of sorts without saying sex, obviously. And there's metaphors. You can allude to something. I think a lot of Padme's wardrobe decisions are certainly implying certain things visually without outright, like in Hitchcock movies, to circumvent the ratings code, he would have a train go into a tunnel to visually be a metaphor that there's things going into holes, and it wasn't like you have the dummy. Oh, it's just a train going into a tunnel. What do you mean sex? But like,
They seem as cold and lifeless and boring as the computer-generated world they're projected against.
Fuck off.
Simple, real, genuine moments like this.
Simple. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Real. Yep. Genuine. Nice. Yeah, no, man. Keep giving me more meaningless buzzwords. I totally follow you. Yeah, I replaced all the clips again, by the way. I'm not sorry.
Have been replaced by this.
I'll play it again.
Simple, real, genuine moments like this have been replaced by this.
You want to know what the worst part is? One of the reasons I'm watching this god-awful review is because it's referenced in Muller's TFA critique, and the EFAP crew generally recommend...
Oh. This is the reason you're watching? One of the reasons you're watching is because Mueller and EFAP referenced it?
Red Letter Media's content. They've all said for years that these reviews destroy the prequels. Guys, this is exactly the same dumb bullshit that started EFAP and those channels. It's vapid. It's meaningless. It ignores the movie it criticizes and asserts things made up from random assumptions.
So, EFAP and Mahler and them started from vapid conversations, so why are you still following them then? I don't understand what the claim is intended to be here. Why would you watch something because a group said that... Wait, what? Said that it destroys the prequels?
You want to know what the worst part is? One of the reasons I'm watching this god-awful review is because it's referenced in Mueller's TFA critique. And
do you watch every single thing that's referenced in everything?
The EFAP crew generally recommend Red Letter Media's content. They've all said for years that these reviews destroy the prequels.
Okay.
Guys, this is exactly the same dumb bullshit that started EFAP and those channels. It's vapid. It's meaningless. It ignores the movie it criticizes and asserts things made up from random assumptions.
But wouldn't you call that a subjective criticism? He clearly has enough time on his hands to watch a Mahler video. Like, it seems like Mahler and EFAP gave the Plinkett videos a glowing review, and this person seems to be quite bothered by it.
If I copy-pasted just the text of what was said in this video and asked you to tell me if it was RLM that said it or someone like Brown Table,
Who the fuck is Brown Table now?
Fuck could you tell the difference? These reviews suck.
I don't know what Brown Table is. So you're taking the transcription of the script. You know, there's humor in here. There's like a third of the stuff that's being said here is being said in jest. I don't think this is meant to be taken seriously, like, I don't know, Siskel and Ebert type thing. Like, how do you process the fact that there's a woman being held hostage in his basement, or the scene where the two girls need to put together a puzzle? Like, what? Where else do you see things like that? What type of film criticism are you watching?
Eventually, though, we are forced to endure the most bizarre, loveless, awkward, and forced romance in cinematic history. But I'll get deeper into that business later.
That's what he said!
Hey, cut it out!
How about you? Did that do anything for you?
Look, I said I'll talk about their love later. I just wanted to touch my briefs on this. Briefly touch on this. Till then, I leave you with the immortal words of Dr. Sigmund Freud. Sometimes a cigar is just a giant vagina in the desert that swallows men whole.
It's old. I get it. Maybe it was funnier back then. I don't know.
Yeah, like, if you recognize it's old, just stop trying to make sense of things that are old.
Send in the...
If you don't get it, you just don't get it. That's fine.
Clones. So this movie's called Attack of the Clones, so I guess we should talk about that shit. And what can laughingly be called the plot.
Are you excited? I'm excited.
So Count Dooku has bugs make robots so that the Republic gets scared and then wants to make clones to fight the robots that the bugs made.
No, the clones were already being made. How did you fuck it up in the first sentence?
But the clones were already being made before the robots were being made by the bugs.
Oh, okay, never mind. You got it. We're good. Carry on.
If you're confused, don't be ashamed.
How could you possibly be confused?
Even the writer of the film doesn't understand it.
Yeah, just keep taking shots at George Lucas. That'll prove the...
Okay. All right, so we have a problem. We have a problem with George taking shots.
Film is bad?
So I guess Palpatine's got Dooku talking to evil star systems.
What makes you think they're evil? Because they look like bugs? That's pretty fucking racist, Plinkett. Bug people?
Hey, look, they're What do those shapes look like to you? And you said sexless. I see a bunch of hooded triangles there.
People can be good too.
Into joining them, including ones led by Count Chocula, Rosie the Robot, and another racist cartoon.
Okay, I know I'm making a joke out of the racism comments, but seriously, if you look at this alien on the right and think, that's racist because it reflects a real cultural practice we have on Earth, that's a you problem. You are allowed to have depictions of space aliens with inspirations from real-world cultures.
How do you feel about some of the accents and characteristics of some of the characters in the prequels? Why did they need to have those voices and accents? Because wouldn't that also be a you problem?
At no point does this movie depict this alien as somehow less than human. It's literally just the fact that there is cultural iconography that makes it racist to this moron.
Is that person a human, though? Like, I think literally they're not a human being. So, yes, it does not show them as human.
So let's talk about what makes no sense.
Thank you!
If the Galactic Republic is made up of 1,000 worlds, then why can't they scrounge up a volunteer army to defend them against the robots?
Oh, not again. This is going to be something that makes complete sense again. They could probably Plinkett. They don't need to, though, because
if you have to say probably, it's not clear.
Palpatine had an army built for them to conquer the galaxy for his empire.
For no reason, a fat, racist cartoon.
Okay, no, actually, no. I want to know. How fuck is Dexter Jetster racist? Tell me. Come on, I want to know.
Knows about Kamino.
Of course he's not going to tell me. Why would he tell me?
And the fact that they make clones there. But no one else seems to know about this planet or ever heard of it.
It's on the Outer Rim, outside of Republic space.
Kamino, I'm not familiar with it. Is it in the Republic?
No, it's beyond the Outer Rim.
The Republic literally doesn't have a presence in the Outer Rim.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while. But is this clearly stated in Attack of the Clones? Like, it just going on vibes of people that have been here. Attack of the Clones is kind of mutually thought of as the least strong of the three, which this person even said up front. So, can we concede that there are things that aren't done well, and perhaps more things that aren't done well than are done well?
Republic doesn't exist out here.
That's
what
part
if
one.
Dexter is from somewhere in the Outer Rim that deals with Kamino?
What if?
Even Yoda, who's been alive for 800 years.
Do you think maybe the leader of the Galactic Republic's peacekeepers might have focused his attention to the Galactic Republic, which Kamino is not in?
No, it's beyond the Outer Rim.
So Obi-Wan finds the planet where the dart came from, and it belongs to a bounty hunter named Boba Fett who's hanging out there.
It is funny because he did the same joke just again. Remember, he did it in the last review too.
He's the guy who's trying to kill Padme.
No. He told Zam to kill Padme in a way that would lead the Jedi to him, so they would find the army that Palpatine built and force the Republic to vote on it. At the same time that Palpatine's building an opposition droid army to cause a civil war between two easily disposable forces.
Padme is the...
Boy. Oh. I'm almost tempted to watch Attack of the Clones just to see if with the knowledge of seeing it in the past, if this comes to me rather clearly.
Chief Senator opposed to the Military Creation Act. Drawn any connections yet?
Yeah.
Palpatine's behind it all.
How would anyone in this universe...
Man, these guys are breaking down every detail to prove their points. I just thought the romance was executed poorly.
Know that.
Then Obi-Wan sees all the clones and discovers that the order to make them was placed under suspicious circumstances. This was like 10 years ago, and the exact same time that Palpatine was elected Chancellor.
Okay.
Palpatine's behind it all.
I mean, it's true because we know that, but it's a ridiculous leap in logic for the Jedi.
So Obi-Wan sends him a message and tells him about the clones. But Mace Idiot still thinks they're looking for Padme's assassin.
They are.
Do you think these cloners are involved in the plot to assassinate Senator Amidala?
It's a totally reasonable question.
I think this discovery of the clone army is a little more important than who's trying to kill stupid Padme.
How did you come to that conclusion? Oh my god.
Because there's a fuck ton of them. And there's about to be a war? Like, if you save Padme, that's one person. Wouldn't part of their job be to keep an eye on planets not in the public for threats? That's like saying the U.S. should ignore all other countries because they aren't in our government. Dude, listen, if that's what the essence of the prequels are, I don't know if that's what I'm looking for from these movies. And this is it goes back to what I think I said it last time. There can be that I think it is what Disney is doing. They're trying to make, this wide scope of things to have all be somehow connected. So, like, if you like political thrillers, they're actually going to make something like that for you. It's not going to be for everyone, but the 10% of people that like it, but want to know more and maybe are willing to venture past their comfort zone of entertainment. Maybe they're willing to venture past the political thriller and watch something with a character that's connected. But in the main saga, I think it really should stick to fantasy, sci-fi, action. Getting like mired in this political shit, there's a reason a lot of people didn't receive this well. It's muddy.
Oh, Palpatine's behind it all.
Do not assume anything, Obi-Wan.
Hey.
Clear your mind must be.
Hey,
Did the Council
idiot.
ever authorize the creation of a clone army?
No.
Only the Dark Lord of the Sith knows of our weakness.
You don't have to tell him about your diminished use of the Force. Just tell him that Obi-Wan found that clones are suspiciously being made already.
And then everyone asks, how did you not know about this? And then they have to reveal their diminished use of the Force. It's like, you almost get it, but you can't for some reason.
And if you think that a Sith is pulling strings in the Senate, just order blood tests done on everyone.
They don't think that, though. They don't come up with that idea until like the very end of the movie.
Do you believe what Count Dooku said about Sidious controlling the Senate? It doesn't feel right.
What do I mean by that? Well, in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, if they thought somebody was a shapeshifter, they cut open their hand and drip out some blood. And if it didn't change into the shapeshifter, then you were a real person.
Man, it's a shame there wasn't a thing.
And it's been established that you can count midichlorians in someone's blood to see how much force they got in them.
So what if they test all the senators' blood and they all have a concentration of midichlorians that would signify them as potentially force sensitive? What if Palpatine has very few midichlorians? What if they get a false positive and accuse some poor nobody of being evil for no reason?
So you agree that doing the midichlorian thing is kind of fucking dumb, yes?
The thing about loosely established rules is that we don't have a clear understanding of how they work. This might give you an idea, but it's also not super easy to pull off.
The fucking entire franchise is built on loosely established rules.
For example, try to get a blood test done on every sitting member of Congress in the United States. Watch how quickly a law gets passed making it illegal to force a sitting Congress member to take a blood test.
But that doesn't... You realize real life isn't space opera, right? You know that. So, like, you can't make that comparison. Real life is not movies.
You find a lot of midichlorians and Palpatine.
Oh, she's upstairs now.
I'm sure there's something entertaining about this, but I really can't figure out what it is.
You cannot make the connection that the person that's going to great length to make a movie review, who himself is exhibiting some psychotic behavior, probably shouldn't have his opinion valued too much. You can't make that connection?
Bright lights, dumb city. You know, I could spend 10 hours talking about just how incredibly dumb this entire sequence is.
Oh, holy shit, maybe Plinkett and I will actually agree on something. Although it's not really the whole sequence, it's just kind of the beginning of it.
But I'm gonna try to do it in 9. So the plot is that someone's trying to kill Amidala for no reason.
No, not for no reason. Gunray wants her dead, we find that out later. And until she is, he won't join the Separatists. Which kind of, defeats the point, because the Trade Federation has the droid army. Dooku recognizes this as an opportunity to get the Jedi onto the trail of the clone army, so he tries to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's 2 separate, completely established reasons that it's happening.
This is only one portion of the script. Only one tiny portion of the plot, and it's already split off.
Anakin and Obi-Wan are assigned to protect her. So she doesn't sleep in an interior bedroom of this building with no window where it would be safer, but rather in a room where the blinds are half open and a city of 900 quadrillion people can see her, especially the robot that's there to kill her.
You're using her as bait.
They say they're doing this so she could be bait to catch the assassin.
You're using her as bait.
But
what?
She turns off any kind of camera
I don't understand. What the fuck? Why did you double up on that clip?
surveillance so she could have her privacy.
R2 is literally right there, you egg.
I don't think she liked me watching her.
Is that more important than your life, you dumb bimbo?
Why would she think the assassination would happen tonight? Why would she not feel safe with 2 Jedi right outside her room? And R2 scanning the room periodically?
You're gonna at the very least aim the cameras at the windows, because that's the only way in. You see, surveillance cameras are only really useful for some kind of slow attack that you could run in and stop. They won't do any good if someone launched a missile at the building, or perhaps fired a purple space bazooka at her window. Gee, maybe you better rethink this whole bait thing, idiots.
I'm actually kind of impressed. Yeah, this plan is stupid. They get lucky that the assassin is intentionally using a method the Jedi can counter to lure them to Kamino. If the goal was just to kill Padme, she'd probably be dead.
Yes, and in a better movie, you could have this be the initiation of how Padme sees Anakin different. It views him in different eyes as he saved her. You could have had them share a look or something. I'm almost sure they don't have that at this moment. Like, this could be the initiation, the spark to, her being chipped away at as far as emotionally being interested in Anakin. But I don't think we have that.
It's dumb. Good job, Plinkett. You're not completely useless.
In fact, this assassin character actually has a blaster rifle and seems like she's a pretty good shot. She could have just parked her speeder across the street and shot Padme through the window.
That sounds really fucking hard. And like something the Jedi would immediately recognize and react to.
She apparently...
How do you know that? Why? because they have gun detecting shit?
Knew where she was sleeping because she sent the robot there. Also, what makes them so sure that the assassin's gonna try and kill her tonight?
For fuck's sake, what makes you think they think that? They believe the assassin is trying to stop her from voting on the Military Creation Act. They have no idea it's Gunray and Dooku settling a personal grudge. They assume it will happen soon because the vote is happening soon. They use her as bait and they get a bite tonight. No one assumes it will happen tonight. They're preparing for if it does, which is their job, you fucking garden implement.
You see, the thing with assassins is, they strike when you least expect.
So you should always be expecting it, which is what they're doing.
So it's another contrivance for the joke. The joke is that he was assassinated.
Because it's their job.
Hey, sorry about that. I had a movie on in the other room. I wanted to go.
And subverted that with this joke. They can't recognize Palpatine as a bad guy. They're not that sharp.
Turn it off.
The situation is more dangerous than the senator will admit.
Yeah, the situation is so dangerous, you're walking around in the middle of broad daylight.
At the Capitol building, surrounded by Jedi.
When Padme is clearly visible through many open windows.
Jedi!
I'm sorry. Are Jedi invincible?
And you're the security chief? So instead they're waiting for the assassin to strike tonight. Just like they read the script in advance.
It's actually a really bad scene, packed with obvious flaws. And this is the level of criticism you can muster.
Hey, why don't you tell us what the really bad flaws are? That'd be fun. This is completely random, but Netflix screensaver that displays ads has Pig with Nick Cage listed under Animal Friends for its genre. Just thought that was funny. Animal Friends.
But then a floating robot thing cuts a hole in the glass and releases deadly centipedes into the room. You know, if this robot probe was equipped with a blaster... Blammo. No more Armadama.
I mean, you already said this, but yeah, their plan isn't great. I'd assume, though, that if the droid did have a blaster, the Jedi would sense that instead of the bugs. They sense the imminent danger posed by the bugs, which the bounty hunters are using to lure the Jedi to Jango. And
so, it's this type of overreach to defend something that's being made that makes me just not understand how people can question things in every single... Like, if you can come to this conclusion, reaching for things that aren't explained to us for a Star Wars movie, why aren't you that way for every Star Wars movie? Like, yeah, if you're this way for this, then like the sequel should be just fine for you. That doesn't make sense. Like, you don't need to be shown or explain certain things to just be like, well, obviously this thing's got to happen because this. Use common sense. The Congress in America would have this, and this. Like, yeah, okay, but that's not fucking a long time ago in a galaxy far away with dog people. So...
and then to Camino.
So anyway, these bugs were given to this assassin by a guy named Boba Fett.
It's funny because he did the same joke again, but this time he did it again.
Who was also an assassin. Well, technically he's a bounty hunter, but I'm sure he could get the job done. So why exactly did an assassin hire another assassin?
To create a layer of separation.
Hesitant hitman jailed over botched assassination in China. What is this?
Between himself and the assassin.
A group of hitmen have been jailed after repeatedly trying to subcontract a job to each other. What is this? Dog people, they are their own best friends after all.
Assassination attempt. This happens in real life all the time.
Why didn't he just do the job himself if they're his clients?
My client is getting impatient.
Because if he gets caught, he has to run from Jedi. And that is quite hard.
Everyone seems to know where Padme...
How do you know it's hard? What have they shown you in these movies that tell you it's hard to run from Jedi? All we know about people who have come face to face with Jedi is they've tried to kill them in the beginning of episode 1, and then one was spliced in half? So it's kind of 50-50. Not that hard.
His room is anyway, and Boba Fett does have a jetpack that he could launch a rocket out of.
Plinkett, you already made this point twice. Yeah, it's lucky the assassins do it the way they do it. Otherwise, there's a good chance Padme would be dead. We agreed. Move on.
Anyway, so because R2-D2 didn't aim his scanners at the window, like the most likely...
The Mauler fan does not want you to get redundant with your points.
the place an attack would occur from, the deadly bugs get in the room.
R2 is there to scan the room, not the outside world. There are probably cops and security in charge of monitoring speeder traffic.
Speeder traffic?
The probe droid is small and can slip past defenses.
How do you know? What does the speeder traffic have for, I don't know, tracking small droids? What type of technology are they working with here? Probably speaking.
This isn't the stupid part. The stupid part is the next
It isn't.
part.
I sense it too.
Anakin senses this.
Why say it out loud? If you sense it, just do a little Jedi mind thing to each other. Oh, I heard that.
So runs in the room and kills him. Then Obi-Wan goes against his own advice.
Patience. Use the Force. Think.
And then recklessly throws himself out the window at the probe droid.
Yep, that's the stupid part. That's the real stupid part.
That's the stupid part.
For like 10 reasons.
Now, a couple of things here he didn't know. A, he didn't know if he could catch the robot in time before falling to his death.
God fucking damn it. Even when I agree with your criticism, you somehow manage to make me have to defend the stupid fucking film.
Why?
He probably knows full well he can catch it, and if he can't, he can force pull it to himself.
Why not just start with that? If he can force pull it, why not just start with that rather than jump out a window? Probably? Enough with the probablys.
B, if the probe could even support his weight.
I mean, he probably does, actually.
Probably.
He deals with droids all the time.
C, that the probe was not also a small bomb that would have exploded when he grabbed it.
Oh, thank God. Yes, that's it. That's the big one. This droid should blow up, killing him. There's literally no reason for it not to, from his perspective. Jumping out the window is stupid.
This is another case of classic role reversal as well.
What?
Anakin really should have been the one that threw himself out the window after the probe droid.
Oh no, he missed.
Yes. Again, to help win Padme over, and Anakin is the one who can't control his emotions. Yes, he's right.
That's the point entirely.
Obi-Wan would have made like an annoyed face and then went out after him in the Jetsons car.
Plinkett, the point of this scene is to show that despite acting older and wiser, Obi-Wan is actually just as foolhardy and impulsive as Anakin. He was thrust.
So then all characters in this movie just can't be taken. Like, whatever the hell that we're being told, the experiences we have say, nope, that's not what these characters are. Contradictory statements with characters just tells you how flawed it is. Pull out the probably counter. Shit, I wasn't keeping track of that. And the but sequel trilogy is only at 2.5, so shit. Obi-Wan deals with probes all the time.
Into the role of mentor before he was ready, and does things without thinking about them in front of his Padawan, which in turn leads to Anakin acting impulsively. Obi-Wan is trying to be the wise mentor like Qui-Gon, but he isn't yet, and he knows it. And the inner conflict comes out as annoyance towards Anakin, who is taking the wrong lessons from his example.
Inner conflict? Do we know that, us in the outer world?
This scene is stupid.
So what the fuck are you talking about then?
Mechanically, but thematically it's kind of on point.
Obi-Wan didn't really seem to have too much interest.
If we're defending thematically, please do Last Jedi next on how that works thematically versus technically.
In this assignment anyway.
You weren't listening. He just wanted Anakin to recognize that his biases were affecting his judgment. He very much cares about Padme's well-being. They are friends.
So other than to provide basic...
They too haven't seen each other in years. What?
Protection.
We're here to protect you, Senator. Not to start an investigation.
Professional, calm, rational acting in front of his Padawan. Seizing an opportunity because...
Who is that? That he just jumped out of a window in front of? Was that the same Padawan? Just so we're clear.
He's still young and impulsive. That cut you just made pretty clearly lays out what the film is trying to tell you about Obi-Wan.
After getting his gun dart stuck in Anakin's nest, he wanted to just phone this one in.
No.
Are you guys sure that wasn't supposed to be Anakin jumping out the window?
Yes.
Did they make a mistake when filming the scene and then just left it?
No.
Wait, Amidala's head of security has no depth perception?
Come on, that's funny.
It's Star Wars. How do you know that thing isn't a cybernetic implant?
How the fuck you with Mr. Probably starts to fucking do... Well, actually, how do you know that the eye patch isn't this?
Lots of security guards have battle scars and eye...
He's not a security guard.
Patches. What's your point?
No, I take it
Depth perception.
back. Obi-Wan, maybe you should start an investigation. Hey, wait. Isn't she dead? Gosh, Padme, you're really burning through these decoys, aren't you?
I looked it up, and sure enough, those are two different...
Holy shit, Rose Byrne's in this? That's impressive. I didn't know that. That's the first time I've seen that. Rose Byrne's in this. The probe having a destruct mechanism would make perfect sense. It does have an info to extract if caught. Wait, do you have this information that I don't? I don't read the extra books. I wonder if this guy would like the sequel trilogy more if they said probably Palpatine has returned. Coming next fall, Nick Fury Mall Cop. Representative Binks is Kaiser Soze.
People, you could at least pretend to research these, Mike.
Anyone want to be...
That's what we want to pretend.
Padme's next decoy? Everyone's trying to kill her. Step right up.
We did this part already. He's just repeating himself at this point.
So Obi-Wan's flying around on this thing, and Anakin somehow knows how to find him.
Oh no, he forgot what a Jedi is again. That's unfortunate.
Even though by the time he gets this...
What, Jedi is having mental radar?
Speeder, Obi-Wan's probably 500 miles away.
On this thing, it's not traveling through hyperspace. It's a fucking droid. It kind of floats around. It's not...
Oh, do we know if that droid can go through hyperspace?
Not particularly...
Probably speaking. How fast can that thing go?
Slow, but it's not darting through the city either. And all Anakin has to do is run down some stairs and out a door, and the speeders are right there. How does that translate to 500 miles away?
I guess the Force told him where to go.
Yeah, he's a Jedi, remember?
Dude, like this guy just takes... Oh, Jedi? Okay, you are perfect at everything. You have all the answers. There should be zero research required to watch a movie. A movie, yes. A series of movies, maybe, if they're done well, they should accentuate and complement one another. Yes. And that is the purpose of doing criticism for a movie.
That he could eventually become Darth Vader.
What?
What if this assassin had tricked the Jedi into chasing after the probe droid, like using it as bait? Then after they left, he just floated his car up to the window and shot Padme.
Did you guys catch that? This assassination is stupid. This is the fourth time we're going over it. Yeah, it's poorly thought out.
So, does this count as objective criticism yet? Because he's found a better way to do it?
Contrived and insanely lucky.
Contrived.
That
Okay.
it all works out this way. Did you get it? Are we good?
I guess when you rush off and chase after a probe droid without a moment's hesitation, you can make a pretty big mistake like that.
Patience. Use the Force.
It's like he's so close to getting it. He has all the pieces of the puzzle.
Would you say that maybe that Obi-Wan's character is a bit of a hypocrite? Would you at least say that?
He just has to put them together, but he's just going to throw a fit and say puzzles are gay.
Also, it's revealed...
No. He has 5 puzzles and he can't put them together in less than an hour. If you're going to reference the joke, reference the joke.
Revealed in a bit that this assassin is a shapeshifter, which could very well be the most advantageous attribute that an assassin could possibly have.
He's right.
But instead he went with the whole bug through the window approach. You know, the classic.
Plinkett, you already pointed this out to complain about it. Zam didn't decide to use the bugs.
Zam? I didn't know that thing. Well, actually, I didn't know that thing's name, but This is the one I've seen the least.
Django did. He gives them to her and tells her to hurry the fuck up. It's still dumb, but this is not why.
This all
so dumb. Just concede that it's dumb, and that's it.
Also leads me to wonder why someone who could disguise their face by changing it would need to wear a disguise.
There's no way you're that stupid. If her face transforms and you can't get a good look at it, wouldn't that make it even harder to figure out who she is? You have the critical thinking skills of hot yogurt.
So anyway, they're assuming that this person driving the space car is an assassin.
No, we're just showing the entire thing here.
Assuming. Plinkett, there's a massive problem that happens in the scene right before this. It's like an obvious one.
And really, they could just be like a getaway driver or maybe like a regular person who's under some kind of mind.
So why take the mask off while you're still being chased?
Control to commit the assassination.
Even if this person was completely innocent, which they know she isn't because they're Jedi, seriously, it's an important part of why they do what they do.
Is it? Because they have mind radar?
They would still want to capture her to figure out who she's working for. Potentially who mind controlled her. She shot the droid carrying
mind controlled
Obi-Wan, flying directly to her. That's the major problem in this scene, by the way. Shoot the Jedi, you moron. His hands are occupied. He can't defend himself. And if he lets go, there's a pretty good chance he's going to fall to his death. That's your stupid assassination droid that returns to you after performing a fucking assassination, whether it's being pursued or not. Why destroy it? Doesn't that just waste your own money and resources? This scene is fucking stupid.
But chase scene fun. I like fun. I like fun too. It's dumb. It's dumb fun. A little convoluted for nothing, but I like that this guy he also has a problem with this, but for different reasons. But can't agree with Plinkett, the fictional character.
But despite having almost no information at all, Anakin lands on top of the speeder and then attempts to murder her with his lightsaber.
You really need to watch the movie. He specifically stabs his lightsaber away from her to try to create an opening into the speeder and potentially disarm her. If he wanted to kill her, he would have stabbed here.
Now, I understand he really loves Padme, but come on, are you even 100% certain you landed on the right speeder?
Jedi. He's a Jedi.
A not completely trained Jedi. So...
So then they crash land and she runs inside of like a nightclub and Obi
Jedi can do everything except pick up on bad vibes. Yeah, like if Jedi know everything that's happening, why not get to them before the assassination starts? Like if they're just that good. If they're that good, why is there ever any conflict? Ever.
One says,
"He went in there to hide, not to run."
How do you know that? Hey, I asked you a question. How do you know you ran in there to hide? Did you read the script too? Hey, what's that? What's that on the ground over there? Is that the script? Anyway, maybe the assassin went in there because he knows the owner and there's like a secret backdoor escape route. Or this was like a backup plan in case he got chased there. Maybe there's 10 Nausicaans waiting for the Jedi at the Domjot table.
Play, Domjot, human.
Obi-Wan makes a lot of assumptions, doesn't he? Maybe the Force told him.
I want to say this is a good criticism. I do. It's almost a good criticism, and I don't want to be petty and pedantic. But these are two Jedi. You can't really run from the Jedi on Coruscant.
Dude, what fucking propaganda about the Jedi are you inhaling? What the fuck? Jedi are... What? Didn't he just say before that the Jedi aren't exactly the good guys? Like, he sounds like a Jedi cultist. Jedi aren't the answer to everything.
It makes sense that Zam is going in there to hide and...
Zam! Do they tell you that thing's name that isn't in the credits?
possibly set up an ambush, which is what she's doing. It turns out she doesn't have friends or a crew or angry bodyguards to help her, which sucks for her, but it's not nonsensical for that to be the case, especially considering who Jango Fett is in this movie.
Who is he?
He isn't from Coruscant. He doesn't spend a lot of time here. I imagine a lot of bounty hunters don't, because this is the capital of the...
Using that imagination, that imagination kind of falls under the probably category.
The Republic. They probably don't want to cross paths
ding
with Jedi ever. And this is probably the worst
probably ding. Shit, we should have had a probably counter.
Place in the galaxy to do their job.
But when Anakin tells him it's a shapeshifter, Obi-Wan knows to be extra careful.
In that case, be extra careful.
As if they were only being sort of careful before.
Of course, he almost likes this criticism. Plinkett said maybe 5 times maybe is the relative of probably.
Okay, I know I just kind of did it, but this is a really pedantic point. The point Obi-Wan is making is if the target can change
Podant.
Their face, they could be anyone inside this bar.
Yes.
So don't trust anyone and be extra careful about where you are and where your blind spots are. That's a totally reasonable thing to say.
So they go in there and they look around, and then the assassin...
But they are Jedi after all, so shouldn't they know? I mean, they're Jedi. You said it yourself. Jedi. I'll say it again. Jedi. And no death sticks, Anakin. Wasn't his point earlier that the whole trilogy is about the flaws of the Jedi, except when they are perfect, all-knowing beings, apparently? Probably.
Does something out of character.
We don't have nearly enough established character on Zam to know if anything...
Dude, you have Zam's name. I don't think we have that established at all, unless you're reading the credits. Please stop calling the unestablished character Zam, please. Thank you.
She does is or is not out of character. She's been in the movie for about 40 seconds.
Oh, wow. Can we use this logic for going back into episode 1 for characters that weren't on screen very long? Joey, I hope you're doing well.
So far.
He attempts to kill one of the Jedi. This guy's mission was to kill Padme. If he's in a position to where he could sneak up on a Jedi, then why isn't he using this opportunity to escape? Especially when he's not sure where the other Jedi is.
Because escaping 2 Jedi on Coruscant is really fucking hard.
How do you know that?
As previously demonstrated.
Where? Who?
These are like amateur mistakes.
What if Zam is an amateur?
So you would trust an amateur to commit an assassination of a senator? Like, what are you talking about?
How would you know? She just tried to run, and Jedi literally dropped out of the fucking sky onto her speeder. She's probably scared shitless at this point.
So Obi-Wan brutally cuts his arm off in a scene that's supposed to mirror the original Star Wars cantina scene, I guess.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Yeah, it does.
Was that criticism? I'm actually confused, guys. What was the point of him saying that and then cutting to the blob?
He's probably setting up a joke. It's a contrivance for the satirical narrative.
Oh, hey, what's up? Listen, I can't really talk right now. I'm right in the middle of doing my new Star Wars review. We could talk... Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
So it was a setup for a joke.
So then Anakin acts like some kind of undercover thug cop.
Jedi business. Go back to your drinks.
Oh, Jedi business. I used to hate it when my parents would tell me that they were doing Jedi business.
Why aren't you? Tell us.
Tell us now!
Undercover? He's literally wearing Jedi robes. He announces he's a Jedi. No one is undercover.
He's wearing the wrong uniform. Obi-Wan's wearing the home kit, and Anakin's wearing the away kit.
Here, you did the same thing in the last series too. He's actively portraying himself as a Jedi. Where did you get this?
Oh, why are they wearing different outfits?
Stupid ass idea.
Is the black gear the in training? Is that like the reflective stuff that school crossers are supposed to wear?
from?
I thought Jedi were like peaceful guardians of the Republic, not Serpico.
What are these points? A guardian can defend themselves. Yeah, your dizzying point is main. How do you get all of this stuff without having a copyright issue?
Well, I guess when the guy who's training you says this,
This weapon is your life.
then you kind of have a distorted view of things.
He's a knight. Knights use a weapon.
Is he officially a knight, though? I think that's part of the problem, is that he isn't a knight.
What do you mean a distorted view of things?
What was it that Yoda once said?
Force not make one great.
This weapon is your life.
But now a weapon is your whole life?
You understand, he's in the process of training Luke to kill Darth Vader right now.
And what is Anakin in the process of?
This scene. He's training him to be an assassin, to use the Force to kill someone.
But not Anakin.
Right?
In fact, Yoda never even trained Luke with the lightsaber.
But Obi-Wan did, and he's a Jedi too.
Seemed like all the other stuff was more important.
Literally, no. Yoda focused on the Force, and Luke's skills controlling it and himself. Obi-Wan focused on the practical application of his skills in the moment.
I don't think Luke used a fucking lightsaber to blow up the Death Star. Or maybe Yoda just learned his lesson by the time Empire came out and realized war is actually bad. Yeah, he lost all of the other Jedi. That was the lesson. Oh yeah, 99.9% of the other Jedi died because of war. Maybe we should not have it so important. Everyone knows they are Jedi because of the outfit. You know, the same shit Obi-Wan used to hide out in New Hope.
I guess I just don't understand.
Oh, I know, but for some reason that didn't stop you.
This is a bunch of schlock.
How can you have these two statements back to back in a script?
I guess I just don't understand. This is a bunch of schlock.
Why'd you play it slower?
So then the assassin with perfect assassination skills.
Perfect. He has the perfect...
Oh, this is a new animated thing we're looking at now?
Assassination skill.
I don't know what my emotion is supposed to be by that Ghibli character that I really should have experience with.
Takes out the other assassin when he should have just killed Amidala himself.
Why are you assuming that's his goal?
Hey guys, there's the bounty.
Because he delivered the thing that was meant to kill Amidala. That's the goal, no?
Are responsible for everything. Yup, he's flying away in a jetpack, probably with a limited range.
That's all he needs in this situation. How are they gonna fly after him? Their speeder is on the other side of the bar. Should they just wish one into existence? They have nothing to chase him with.
But 5 minutes ago, because Zam was getting away, and they had to drop a couple of floors onto the speeder, like that was okay? That distance was okay to cover?
Hey, remember when you guys were somehow able to chase after and locate one speeder among millions?
They literally never lost sight of it, except here, and even then Anakin did Jedi stuff and knew a path to cut it off before it got where it was.
That's Jedi stuff, huh? Knowing the exact path to jump an Empire State Building down?
Going.
How about you run back to your speeder and chase after this guy now?
What if they tried that? We have a hard cut to the next day right after this scene. Maybe...
Look, they were really tuckered out after that chasing.
They tried and failed and got nowhere, and since there was nothing to show us of any interest...
Circular room. Daytime.
Maybe they just moved on to the next part of the investigation. We don't know. It's not in the film. Don't assume information you don't have.
Heed your own advice. A film should tell you what you need to know. No?
Sure, he's not going to get too far in a rocket pack.
You see all those speeders and ships right behind him? He could disappear in seconds and be off the planet in the time it takes to get to their speeder.
But they are Jedi who know how to locate things with their Jedi skills. You said it earlier. If it's just so easy for a Jedi to keep track of something, why not this person?
Zam couldn't because they were tracking and pursuing her.
How were they tracking?
The Jedi can't really track and pursue Jango from this position.
What is the science behind their tracking capabilities? How do you know the exact angles in which, the angles and scope in which Jedi tracking can be effective?
I bet you're tired, though. I'd be tired, too. I get tired just walking out to my shed sometimes.
This is the end of the review, but there's still a skit, and as is tradition, I'm keeping everything. Sorry you have to sit through this.
So how you doing? Those things?
I'm fine. I miss my baby.
Baby? Well, you know, it's been like 3 days now, right? I'm afraid your baby's with the angels.
Dark.
If you would have killed me, you would have done it by now. Just let me go, please.
Kill you? I ain't gonna kill you. I brought you up here for a reason.
What? Oh, mister, please just let me go. I promise I won't tell the cops.
This is dark. Jesus Christ. Oh, cinema
My
scenes.
pizza rolls is done. You want some pizza rolls?
No, thanks.
Are you sure? They're really good pizza rolls. They're hot and pizza.
Is there bad pizza rolls?
Tasty.
In fact, it's all I really eat. You should really try to have some pizza. Oh, fuck me.
Get back
here.
Hey, Plinkett's the villain.
Fuck, this sucked. I had to watch this video at least 10 times to make this, and there's like one substantive thing in the whole video. It's 31 minutes long. How? Seriously, Plinkett.
You've got to do better.
I'll see you in the next one.
But how much substance was in your... If you watched it multiple times and just came up with a bunch of probablys and 2.5 yeah but sequel, how much better is this? Objectively speaking. Are the Jedi Council sitting on beanbags? Who's to say? The Force did want them to locate Zam, though? The Force did. All right. You know what? I don't know much about the Force. My midi-chlorian count is pretty low, so, things above my head. The Force didn't want them to locate Jango, obviously. Well, obvious to you, I haven't had my midi-chlorian count checked on recently, but it's been low. I normally have to take performance enhancement drugs to get my midi-chlorians up. All right, to part 2.
Quick update. Moved again. Got busy. Started working on a big project.
Oh, yeah, so these are like months apart.
Got 80% done with it, then scrapped it because I wasn't happy with it.
I can relate.
Redrafting and starting over. Decided a year with no video
9 months.
Again was bad, so I made this. Sorry I was going for so long. Sorry. I'm sorry. My bad.
See, in the end, the content creation game, I have empathy.
Part 2. Tell me you love me.
For fuck's sake!
So this assassination attempt leads us to the completely and
What the fuck was that? That fucking hurt. Yeah, another person who knows the struggle. I guess the Force must have something against Alderaan. I'm very proud of this person on doing their intro video without using a single anime clip this time. We are making progress. Yeah, listen, I can only imagine being months, perhaps years separated from stuff. And there's stuff that I've done 2 weeks ago that I really don't like that it exists. So I can't imagine. There's probably stuff that this guy put out there that he feels differently about, even by this video, the 9-month separation. It's hard. It's hard having an opinion out there that's just recorded. And, you know, your opinion can take different turns and go on a different journey. And, you know, that piece of footage is stuck there. Like when I do ranking videos and when I'm editing, I'm like, this is not what I feel right now, just 2 days later. That's why I'm lucky to have the debrief. Even then, 2 days after that, well, never mind.
Really implausible and stupid plot of the movie.
Oh, good. We're starting.
He's getting better microphone. My next suggestion, not that he's watching this or whatever, but your audio levels seem to be improving. The microphone or whatever it is you're recording your voice with. Now, get some balance in the audio levels. I would suggest if you're using Adobe, go to your audio effects and use a hard limiter. And maybe -3 hertz, megahertz, gigahertz, hedrahertz. Well, anyway, -3. This way, anything that goes too high, that doesn't have the same input as your original file, it will kind of cap. Everything that you have will cap at a certain moment. There's stuff that I've learned the hard way to someone who put up a video 2 years ago.
Starting off strong with an assertion that he will definitely prove, because he's really good at that.
New
and
memes.
He's done it before, at least once.
Old memes.
Somewhere.
That Anakin must take Padme to her homeworld in order to protect her.
This is the utterly implausible and stupid plot. Palpatine asks Obi-Wan to protect Padme because he knows Anakin is close to her and wants to use her to emotionally compromise him because he's grooming Anakin. And the Jedi agree because why wouldn't they agree to that?
Sir,
but they're the Jedi. I thought the Jedi were infallible.
Seriously, it's so dumb it's like some kind of romance novel.
Oh, we're getting to this part.
Novel or something, or like a late night Cinemax sex movie.
He said the sex word.
For one, Obi-Wan knows that Anakin's kind of crazy in love with her, so you'd think he'd suggest that they send Padme off with the guy that looks like a squid.
Do you possess the ability to listen? Here.
Master Jedi, may I suggest the senator be placed under the protection?
Do you understand that, like, there are contrivances more so in comedy than anything where you have to kind of make something work to get to the punchline? Like, he's the squid thing is the minor joke that he's making.
Of your graces.
You really think that's a wise decision under these stressful times?
Chancellor, if I may comment, I do not believe
Is that Rose Byrne directly behind her? I think it is.
Situation is that serious.
How the fuck did I never... I don't know. I didn't look at the credits, so... Although I did know that Keira Knightley was the other Queen Amidala in the first one, so it's bad on my part.
No, but I do, Senator.
Fuck. She doesn't want protection. She is resistant to the idea.
Yeah, I think that is Rose Byrne directly to the right there. See, now that I know who she is, I'm noticing her more and more.
Obi-Wan is her friend. She's more comfortable with that. It's proposed as a compromise. She doesn't know Kit. Shut up! Obi-Wan is aware of Anakin's feelings, but that's normal for people of Anakin's age. This is as much a...
Is it normal for people of Anakin's age in this galaxy far, far away? What if the midi-chlorine count affects your testosterone count? Do we know that? Probably. Or probably not.
Test as it is an assignment.
You know, that guy. And they don't call him Kit.
I just looked it up, and yes, that is Rose Byrne. That's crazy. I never noticed her in this movie before. Yeah, he had the credits up before, and I was like, wait. Never mind whatever the hell you're saying. I know that name.
Fisto, because he's into chicks, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because he fists kids, get it?
So then the...
What?
Jedi Council...
What? He's got a testosterone count over 20,000. It's higher than Master Yoda.
For no logical reason at all other than to maintain the plot, they think Anakin's ready and that he should go with Padme.
I'm begging you, the viewer, the audience member, to listen and pay attention to the movie. The logical reason...
So if we're supposed to pay attention to the movie, what are we watching any of this shit for then? Like, I to be honest, I agree with this. If you want to discuss a movie or experience a movie, just experience the movie. I agree. I agree with fire streaky eyes person. Yes, above all else, experience it for yourself first.
This is their decision, is that Obi-Wan is pursuing a lead on the assassin. Until they're captured, Padme is still in danger.
Track down this bounty hunter, you must, Obi-Wan.
Is this the
important? Find out who he's working for.
Is that before or after the scene that Zaz or whatever the fuck? I don't remember what.
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
You should definitely You should definitely send the not fully trained, horned up virgin on your most important mission to stick next to Natalie Portman 24/7. And Rose Byrne apparently too.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
Yeah, handle it.
She has refused other protection, so Anakin will have to do it. This all follows from A to B really easily. It's essentially what you would expect to happen in this situation.
Who would expect? Where? When?
The Council is currently unaware of Anakin's feelings. You can make the argument...
But they're Jedi. I thought Jedi have mind radar.
...that maybe they shouldn't be unaware, but that's a different conversation.
Okay, so what if that is the argument? What if the problem is they shouldn't be, they should be aware? Mind radar.
And it's complicated.
Oh. I'm all ears for complicated.
Escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo. She'll be safer there.
Okay, you played this scene, okay, and that's where you cut it. I just want to make a note that that's where you decided to cut this scene, because you're going to say something fucking stupid later.
Noted. The Force didn't want them to have mind radar this time. His answer for like the first hour was Jedi, but Jedi. But Jedi, though.
And I'm going to play this, and I want you to remember you did that.
Two young star-crossed lovers should go on this romantic getaway, when romance and love is forbidden and leads to the dark side.
They don't know about Anakin's feelings. Romance and love are not forbidden. It's never been suggested that they're forbidden. Attachment is forbidden. The movie. The information in the movie. It's right there. Watch it.
Oh wait, I guess Palpatine was the guy that initially suggested the idea, so he might have been like using a trick on him or something.
Yes! There we go. See, that's what happens when you connect one scene to another scene.
You watch this 10 times and know that he was giving the right answer, but continued to interrupt? even though you know where it was going?
It starts to make a lot more sense.
You know, his grand plan was...
It's complicated. Is logic to apply in a devoid David Lynch movie, not Star Wars. Yes, I agree.
To cloud all their judgment.
And again, if you're going to vehemently defend aspects of the prequels and complication and you know, big thoughts, heady thoughts, I'd like to hear certain issues with certain points of the sequel, certain points of the television series. I'm not trying to say that they're all the same, but some complaints, like if that's okay to you, if complicated is okay to you, then like some of the main complaints against other things that are popular to have an issue with should be defended by that same logic, is all.
And tricked them into letting Anakin go with her.
No.
Because he knew he was going to fall in love.
No, stop. What are you doing?
Get Padme pregnant, then have premonitions of future pregnancy complications resulting in her death, so that Palpatine could tell Anakin that he can use the dark side to save her, so that Anakin could become Darth Vader and help Palpatine rule the Empire.
He doesn't need to know exactly how Anakin's future will play out.
But doesn't the third movie imply that he does? But he does? Because he uses mind radar? Sith version? He's got that update.
He just needs to know Anakin has an attachment that can be potentially exploited.
How does he know that?
Which he does. So he would try to...
How does he know that? Does Sith mind radar supersede Jedi mind radar?
Encourage that attachment subtly. Which he does. So it can be exploited in the future. Which is what happens. It's not like
He's got some super string pulling capability.
Palpatine scripted their relationship. He just wanted to use the situation to his advantage. Because he's grooming Anakin. Because he knows he's strong with the Force.
You think if this guy could see how far into the future...
Where do you even come up with this shit?
You just picked a lot of those numbers. Maybe that's how I paid for the clone.
I was taking a drink.
Well, wait. If that were the case, fuck it. Hey, anybody want to help me milk my cat? It's time to make breakfast.
I kind of feel like that was going somewhere, but I have no idea where.
The implication is it's way too convoluted, and trust me, bro, is the essence of what they're trying to tell you. Sith mind radar superior to Jedi mind radar. I think that's implied. I think we all know.
Finish your
probably.
Thoughts, Plinkett. I'm confused.
So this movie operates under the logic that assassinations only take place at night.
There was no danger at all.
Touché.
Because Padme is packing her things right next to a bunch of...
Why does he say Padme?
Open windows in broad fucking daylight.
With a Jedi standing next to her.
Oh, here we go. Back to the Jedi being just top tier.
Is that important or not?
Then there's even robots floating outside the window, and Anakin doesn't even seem to notice this. And the last assassination attempt was...
Maybe it was just like TMZ for... I mean, because she's popular, so it's probably just like space TMZ is all.
Was by a robot at the window.
These robots are fixing the window.
If that's true, it's worse.
He can see them fixing the window.
Where?
He can sense murderous intent and danger. What is the problem here?
If you can sense murderous intent and danger, why are they so bad at their jobs?
Fucking Helen Keller could assassinate her at this point.
How? Elaborate.
Eventually they go back to Naboo, and we kind of forgot about the silly assassination thing.
No. That's why they're on Naboo. That's the point of them being there.
And apparently they do too, because they make absolutely no effort to conceal themselves in any way.
Be safe, my lady.
Thank you, Captain. Take good care of Dorme. The threat's on you two now.
He'll be safe with me.
You see her? That's a body double. Because she's going into hiding. So they use a double.
But
I'll be fine. It's not me, my lady. I worry about you.
gee, I haven't watched this movie enough because that's Rose Byrne. Can you see how much I just glaze over when I watch this movie? I don't know if I would have noticed that without being told the name first, but the more I look at it, it's like, oh yeah.
What if they realize you've left the capital?
And just before that...
Anakin, escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo. She'll be safer there. And don't use registered transport. Travel as refugees.
This is the scene that you cut before that I told you not to forget about because...
I told you 15 years ago when you recorded this that 15 years from then that I would be telling you to not leave that out.
We're going to come back to it. Stop manipulating the movie to make your point when it disproves the...
Contrivance. If you're going to give a summary of a movie or a critique of a movie, especially if you're a fictional character, you're going to have to leave things out. You're going to have to dilute some of it to get the point across. Instead of using 8 hours to give a criticism over a 2-hour movie, some people prefer you to give us a criticism in a diluted form, where you, instead of taking the entire 2 hours to watch the movie, you give us a summary sometimes in less than a quarter of the time it takes to watch the movie. Because, you know, instead of taking 4 to 10 times the amount of the watch time of the thing, you just go watch it yourself and come to your own conclusion.
The point you're going to make in 10 seconds.
People prefer that from criticism.
What are you even supposed to say?
Might as well paint a target on her face.
No one knows where she is.
But, well, then why use a body double at all then? If no one's going to know, what are you crossing... I don't remember. See, this is a movie I have the least experience with. When they exchange Rose Byrne, are they in Naboo yet?
They're on a remote island, and Anakin is a Jedi. A very good Jedi, from what we're shown.
So a very good Jedi can detect if there's going to be an attempt. So all you need is a Jedi around at all times to like, why even have body doubles if you can just have a trusty Jedi by your side?
You know, if she's so safe on Naboo, then
I've worked my brain into a genuine pretzel. Again, this is where the Phantom Menace and N3, I've seen quite a bit that I can go on visual memory. This one I've seen like the least. He's not a good Jedi, or else there wouldn't be a movie, right? And again, all fiction is contrivance, and this is where these words, these buzzwords, these contrivance, objective criticism, like these words are like just meant to seem mathematical about things, but you need contrivances, you need conflict for a story to be engaging. And it's like, that's fine. As someone who experiences hundreds of movies a year, like, yeah, you have to like, oh, this wouldn't work. Well, yeah, of course not, because it wouldn't be a movie then. Like, there's got to be a level where you're willing to put up with a certain amount of contrivance, because all movies, unless they're nonfiction, have contrivance. No, they are not. Still on Coruscant. Yeah, I'm like thoroughly confused. And getting two split definitions on something. Like, I'm getting something presented in jest, and then like this counter that's like not taking some of the jokes and like really trying hard to sell you on something that he himself has said that, you know, kind of realizes it's not great. So I probably should have just watched the movie. I don't know if you guys would have stuck around for me just watching the movie and talking through it, but for my own sanity, I probably should have done that.
Why didn't Anakin just drop her off and come back?
Is she horribly unguarded or terribly overguarded at this point? She can't be both. What are the rules?
Is she either?
I think it's pretty naive to assume that whoever this assassin is couldn't figure out that they went back to Naboo after he sees that Jar Jar Binks has replaced Amidala in the Senate.
What if they realize you've left the capital?
Okay, Plinkett. Have you seen a planet before? Do you know how big a planet is? It's big. The assassin is looking for one person on this planet. And the only people that know where she is are the queen of the planet, the governor, and their personal assistants. I think letting these handmaidens know is probably not ideal.
What about the Jedi?
But they've been shown to be fiercely loyal before, so I would assume they have a certain level of trust from these officials.
Then he could just find them and take his time and shoot her when they're, say, sitting in an open field.
Uh-huh. Just find them, guys. Yeah, it's really easy. They went somewhere remote and private, only like 8 people know about. Just dig that info up real quick while your primary assailant is dead and their partner is being hunted across the...
So, you know that Master Sith's super brain force is behind all of this. So, considering he uses like Jedi Plus for his radar, don't you think he would just use that to detect them then? Like, I don't have much investment in either of this, but the rather large overreach in the other direction, it seems just pedantic.
Galaxy by a Jedi. Just find them. It's easy.
But I digress.
You could stop at any time.
Yeah, but like you do recognize that this is done for a joke, right? The scope on the screen, like, oh, you're hiding, but you're also in the middle of a field. Like, that's a joke. It's a visual joke.
This is really about love, right?
Not really. I mean, sort of. Their initial attachment is supposed to be sort of...
What do you see when you look at this image? Is this a bodyguard and a senator? Is that what you see from this image? Stop it. I always go on picnics like this with someone I'm guarding.
Shallow and ominous. It's more about giving in to your desires and how that can be destructive.
That's probably this scene here. Darkly lit and a little BDSM looking.
Love is the pretext by which passion is allowed priority over duty.
Ooh, pretext for passion over duty. Nice. It's absolutely killing me how much this person doesn't realize the Plinkett is a character. It's like being pissed at Elvira for making a snarky remark at one of your favorite horror movies. Thank you. I don't have a meme to play the fucking thank you. Oh wait, that's from The Office, isn't it? Where he just bangs the table and says thank you. Yes. It's why, like, a lot of people that quote the Plinkett reviews or speak about them is because it's entertaining. There are valid criticisms in there, yes, but also it's funny. It's a character. Like, there are plenty of people who have talked about it, but, you know, Chris Stuckman brings up the same arguments for the most part that Plinkett does, but most people would rather watch the Plinkett video because it's a piece of art itself. Tard's cleavage.
And if love is forbidden, then we're supposed to instantly care about it, right?
I hate these types of sentences. What does he mean when he says care about it? We as the audience know what these two are doing is going to be abused, and
what do you mean?
Eventually destroy them both. I personally...
But if you're watching this in 2002, you don't necessarily know what's happening. I'm with Joey. It would almost have been better if he had taken a compilation of complaints against the prequels and then comprehensively broke down why they were invalid. I agree also. I third that. Instead of, like, countering and competing with a satirical take that I think the main issue this person has is that so many people quote and reference the Plinkett videos when talking about issues with the prequels. Like that's fine, but why not argue with stuff that you view as valid criticism and not like get into the weeds with stuff that's like clearly being set up for like a joke. Like I would go out on a limb and say half of this is contrived for the sake of being humorous. Like that's part of the problem. Like most great videos on YouTube, there's something else to them other than the tangible facts to them. Like there's entertainment, there's charisma, these things that not everyone has.
Care because I know how hard it is to resist the temptation of someone you're passionate about.
Whoa. Icy here has been training to be a Jedi, it sounds like.
How difficult this must be for the both of them, and the implications it will have on the galaxy and the Republic as a whole.
Man, since you know what it's like to have these issues, wouldn't you feel better if someone were able to visually present those feelings via cinematography?
Do I care about the minutiae of their interpersonal lives? Not really, except when it's relevant to their stories.
What is and isn't relevant to their stories? What minutia is relevant and what minutia isn't? How do you spell minutia?
I'm not really invested in if the relationship will work out like a cheap romance story because, well...
But they're going to have Luke and Leia.
We know already it doesn't.
Boo. If you know, why do you care to watch?
The question doesn't lend itself to an easy answer. So obviously he's going to give a stupid easy answer.
Well, no, not at all. Just because you throw obstacles in the way of a romance doesn't mean that we'll care about it.
Hey, I just wanted you to know that you can't just say the word
don't care
and expect anything to happen. I didn't say it, I declared it. Still.
But instead...
Oh, is that the bankruptcy thing? Like, I see you trying to be humorous, but don't care. Oh, is this part of the subjective thing again? Because caring is a subjective thought? Is that what the complaint is?
We have to endure this completely implausible premise. It don't make no sense.
Yeah, look, this is a guard and a senator. Always happens. Tale as old as time.
It does. I'm not explaining this again. I don't have to, and you can't make me. You didn't prove this, Plinkett. You need to prove things before asserting them.
I don't think Plinkett or Red Letter Media had ever claimed to prove things.
Throughout the film, they're put in these very extreme settings because they're in hiding.
Literally, yes, that's the context. Why are there question marks at the bottom of the screen? They're in hiding. That's what they are doing.
If you're in hiding, why would you sit in the middle of an open field? That's the premise of what his problem is.
Now, I'm the last person in the world who you'd call an expert on love, considering that most of my relationships seem to end up inside several different trash bags. But I think I might actually...
Yeah, just don't have anything to say for that.
I understand is a little more than George Lucas.
He's gonna give advice on women. It's wonderful. Do not take advice about women from people on the internet. Except me. I'm great. I'm the...
He's not really a person on the internet. Like, you tried doing a thing, and it's not really a thing. Look, something had to sell the romance. The actors weren't, so the music and the settings had to. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I would want someone to not need the noise and the bells, but yeah. No arguing with John Williams. It's fantastic stuff.
Only one that gets it.
To him, love seems to be only something from like Romeo and Juliet.
Why do you assume that's all it is?
What do you know that he doesn't?
Why couldn't you just assume that it's just these two characters that are sort of emulating that abused and trampled word?
So, because we know that the creator of this series has borrowed quite a bit from the past. Like a lot of his movies, even the wholly original trilogy, are homaging and tributing other movies. Like the very look of C-3PO is a tribute to Metropolis. A lot of the shots are borrowed Kurosawa shots. Like he's all but told you that he kind of copies off the other tests.
Incoming trope of star-crossed lovers.
See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
Something like an alien or a robot would view human love as.
I feel like it's important to point out that Romeo and Juliet is one of the best tragic love stories of all time. You know that, right? It's been in English curriculum for centuries. I mean, it's mostly misunderstood today. It's sort of a dramatic caricature of the over-embellished and hot-headed nature of young love. But it's still an incredibly well-told story that draws you into its characters.
Yes. Are you saying that Anakin and Padme are quite match that level of a love story?
Like a guy who hopelessly pursues a woman by saying cliched love dialogue.
You are in my very soul, tormenting me.
Yeah, Anakin is awkward. He doesn't quite know how to express himself to women. And Padme is hot. Have you ever tried talking to an attractive woman and literally felt your brain melt out of your ears?
Oh, we have some real talk here.
As you fumble it like a Monday night running back? That's part of his
Oh, hey, new clips.
Character.
Than a woman who...
But his midi-chlorian count, shouldn't he be able to like read her mind and figure out exactly what to say? Or his low T count, or his high T count is like causing a disturbance in his head radar.
Blushes and smiles, but insists they can't be together because of whatever convenient social implications prevent them from it.
I'm a senator.
You have talked to women before, right, Mike? Not Plinkett, Mike. This is a genuine question.
But yeah, he's writing a character. Mike is writing a character.
Women do this. They like to do this. It's a cliche for a reason. They make you chase them.
So why don't a hell of a lot more women like this movie then? If this is so similar to how they do things, shouldn't this be competing with things like Twilight for women's attention?
I want you to convince them out of their convenient excuses. It makes them feel desired. They like to be pursued. Not all women. Shut up.
And a Montague.
Neither fair maid, if either thee dislike.
And the place death, considering who thou art.
Seriously, I am defending the movie here, but comparing it to Romeo and Juliet makes it seem far better than it actually is.
How?
Why are you pretending Romeo and Juliet is bad?
That's not what he's saying. He's saying that this is trying to be like it, but it's a poor copy.
This is movie romance at its most superficial and one-dimensional.
Superficial, one-dimensional. That's what he's saying.
Did you ever consider, maybe there's a reason for that, beyond George Lucas doesn't understand women? Maybe there's a reason.
I don't think he doesn't understand women so much as he doesn't understand romance. Did he just write off every woman in the world as the same? Possibly.
The reason this romance seems superficial. I don't agree with it being one-dimensional. There's a decent amount of depth to it, but it is...
Show your work.
It is far from perfect. There is a point to it being superficial, though. That
existing or occurring at or on the surface. Clarified. Oh no, highlighting. Appearing to be true or real only until examined more closely, or existing on the surface. The resemblance between the breeds is superficial. Hurry, everyone, get your pencils and notepads. The guy who doesn't understand humor is giving out relationship advice.
That part is important to the story.
Two attractive people in beautiful locations. They must be in love.
Importantly, and
the dude sounds like that kid in class who learned what a metaphor is for the first time and wouldn't shut the fuck up about it.
Anakin has been in love with her since he was 9.
Love? Do we know he was in love when he was 9? He asked if she was an angel. I think that's the only exchange they had.
Represents all the beauty and freedom the galaxy holds to him.
All of it?
She was instrumental in freeing him from his life on Tatooine.
Instrumental? She had dinner with him while the crazy lunatic wanted to gamble for him did so, but I don't know, instrumental? That word's doing a lot of work for you. To be fair, I do think George Lucas made their romance intentionally awkward and uncomfortable in this movie. I just think it might have been the wrong creative choice for mass audiences. Yeah, there's a way to do what he was trying to do. I think I don't know what the better way to do it is. I don't know if you have Anakin as a child in the first one, if maybe you make him a young teen and Padme an old teen or like, 20 or something like that, and have that journey be a bit fuzzier to where you really feel the betrayal that he has trying to, like, another Natalie Portman movie that shows multiple angles of just the highs and lows of romance and lust and things like that. Closer, a movie from 2004, 2005. You have a wide spectrum of two couples of two people, totaling 4 people. And that you experience a multitude of emotions and feelings. I don't know if you can go to that length in Star Wars, but knowing that Natalie Portman has, perhaps of all the prequel actors, maybe not Ewan McGregor, but Natalie Portman has been in stuff where she's kind of displayed her ability to cover multiple emotions well. That is a good movie to see that she would have been able to handle the differences in what you could have done in 3 movies, trying to get different elements of a love story, bliss, turmoil, betrayal. I don't know how integral the Anakin Padme relationship would have been if you're focusing more on the ups and downs of their relationship. But I understand what he was trying to do, but it's a bit of a miss for me. And yeah, I agree. Mass audiences, I think he tried to dumb it down. It's a shame. It would have been interesting to see what he would have done if he made these movies after Twilight had came out, because that was the modern, the new twist on things. Because Twilight, it led to a lot of, Twilight literally led to 50 Shades of Grey. So if he could have figured out a way to tap into the Twilight thing between Twilight and 50 Shades, Anakin being the vampire that also sparkles, and Padme being the clumsy girl from Forks. He could have learned something from that. Just the timing's off. Again, this is the movie I've seen the least, so.
He helped save their planet from the Trade Federation invasion. He
helped save her planet.
He gave her the charm and called her an angel, saved her from assassination centipedes, vowed to protect her and help her find her assassin against his master's orders. They've known each other for years, and now they're given their first...
Known each other? They hung out for a couple of days 9 years ago and are now reunited.
Chance to be alone and away from their respective responsibilities. But yeah, besides that, just two attractive people in a beautiful place, I guess.
I did enjoy, however, watching the actors squirm and BS their way through interviews when asked to describe the romance.
Has anyone seen George Lucas? It's clear why he couldn't write love scenes. Hey, listen, give his wife credit. She's as integral into the Star Wars movies being a success. She was an editor. So, like it or not, she was a big part of Star Wars being what it is.
Plot.
Which is why I think she got half. She got half in a divorce.
You should not do this. You know you shouldn't do it. Stop before you embarrass yourself again.
You might call the acting in episode 2 bad?
Sometimes it is, yeah. It's one of my biggest criticisms.
So sometimes it's just a yes. It's a yes. It's bad.
Criticisms of the movie. Shoot things more than once, George. Stop being lazy.
But watch, these people are pros.
Wait, you think that these are one takes? You think that this is a one and done? You wrote a great brother-sister love story in the original.
The whole acting thing.
She really struggles with sort of the career versus romance issue.
So this interview, as far as I can tell, doesn't exist. I cannot find it. If
Are you saying that this is AI?
Anyone can link me the whole thing, that would be excellent. But I did find a cut-up version of it. Listen.
Padme is a very strong-willed person. You know, he's not so much attracted to the power that she holds in her political arenas, but rather the power and strength that she holds within herself.
He allows her to be a little less serious about herself and laugh a little. And
how do you get away with using these clips with the fucking audio?
You know, fall in love.
Manipulating footage is bad practice because it's essentially lying by omission.
You didn't play the clip where she says the balance of love versus business or whatever. Like, you're manipulating footage too.
So of course it's the staple of these reviews. Fuck off, Mike.
So it's also a satire first. Satire first. Not nonfiction.
See, the thing is that both characters have no reason at all to love each other, other than the fact that they are simply physically attracted to each other.
Anakin has been in love with her since he was 9. She represents all the beauty and freedom.
What is love? What is in love to a 9-year-old? What type of in love does a 9-year-old experience?
Galaxy holds to him. She was instrumental in freeing him from his life on Tatooine. He helped save their planet.
So you're just gonna play the entire
from the Trade Federation invasion. He gave her the charm and called her an angel. Saved her from assassination.
Yes.
Centipedes, vowed to protect her and help her.
So instead of making the story about them just fucking like wild rabbits.
Right. These are kids' movies.
Oh wow, we have a black and white version of the thing that he used earlier.
Though, but there should be a bunch of porn in the middle. Why do you keep implying Star Wars should be
You used the word porn. He didn't use the word porn.
Porno.
They imply some kind of deeper emotional connection that has never been established.
No, just because you said it doesn't mean it was established. It was established in the narrative of this video, yes, but your deceptive editing presents it as if because you said it, it's there, which isn't the case.
All the beauty and freedom the galaxy holds to him. She was instrumental in freeing him from his life on Tatooine. He helped save the planet from the Trade Federation invasion. He gave her the charm and called her an angel. Saved her from assassination centipedes. Vowed to protect her and help her find her assassin against his master's orders. They've known each other for years, and now they're given their first chance to be alone and away from their respective responsibilities.
Because they don't know each other.
Did you forget episode 1? It's one of the Star Wars movies.
Did you? Do you find it normal for a 9-year-old to be lusting after anything?
It's relevant. Also, how long have they been traveling from Coruscant to Naboo? You pull out that in-universe Star Wars watch again from the Phantom Menace critique? If you want to make the point that travel times are too vague in the prequels, that's fine. The travel time from Tatooine to Alderaan gives weight to the galaxy in the OT, and it's an important part to making the universe feel as large as it is. But time is implied to have passed. People can develop feelings, sometimes intense feelings.
You can imply the passage of time, but feelings, as far as a film is concerned, you want to show that they're growing. You don't want to imply the passage of feelings.
Pretty fucking quickly. A few days of traveling together is more than enough to start a romantic interest.
Yeah, if you're doing the before trilogy, maybe.
It's what they call a contradiction.
Why?
So a bunch of nerds will argue that it's the will of the Force that they be together.
Fucking no. It's almost exactly the opposite. It's their will.
But that's just an excuse for sloppy, shitty writing.
You have to prove that.
So do you.
This is also yet another example of how these characters are always written backwards in the Star Wars prequels.
It is? How?
See, Padme has no reason.
I love that he says how, and then the sentence picks up with him explaining how.
Reason to not want to be in a relationship.
He's a Jedi. Jedi.
Are Jedi like the Instagram models of this galaxy? So Jedi are just these things that you cannot I don't know what this says. What so Jedi are just like pussy magnets? Is that what we're trying to say here?
Don't leave that part out.
She's not the
What are you trying to imply with Jedi? Like, Jedi, Jedi. Have you seen them on the beach?
Queen anymore. She's just a senator.
Just a senator. Just. She's actively being hunted by assassins.
Senator. Yes, but they can't talk to girl. Yeah, well, the forbidden fruit. Jedi. I guess I'm getting converted to this Jedi being this piece of ass that everyone wants.
And she's forming a romantic attachment to one of the few people in the galaxy forbidden from forming attachments.
One of.
Do you have any idea how difficult maintaining that kind of relationship would be? Do you even care to ask that question?
She should be on the prowl for some action on the side. Edward style, baby.
He is not a sex toy to her.
But you just made Jedi sound like the most fucking... I still don't know how to process Jedi. He's a Jedi. Like, hello.
His feelings are obviously much deeper than a one-night stand to release some frustration. And she cares about him as a person. Why would she destroy him like that?
She's not He's not saying that. Wait, what? He's not saying that she would destroy him. That she should have some action on the side regardless. What the fuck is happening here? What the fuck is going on?
And Anakin should be trying to keep his composure and stick with.
A guy obsessed with anime is going to tell me about romance. She's not going to ruin it all on a one-night stand. What the fuck? How much extra headcanon are you putting into this?
What he had just been taught for the last 10 years.
His entire character up to this point in the film has been resisting his training and acting impulsively. Now he should not be impulsive and remember his training when he desperately does not want to. You're a genius, Plinkett. That would be impeccably consistent with the first part of the film.
Maybe
No. If he was being consistent with the first part of the film, these borders wouldn't matter to him. She already destroyed his mind as a 9-year-old. He's the only guy spoken to in like 0 years. Why is he acting impulsive? He's a Jedi.
He's somewhat resistant at first. I don't know.
We know you don't. You sold your ability for higher forms of thought.
It just seems to make more sense that way.
It would be an active contradiction to his character.
And
What is that again? What is his character? He already loves her as of 9 years old. So, like, if he's loved her all that time, why not just not get to this point? Just have him make moves on her at the apartment way back before she gets the assassination attempt.
It'd be fitting metaphorically, too. She tempts him and begins the process of ruining.
I mean, credit to George Lucas or the design team, the cinematographer. This is, for a PG movie, they're showing you stuff here. Like, who the fuck designed that outfit she's wearing? All right, you're going to show as much flesh as possible without really, we're still going to be a kid's movie, but...
his Jedi training and causing the destruction of paradise. Apple, anyone?
She already tempts him.
Yeah, it seems like during this stretch of the movie, all you see is torso and shoulders from her.
She is temptation itself to him.
That's the Apple reference, the Adam and Eve. That's the Apple reference.
Wants her more than he wants to uphold the Jedi ideals. That's what she represents in the story. The temptation of good ideas that lead men to do horrible things.
Oh, men. just all men? Not Jedi.
That's what Padme is in Star Wars.
Therefore thou mayst think my behavior light. But trust me, gentlemen.
So Jedi, she has no agency over this. She's just temptation personified. Padme is reduced to just being that piece of ass.
I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange. I'm a senator.
Why? What's wrong with that line?
But while Padme is supposed
the forbidden fruit that leads to the fall, movie genius, no flaws.
supposedly against them falling in love, she allows for them to take romantic walks along scenic vistas, dine in elegant settings, frolic in the fields, and roll around with each other.
Yeah, what? The rolling. Like what? I'm sorry. If you're rolling around in fields and you get the friend zone talk, times are rough. Yep, she's to blame. It's her fault that he did everything to her with her temptation, just like how it was Eve's fault. Gave a woman the choice to choose something to eat, and she chooses the apple.
The grass.
Okay, I was memeing before, but have you never actually talked to a woman? They will often and intentionally tell you they want the opposite of what they actually want.
Well, yeah, he has women in his basement.
Because they have convinced themselves they don't want the thing they clearly want.
All right, guys, get your pen and paper ready. Mr. The episodes can be infinitely defended is going to tell you about women now. This is what they all want. They tell you exact opposite. This is verified, probably.
You are supposed to convince them that they do. That's what she's doing. She wants to let herself be romantic with him, but she needs to be convinced that it's worth it. If he won't fight for her on her loose convictions here, he won't fight for her when their worlds begin to collide.
Do you have like a girl decoder that you know this? Or how do us, the movie-going audience, know this? And again, other women, why don't they find this movie better if it's that easy to figure out? Like, if she's definitely doing the chick thing, then, like, shouldn't all women be like, oh, yeah, what a perfect representation of what we do? That door slammed. Bro gets his knowledge from women on the anime rom-coms he watches? He saw your name and gained full knowledge on the female brain.
She is lying to him.
Then she wears sexy, revealing clothing, oftentimes in front of a fireplace, exposing the contoured details of her sexy-ass body and titties.
She likes him. She is trying to entice him.
How do you know that?
It's on purpose. Fuck, talk to a woman.
I still can't decide if this is the worst screenwriting ever.
It's not.
Or if this girl is the biggest galactic cock tease since Anju.
I didn't watch Star Trek, so I couldn't say, but it's not a tease. She likes him, you idiot.
So it's neither. She's neither teasing nor naive.
It's almost comical how all this is played out.
Why?
These characters are so flat and uninteresting.
No.
And Lucas doesn't.
No. Explain why they aren't uninteresting. Explain what's interesting about them. How do we earn this as an audience?
Seem to know how to write dialogue between two real people.
I wish that I could just wish away my feelings.
I wish that I could wish away my feelings. Clearly, your wishing hasn't worked. You wish that you could wish. I would never wish for more wishes. That's like the first rule in Wish Club. It's an act. He should have just read her mind and Jedi mind tricked her to cut to the shit. Yes, again, Jedi. Remember, guys, if one of your female friends wears something like that, or dress or bathing suit, she's trying to entice you and wants you. So admit your feelings to her and go for it. It'll end very well. Yes, 10 out of 10. Can recommend.
Okay, that line isn't, like, amazing, but...
You often find yourself telling people, unless you're in a genie movie, that you wish for a wish. A Jedi shouldn't have to wish for anything by this douche's logic. Jedi.
But could you believe Anakin, as he is characterized, would fumble over his own words in this setting?
I don't know if I believe Anakin as much of anything as he's characterized.
That he might say something that comes across as stilted and awkward. Because I could, so I'm not going to be harsh about it.
That's awesome that you're there. That's great. Enjoy it. Have a great time. You're experiencing something that other people aren't. That's great. But a lot of people aren't getting that.
Anakin is awkward. Some of his dialogue reflects that. That's perfectly fine.
That we basically have to be told that they're in love.
A decent amount of runtime is dedicated to showing their relationship develop.
What's a decent amount? Show me the time. I want the math, the same Obi-Wan math. I want the decent development percentage, please.
I would change the sequence slightly, though. Try doing this at home if you have some free time. Get a copy of...
Got it. Oh, whoa. Encouraging some activity there.
The files for episode 2 through strictly legal means.
Oh, did you re-edit the entire thing?
Pull it up in a video editor, then move the scene where Anakin kisses Padme at the veranda to right before the scene where he confesses his emotional torment. The relationship feels nearly complete if you do this.
So you are admitting that it's wrong in this movie. But the only thing is that you would move the kiss? Make sure you throw in lusting after you, since I was a youngling to... Oh, no. Showing their relationship develop before Anakin himself even develops fully. Also true. Yeah, like so I said it earlier, there's a way to do both Anakin growing as a Force user, I won't say Jedi, and the relationship with Padme, and like have them more effectively show a struggle, a conflict, if you will, where maybe one affects the other, or perhaps both affect each other. And it could be really in somebody else's hands. I think if you were to redo the prequels, it'd be interesting to see what the share of information would be. I think it could be done. I get stuck thinking about a PG-13 audience, or even definitely a PG audience. It's difficult, but I admire the premise that Lucas was going for. but the execution, it leaves a lot to be desired. I think there is someone that could take just the essence of what is trying to be said here and done more effectively and more concise and to the point. I think.
That kiss kind of pulls people out because it happens so soon after they're alone. But there's a lot of development that happens on the island, and their relationship doesn't feel hollow at all. A little superficial, intentionally, and awkward, also intentionally.
So they're the wait. So if they're superficial, if their relationship's superficial and they oh no, wait, she doesn't get pregnant there. All right, never mind. My mind went to places that probably shouldn't have. Other than rolling around, isn't most of that scene just them disagreeing with each other about the core beliefs when it comes to the Republic stuff? That's the budding love. Dude, I almost feel like I should have watched this over again. Because this is the one I have the least anything with. I know I don't like sand. That's what I know from this movie. And the gladiator shit at the end.
But not hollow. It's built off real feelings and character.
What real feelings? How do we know they're real? That's a subjective term, no?
Relationships that are fundamental in the story up to this point.
We can't actually experience it or feel it.
What? Why are you using fucking music that's gonna get me? You know, if this movie were made like 70 years ago, I guess I would buy it as, oh yeah, they're falling for each other. Look, they're rolling around in the hay. Like it's a literal joke in Young Frankenstein. Roll in the hay. A movie that was 30 years before this one. 40 years before this one? What? Okay, so pretty young people look pretty. Your point. Oh, pretty young smiling people also look pretty. I do think Lucas was channeling old 50s movies with prequels. I hope so. Again with the shoulders. You guys haven't done the floating pear trick. That totally gets him wet. It's so fucking terrible for me to say. Oh, yeah. Catch it. Yeah. Hey, CGI pear. More shoulders. What? I get the point. Can I just... Yeah, I can just mute that sound there. And... Yeah, I want to hear what the cinematographer had to say about that.
I suspect he doesn't know how to convey it.
You're just wrong. Provably wrong.
Prove it. Provably do so.
Both attractive people and smile a lot. They're in love.
That's funny. I swear I didn't just watch this.
Oh.
Oh, no, for fuck's sake. Here's me saying something that definitely didn't exist when this video was made.
They rode in on a space gondola, just like in Venice, the most romantic city on Earth. They're in love. There's no substance to any of
Oh, French overs. Giddy up.
this.
No. People believe this. This is a common complaint, that there's no substantive romance here. Watch these scenes.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship
So you're just going to show this scene again?
to me.
Well, if it works.
I would ask this person to watch 5. Well, I'll closer. The range of emotions is quite high. Watch something like Closer. Natalie Portman's in that. Watch a couple of movies where you could see what Natalie Portman can do with a certain range. Garden State's another one that I would probably suggest as far as just focusing on like love interest or that wonder. Beautiful Girls, another movie that you want to talk about this not right love thing. I think she's like 16. She's like the main character's neighbor. And like she's the kid of the neighbor. And like there's this thing that they never really outright say, but I think he says it in the film where he's like, if you were 10 years older, that these are different moments, different highlights of being sought after. That Natalie Portman as an actor with 3 different directors can show you as an actress. Over the course of 10 years in her career, maybe 15 years in her career, that she's able to do it. It also highlights that the person scripting and presenting this situation is a little underprepared. Because I would argue that Natalie Portman, prior to this and right around this and right after this, was capable to act those types of scenes. Leia and Luke had an incestuous relationship. Their parents' love story started when their dad was 9 and fell in love with their mom. Closer is horrible. Charles, come on. I'm not talking about the movie. The relationship, the ability to do the acting, just the back and forth, the ups and downs of the relationships that Natalie Portman is in, and then Natalie Portman as a love interest in Garden State, and then Natalie Portman as like this forbidden fruit thing in Beautiful Girls. I'm sure I could probably think of 2 or 3 others, but those are all in between like the late 90s and late 2000s. There it is. She would have been turned off immediately. That's the antithesis of what little we know about her. Her well would run bone dry. Not enough pears to get that flowing again. Jesus Christ.
You're making fun of me.
No. No, I'd be much too frightened to tease a senator.
So this is like simp shit here. Yeah, she's a good actress. I think she has an Oscar or 2.
Are you allowed to love? Thought that was forbidden for a Jedi.
She could be talking to him like an older sister. Like, hey, I remember you. What are you doing in your school these days? You got any girlfriends? I'm shy.
Attachment is forbidden.
It's forbidden. Didn't he just argue against forbidden being the word?
Possession is forbidden. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life. And so you might say that we are encouraged to love.
So he's trying to make his own interpretation of their rules.
I've changed so much.
Listen, whatever your presentation here is, the dialogue is just fucking awful.
If Master Obi-Wan caught me doing this, he'd be very grumpy.
Obi-Wan does not like pear cutting. She's like, oh, he's gonna do the pear thing, isn't he? I saw Amazing Jonathan do this a couple of years ago. Yeah, like what is your point here? Ooh, floating pear.
It's obvious that there's chemistry here.
Obvious? Attachments are forbidden. That's why us Jedis are trained in the pull-out method.
And in the end, this simple moment between two characters had a million times more depth and realism than even the biggest fake waterfalls your computer could make.
There's just a minor, sort of important distinction here. Han and Leia falling in love is good.
Right?
It was a good thing.
Right.
They weren't a Jedi and a politician ignoring their duties and responsibilities, their oaths and their public lives.
That's your hang-up? Is because of their titles?
To have a secret romance behind the galaxy's back during the most tumultuous time in the history of the galaxy. They were two people afraid and fighting for each other and for their cause. And they loved each other. It was good. Anakin and Padme falling for each other is not.
Now you say.
What? But the ladies man who just told me that he knows what ladies mean when they do things, I don't think understands what?
Maybe they are in love.
You might, yeah. What gave it away?
And maybe I just don't see it because I'm a psychopath who butchers women.
Who am I to ignore someone when they tell me who they are?
Joke. Yes.
Well, yeah. To that I say, let's turn towards further analysis to find...
We know what he's saying. Like, we've seen that his character does that. So we know the answer to that. Yes. It's a joke, but the character is presented as that. We know that he's lying and his alternate, well, I could be a psycho. We know he is a psycho. Like, that's a more well-established character than this romance, which is ridiculous to say that.
Find our conclusion.
Oh, but I already did that. I don't want to do it again.
Now, I've analyzed this film with two experts in the field of true love, porn star Jocelyn James and Tiger Woods.
Oh, it's a bit. Do I have to interact with the bit?
No.
Both have provided me with valuable insights about love and stable monogamous relationships.
It's funny because one's a sex worker and one got abused by his wife.
It's funny because they actually had an affair with each other. I'm Boomer explaining a joke here. They had a tryst. It's another layer to that joke.
For most men, and especially Anakin, a 19-year-old male with raging hormones, the list of what he's looking for in a relationship is rather short. Number 1, is she hot?
Anakin is a Jedi. He travels all over the galaxy, and I'm sure he's seen plenty of hot women.
What are you doing? What are you doing interacting with the bit? You just said you weren't going to.
But he is in love with Padme, and...
He's a Jedi. So take the is she hot thing, replace it. Are they a Jedi?
Has been since he was 9.
Wait, you keep going back to this. Do we know that, he wants to bone her when he's 9? Who am I to ignore someone telling me who they are? Truer words have never been spoken since that is a point of criticism. It's not showing, only telling.
So why her? And not some other hot woman? Stop projecting your own shallowness onto the character. There's a story being told.
But there's 2 stories being told. Plinkett itself is a story.
Engage with it.
Number 2, seriously, bro, how hot?
And this is a bit. You know this is a bit because you said, is it a bit? Do I have to interact with it?
What is she?
Or do that, I guess. Fuck it.
And that's it.
No.
Why are you so offended by this? Seriously, stop saying negative things. Jedi. Hello, Jedi. How could you even joke like this?
Oh.
Now, what women are looking for is a little more complex.
The woman expert is here to enlighten us.
The other woman expert is going to clarify what the other woman expert is trying to say, or what is wrong about what the other woman expert is saying.
Listen up, boys. Mike's going to break it down for us.
Oh, now it's Mike.
Their list is as follows.
Does he have a good job? Where does he live and what kind of car does he drive?
He needs to be confident without being too arrogant. He needs to be funny, but not goofy funny.
He needs to be tall, but not too tall, or like weird tall.
He should be spontaneous, but only when I'm expecting it.
Only when I'm expecting it.
Handsome is a plus, and handsome with good hair is better. No baldies, LOL. He needs to know the exact time to say all the right things.
He needs to know the right time not to say anything.
Oh, I'm just pausing here for copyright and to give you a break. Take a breath.
It's a bit. It's a bit.
Absorb everything. Okay.
We need to keep our love a secret, but we should probably make out in front of this full stadium. Jedi.
You ready?
He really needs to know how to treat me like the woman I am, both in the bedroom and when we're out on the town. He needs to be family-oriented and good...
Good with kids, I think they're
with kids, but not too good with kids, like in a creepy clown way.
He needs to be intelligent, or at the very least, money smart.
How do you
so he can know how to
this?
invest for retirement, the kids' college fund, and our funeral expenses. He can have his friends and do things with them, but only when it's convenient for me.
He needs to care about me, but not be too controlling. You know, sometimes I just want to go out and have fun with the girls, and he needs to be okay with that and not get all like,
stop.
hey, where
Thank
are you
that'll
going?
be all. Then the list goes on to 167, but I'll stop there, you get the point.
Alright, real talk time. Guys in the audience who struggle with women, they will say all of this. If you ask a girl what she wants...
So he knows. So unironically, what he's saying is true is what you're saying.
...in a man, it will be this obnoxious and long-winded and seemingly contradictory. They will appear 100% genuine, and some might actually believe it. It's fake. It's a lie to weed out weak men. There are a lot of women that will say this while actively dating their drug dealer with a studio apartment.
Oh, no. No, we're not descending into like nice guy shit, are we? No.
And a mixtape that he swears is going to take off. He just needs someone to take a chance on him. He fits none of the criteria that they will list.
No, this is like the nice guy. Like, this is like the fucking playbook right down to the talking about who she's currently with and how he's not the right one.
Only things you need to get a woman to like you are a halfway presentable wardrobe and posture. Some
wardrobe? How about a good character, confidence, charisma, being a good person? A wardrobe's the first thing you start with?
Somewhat optional. Semi-decent hygiene, not optional, and confidence. I know it's a meme, but it's true. Confidence is a skill. Social speaking is a skill. You need to practice them. Talk to women. Believe in yourself and don't try to be what they want you to be. Make them want what you already are.
This is, like, this makes me uncomfortable. Why did they stop the counter criticism to the fictional character who's doing a bit about women and turn it into like a pep talk for I don't know, incels? I won my wife by wearing purple sweatshirts. Won. Were they giving wives away? He's getting all this from anime romances. Dude, I have no reference point. This was a pretty good bit. Again, I can't believe this guy is arguing against jokes. So baffling to me. Yeah, he's like, he stopped the thing that was funny to say, no, all of these things are true. What you really need to do is this. And it like takes a lot of wind out of my sails here because it was a bit written by a character who's a psychopath. Make them want what you are is probably the worst way to say just be yourself. Yeah, I don't know how this became like dating advice, but it makes me uncomfortable. As someone who's been married twice, you'd be surprised. Yeah, the meme is don't try so hard, and it's true. Now I'm giving my fucking pep talk. If you focus too hard on something, why did this return?
If you are confident in yourself, they will adapt what you are to fit their preconceptions of what their man should be.
Why do they have a man already? What is this? Their man? Why are you talking to people that are trying to win someone over who's already spoken for?
If you don't think you can, improve yourself until you are confident. They want you to convince them. They want you to be attractive to them.
What? But if they're with someone else, that's what they want from you? So everyone who's with someone secretly wants someone else to be attractive to them?
Good looks help, but most women will overlook an ugly dude.
Ask Kiara Mundi. Because Kiara Mundi is a polygamist, right? So ask Kiara Mundi, like, how he gets all the women. Like, how did he get multiple partners?
If he's confident in himself. Look at Pete Davidson. The man looks like Sid from Ice Age.
The man also has a fucking hammer on him.
He's immensely successful with women. You can be too.
Like, the thing that goes around about him is that he's got a fucking knob and a half. What are you talking about?
In related news, bottom tier character Tomazaki is excellent, and you should definitely watch it.
What is this now? Who's bringing up anime in the chat? Scott, what is this? Do you know this? Bottom tier character Tomozaki. They look like high school students, which is troubling. I'll start off by saying troubling. And they all have the same hair. They all have the same hairdo.
Attractive people attract people.
Now, when first courting...
Oh. That's the book. It's a postcard. Attractive people attract people.
A woman, she'll be interested in two things. That you don't look like Danny DeVito.
Most women don't care. Looks are tangentially related to romantic.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Remember, fellas, if you meet a good-looking woman with a drug-dealing boyfriend, you better be confident as hell with your thoughts on sand. What has this descended into?
Take interest. Women will sleep with a hot guy, sure. They'll
What if that's all they want? It's a quickie.
They'll fall in love with a guy who's confident and passionate.
And that you say and do all the right things.
No, just say what you say with conviction. Do what you do.
What is this clip now?
Do with conviction. Mean it. Put all of yourself into it.
Since Anakin looks like a guy from a JCPenney catalog, he's safe in the looks department. But can his actions and words hold up?
No one should trust you to analyze how a woman would perceive this.
I don't think anyone should trust him just outright. What do you mean trust? What is happening?
Damn my living.
And we cut to a scene where he's got a woman hostage. This is another reason why you shouldn't trust him for anything. Why are you presenting this way?
Put it to the test. You see, when you say something right...
There's another skit. You can watch it.
Don't you understand the importance of why it's there? For fuck's sake, you're arguing with him about doing advice for how to get women, and it's intertwined with him keeping a woman hostage. Don't you understand? For fuck's sake.
Skip it on the screen.
I just need your help with something. Please.
Okay.
Guys, seriously, don't listen to him. He doesn't know anything about romance. Also, there's this part where he's keeping a woman hostage. Fast forward through this. I'll tell you how things really are. Don't believe your eyes. Just listen to me.
I'll help you. I will. As long as you promise that after I help you, you let me go home to my baby.
I promise.
So gross.
I need you to help me.
I need to show you something.
Now, this might be quite disturbing to you.
Okay.
But I need you to see it in order to help me.
What the fuck?
How does it taste? Salty.
I just need you to see it in order to help me. Please. I need to show you it. It's called Episode 2. Attack of the Clone.
Why is it bloody?
What? Star Wars!
I need you to see it in order to help me. Just get in the chair that's over by the television set. I'm gonna put the movie on and you're gonna watch it. You understand me? Look at me! You're gonna watch it! You see, when you say
Yeah, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
something right to a woman, she smiles. It tickles her brain, which in turn sends blood flowing down to her sex hole.
It is so much more about how you say things.
Right back to it. The creepy talk on the couch with the bloody DVD just does not register once he starts giving advice again. Then we're just right back to it.
Than what you say.
But her smile could also be deceptive and could indicate one of 117 different things.
I mean, that's true, but it doesn't matter. As long as she believes what you're saying is genuine, she'll do the mental work to make excuses for it. I'm putting all these clips of crazy stupid love in for a reason. It does a really good job of showing how someone can go from an unattractive man to an...
I don't know how to handle this. I'm showing clips of another piece of fiction. No, what is happening?
attractive man with...
Oh, wait. Did he reference... He referenced Andrew Tate earlier, didn't he? I'm scared. I'm now scared for the state of things.
Just a little bit of practice.
Sarcasm, incredulity, condescension, confusion, contemplation, beseech.
He watched Crazy Stupid Love and got that out of... Okay, then.
If you're making her feel any of these things, that's a good thing. You want to avoid disgust, and that's usually pretty obvious. It's a skill. Practice it.
So on the very...
Why did this become like relationship advice? What has this descended to?
Brief time that Anakin and Padme are together.
Not necessarily brief. You made up that it's brief. You don't know how brief it is. It's...
Do you?
Long enough for two young hormonal people to fall in love. That much is certain.
But he loved her since he was 9. So he was already in love. She just needed to check in and sync up with his Jedi feelings.
They decide to get married as well.
There were extenuating circumstances that pushed them in that direction.
Her pregnancy? I don't remember. I don't remember when she gets pregnant.
Remember?
And don't say it was the will of the Force.
I won't. It's not. That would be stupid.
Jedi.
Unless you don't want me to send you a pizza roll. And when I send it to you, I'm gonna shove it up your ass.
Kinky.
So other than being a handsome guy, let's analyze what Anakin did to win over Padme.
Do you honestly think you're qualified to do this, Mike?
Do you? Or should do you think Crazy Stupid Love is qualified to?
1. When Anakin first meets Padme, she's like, oh, hello.
No, she says...
Annie?
There's a big difference there.
My goodness, you've grown.
Because she's excited to see him again.
You're focusing on the negative, Anakin. Be mindful of your thoughts.
She just needed to count his midi-chlorians to decide if he's good enough. Oh, and also his drip.
She was pleased to see us.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let's check the security.
She did look a little damp.
But she's also trying to be professional and reaffirm her position as being older and higher status than him, despite him being much bigger than her now.
Hey now.
Then she drops an unintentional Freudian phallic reference.
My goodness, you've grown.
I just played that clip.
Yeah, but you're interrupting something that's existed for a decade and a half, so like, no points to that. That's like me interacting with this thing that's over a year old. I'm reacting to your thing. If I said something and then you said something that counter that, I can't be like, oh, see? Like, it already exists.
Plinkett because it disproves your point about her being flippant. I thought we were going into deeper analysis mode.
Haven't you seen this 10 times?
What happened? Her initial response to seeing Anakin is important. Pay attention.
Win. Good look.
Yeah, he's doing a bit. So, like, the contrivance for the narrative here is he's still doing the relationship advice thing, and he's doing this what should and shouldn't be said. So, like, he's not trying to be completely accurate here. He's doing a thing for a bit. However you feel about the contrivance of it, it's for a bit. I hope he makes a 20-part defense series to your reaction to this while taking all of the live chat comments seriously. I want to state, seriously, nobody, listen, we're having fun. I am of the mindset that this is fiction. It's not that big a deal. Please, nobody make this anything further than this. If this person wants to react to this, that's fine. But I do not endorse anyone giving any sort of exterior anything. If you want to go over there and subscribe and give a thumbs up, comment, that's something positive. Yes, do that. But let's not spread any nonsense talk that just this is meaningless. This is just fiction. So please, no one give anyone a hard time about this. If he wants to give me a hard time, that's one thing. But I do not support anyone finding this person for any reason whatsoever. Well, any negative reason, should I say?
That's really all you're going to take from that.
Then the very first thing that comes out of Anakin's mouth is a very awkward and inappropriately placed compliment.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean.
Inappropriate compliment.
Put it on the screen so they know.
She smiles lovingly and dismisses it as nerves. Women don't mind an initial nervousness from a guy. It's complimentary and cute to them.
So then why did you give it a negative point?
But it gets old real fast.
And he doesn't do it again. I don't get it. It's like I'm watching CinemaSins.
Oh, another shot fired. Absolutely, Charles. This is just for fun. No hate here whatsoever. Oh, I know some of you, but if someone's watching this in the future, I'm reacting. I no ill will harbored whatsoever. Genuinely. If you Icy Fire Mage happen to be watching this, I think it's great that both of us feel a certain way about the Star Wars movies. I would want to speak across the computer to you and say that, believe it or not, Red Letter Media, they do have a certain feeling for the movies. And usually when people spend the time to, take jabs and go to this length to talk about something, it's actually because they like it. You roast those in which you love, is what I would say. I think somewhere in all of this, people are fans. Anywho. Now I'm going to want to talk about how I feel about sand.
Assertiveness needs to take over quickly.
All right, this is legitimately good advice. Assertiveness is sexy.
What is this image now? What?
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
What does that image say?
But too much assertiveness and arguing with your boss to impress her comes off as a pathetic and desperate attempt for attention. Inappropriate assertiveness.
This is not good advice and incredibly male-brained. If you're willing to disagree with your boss to protect a woman you obviously like, that's hot.
No, if you don't know how she's feeling, that's not good advice either. I bet that is true. I roast my favorite movies all the time. It's how I evolve my experience with them. Right. I'm sure there are some people that will take a lot of time out of their day to just spend days, weeks, months just hating on something. But unless they're dealing with something, some sort of mental hurdle, most people wouldn't spend time just with something that they don't like. Like, it just seems like the worst way to do things. Like, why would you spend that much time on something that you don't like? Is he revealing what his fetishes are? The fact that we're talking about, like, advice for men/women, like, genuinely at this point, is frightening. Because he intertwines footage of the Plinkett character keeping a woman hostage. Like, that's all you need to know about any of his advice, that he's not someone to listen to.
You're implying the woman is more important to you than your position. The way you do it matters, but Anakin passes here. He's trying to protect her and accomplish what she wants, despite the Jedi position being passive. She would recognize that and appreciate it. Wrong. Plinkett loses a point.
Oh, are you doing a thing now for the Plinkett advice thing? Put the check mark up or the red X.
Next, women like when you ask them questions about things.
Sort of. They like it when you show interest. Asking questions is one way to do that.
They like to talk about themselves a lot and don't really care what you have to say.
Wrong. They don't
Oh, you did the thing.
care what you have to say when you're weak and passive. They care when you're assertive and passionate.
I'm sorry. Mr. Gen Z in the chat, is Crazy Stupid Love like the romance film of Gen Z that I could have swore that was me as a millennial thinks that was. I was still of dating age when that came out. That's still relevant to me. Is that a Gen Z movie? Man, I'm either still kind of young or like I just lost the plot. Well, that also is true, but
example, in this next scene, Padme mentions how she's worked for a year on legislation to oppose the Military Creation Act, or something.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act.
Why say or something when it's a one-to-one quote of what
saying he didn't pay attention to what she said.
She just said.
Even if you could care less about this shit,
it's important to the galaxy, and it's a throw.
Plinkett isn't in the galaxy.
Away line. A relatively good one that tells us a lot about the state of the Republic post Episode 1. Shut up.
you just pretend like you do. You can say, well, that sounds interesting. Tell me about this piece of legislation.
Ask a better question. This one sucks. She will immediately be able to tell you don't care. Try again. You lose a point, Mike.
Then she'll start running her mouth, and you could think about sex while she's talking.
Don't do this either.
Who is taking this as genuine advice?
Basically, don't take advice from Mike on anything related to women.
Agree. Or Plinkett. I don't think Mike has given advice on women. What the fuck is happening?
Occasionally you should nod, and always be prepared with some follow-up questions.
Or, I know this is crazy, be actually interested in what she's saying and actually engage with it.
How to... Like... Not sure I'd take anyone's advice here. Yeah, I endorse that.
Or, better yet, change the topic to something you are interested in. Don't make her think you aren't interested in her life.
I don't see how it's a Gen Z film. Laugh my fucking ass off. I'm one of the older ages where technically counts as Gen Z, sadly. And I was like 11 when it was released. Yeah, I'm in my 20s. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's one of those bridge movies.
Though, that's bad.
Instead, Anakin misses this very obvious lead and immediately starts talking about himself and his Jedi stuff.
Fuck. No, Mike, he doesn't. He responds with...
Sometimes we must let go of our pride and do what is requested of us.
That's he talking about himself.
Anakin, you've grown up.
Master Obi-Wan manages not to see it.
He's still talking about himself and his Jedi stuff. He's learned things from the Jedi. And the way she spoke to him is kind of like, I don't know, condescending?
which changes the topic naturally. He was listening, he was engaged, he answered thoughtfully.
The beginning of what you played was him talking about himself and what he's learned as a Jedi. What?
And it bridged it to the next part of the conversation about how he grew up.
I am truly thankful to be his apprentice.
Talking too much about yourself and your job. She doesn't care.
She does.
But stop ruining jokes.
And it gets worse.
That implies that it was bad before.
Stop treating jokes like fucking real life true shit.
It wasn't.
He starts bitching and complaining about his job and his boss, almost to where it seems like he's gonna start crying.
He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand.
Keep in mind that this is
not
only
fair.
like their second scene together.
It's not. There was another movie, and they were in at least 4 scenes in this one. It's implied they've been scheming together behind the scenes, too. It's not at all.
I can only imagine what she's thinking.
Holy shit, this guy is a fucking annoying.
This implies it was bad. This guy is succeeding in making me think Plinkett is right about everything in these movies. Yeah, like, again, genuinely, I'm trying my best to be open. And again, it's hard because this movie is my least favorite. But, like, taking all of this time to focus on relationship advice, like, this isn't the route you want to take.
Whiner. I really can't see myself with him. If he's bitching about this, imagine how he'll act when I want him to go see Wicked with me.
Or, right?
It's a bit, man. It's a bit.
Hear me out. She might be thinking something like, this poor boy I kidnapped from a...
Kidnapped? What are we doing? There's one kidnap in this video, and it's Plinkett with the woman with the bloody DVD. What are you doing?
Backwards desert is having a hard time adapting to the rigid lifestyle of the Jedi, and she might have some empathy towards him.
Where is this?
Must be difficult having sworn your love to the Jedi. Not being able to visit the places you like or do the things you like.
That might be possible. Might be worth considering. If you're going to criticize this scene, the acting is the problem, not the dialogue.
And then... creepy sex looks.
It's only creepy if you're creepy. Anakin isn't creepy, at least not to Padme.
A good person can't do a creepy look? Good people can't be creepy?
I don't care what your feelings are. You aren't her.
And if a woman ever says you're making me uncomfortable...
It makes me feel uncomfortable.
You know you're wrong before you even say it. That's...
So what does a woman mean when she's saying, you making me feel uncomfortable? So I'm doing it. What does a woman mean when she's saying you're making me uncomfortable? Does that really mean I'm really into this? Is that what that means?
Or you're gonna cop out in the end.
It's usually not a good sign.
Unless
she's into that sort of thing.
It's so predictable that it's actually boring.
Well, what were you thinking she meant? What do women think of a guy spending 15 plus hours defending Star Wars movies in a video? Hey, listen, let's leave me out of this.
She is trying to be professional. She's not uncomfortable that he likes her. She's uncomfortable that she likes him back.
So he's making her uncomfortable by existing because he's a Jedi. And stop doing all those Jedi mind things to me. That's what's making her uncomfortable, not his creepy leering? What is happening?
She doesn't want to admit it. Especially not here. Where
look at this look. What are we trying to tell us here?
The consequences are...
This is the worst fucking direction. Oh, yeah, no. This is a good guy right here. This shot. Stay on this shot here. The audience will totally get that this is a good-natured look.
Potentially dire.
So now I guess they go to Naboo.
Don't do anything without first consulting either myself or the council.
Hey man, go ask the council first, because I'm sure they'll just agree to whatever.
I'm not doing this again.
So it's...
Please don't.
Cool. So they're off on their romantic Italian vacation. It's a girl who's under threat of assassination, and a guy whose training was prophesized to bring grave danger. And they're sending them off together, alone.
He's a Jedi, and his master is currently hunting the...
When all else fails, Jedi. Just Jedi. Just business card that says, I'm a Jedi. That's all you need. Are you qualified for this? Yeah, I'm a Jedi. Do you know where you're going? But I'm a Jedi.
People trying to kill her, so the assassin problem is mostly handled. What grave danger do you think the Jedi would perceive?
Oh, look at that. That is imagery right there. I'm sorry, but if someone gives me the look that Anakin just gave Padme in that scene, I'm walking in any other direction.
From this mission, that Anakin might catch feelings? That can be...
But Charles, did you realize Anakin's a Jedi? I was thinking about it. Maybe. Probably.
Be corrected, especially in peace times. They allow it
credit,
because
no
they
credit.
are
Don't worry, I'm a
hubristic
Jedi.
and they think they can control it, but the war doesn't give them that luxury. It's part of the characterization of the Jedi. In hindsight, this is a bad idea. In the moment, it seems totally fine to send him off with the intention of testing his resolve in this way.
Listen, genuine talk. I wish I experienced these movies the way this person does, because there's something much deeper that's happening with this person that if any one of you asked me about Friday 6, there's going to be just a disconnect. There's definitely something extra that this person experiences with this movie or these movies. And that's fine, but just don't be using words like objective and words that is a proven true. This is fiction, and it's fine that you got all this stuff from these movies, but from a critical standpoint, from the psychopath who keeps people hostage, it doesn't work. And they've listed the fictional and non-fictional reasons why they do or do not work. I want to listen to this guy analyze and explain what he thinks of the message of Baby Reindeer and Tar. Tar I have not seen. Baby Reindeer.
Why?
Because she refused to be accompanied by anyone else, and they don't want to leave her defenseless.
And yet again, the two most logical, clear...
So by that, would she have just fallen for Annie? Man, what are the odds that they paired her up with the one person that she was going to drop Trout for?
Minded guys aren't going along.
Obi-Wan is busy, and Panaka is the leader of her
I don't know this person's name. Panaka? What the fuck? What was the other one? The shapeshifter Taz?
security detail. Do you remember this scene?
Be safe, my lady.
Thank you, Captain. Take good care of Dorme. The threat's on you two now.
Is her name Doormat?
He'll be safe with me.
He's gonna
Dormammu?
stay with the double. Because they want people to think that the double is still Padme. So that the people don't know that she went back to Naboo.
And they just stand there and watch it happen.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
What would they be so afraid of? That their relationship would lead to the destruction of the Republic?
What? Is it possible that a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, people are just dumber? Sure. Probably. Possibly. Zam. Inverse of Maz. Like poetry, it rhymes. Shit, is that right?
It's a bit of a leap in logic from their perspective, isn't it?
Hey, how do you know fucking what leaps and what their logic is?
They even place bets on who's gonna make the first move.
I'd be more concerned about her doing something.
Yeah, this guy knows what...
Yeah, that's that's a problem, because telling us from a different character without showing us is an issue. I literally traveled to 2nd and Charles in Delaware, made a deposit, made lunch, and finished the dishes in time since I left. These videos are more self-indulgent than the prequels as movies. I don't know what's 2nd. I thought you were talking about me, Charles. I recommend it. What makes it amazing is how You can view it on both sides with politics, social issues, cancel culture, etc. Side by side in every scene, and it works for both. We just recently watched Disclosure. It was interesting. I don't know if I would recommend it wholeheartedly, but it was interesting. Well, a lot of episodes to get through, but yeah, there's a multitude of things to watch for a wide bevy of feelings.
What's up?
The whole review is based on hindsight and meta-knowledge, isn't it? Try putting yourself in their position. What would you do with the knowledge they have, not the knowledge you have?
But he's a Jedi. Use mind radar and be able to think, oh, whoa, Anakin's going to try to send it in. Maybe we shouldn't let those two go off. He's a Jedi. Remember earlier how Jedi just like seem to know fucking everything? So Obi-Wan, you got to be a cock block there.
So when they're on the transport ship, Padme does a little feeler to see if Anakin and her can fuck in the bathroom.
It's really important, this scene. Stop making it a joke when you're trying to explain why it's bad.
Are you allowed to love? Thought that was forbidden for a Jedi.
Anakin responds with an earnest yet clumsy response about a loophole in the Jedi doctrine about love.
Yeah, he does, because he's looking for a reason he can be with her, even though he knows he's not supposed to, which she recognizes and appreciates.
This kind of pleases her.
Kind of?
So we'll give him a point.
Okay.
He's still doing the bit. Ease off the emotions, man. He's doing a thing.
I guess. What about the rest of the conversation?
Stop making your satirical video a joke. I really, I feel bad. I don't know if he's doing a thing, but his tone says, my dad's a good person. Don't talk about him like that. Dude, it's not that serious.
Conversation.
Finally, they arrive at the most romantic city in the universe, and Anakin scores a few points early on, carrying her luggage.
Huge win. Carry your stuff for her.
What? I can't see that picture. Oh, is that like a Chad? Tar has changed my opinion of Todd Field as a filmmaker. I wasn't crazy about him based on his last two films, but Tar was outstanding. Why are you packing all those Barry White albums, Anakin? Never mind, carry on. Second and Charles is great. If name alone says anything, I would agree. You're still going? How long does it take to rip apart Attack of the Clones? No. How long does it take to rip apart Attack of the Clones, vigorously defend it while also claiming Jedi, and then for me to, react awkwardly and then get very alarmed at how seriously some of this has gotten? That's how long it takes. Or whatever your internal clock for that is, that's how long it takes.
She gets the purse, you get the stuff. You're the man. You carry.
And giving love advice.
I was relieved when my 2 terms were up, but when the Queen asked me to serve as
Listening to her prattle on about herself.
It's not just that he's listening. He's engaging with her about her.
I agree with her. I think the Republic needs you.
Recognize it's a bit. I beg of you.
He's interested. It's important.
For a few minutes, it seems like he's learning, but then he goes back to being a prick.
But I was thinking...
Hold on a minute.
Excuse me.
Interrupting.
Excuse me.
Losing temper.
Sorry, milady.
Do we have nothing for these?
Forced apology.
Okay, stop. Slow down.
Oh, okay.
I love this scene. It's well acted. It's well written. Everybody is acting according
well written.
to their interests, so I'm going to break it down. Padme discusses the situation on Coruscant, which directly impacts the people of Naboo, and explains what's happening in the Senate at the moment.
If the Senate votes to create an army, I'm sure it's going to push us into a civil war.
It's unthinkable. There hasn't been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic.
She explains that the
What does this have to do with interrupting?
Separatists might be brought back into the Republic properly, but not if they feel threatened by the Republic's new army.
Do you see any way through negotiations to bring the Separatists back into the Republic?
What are we watching?
Not if they feel threatened.
The governor is exasperated because he knows the Trade Federation is still free to fund the Separatists. It's all...
You got all this at 7 years old? Did you get all of this as a 7-year-old?
World building, setting the stage of the galaxy and the current...
World building.
Current conflict on Coruscant, which we haven't...
World building.
Really developed yet. They resolve themselves to have faith...
Just talking about shit is world building?
The system will eventually work, and then move on to talking about Padme's safety on Naboo.
What does this have to do with Anakin interrupting?
The governor chimes in.
What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?
He's testing Anakin. Obviously young and inexperienced, Anakin has no idea, but...
Obviously. So we're supposed to read the situation, even though Jedi. Obviously inexperienced, but also Jedi, so paradox.
But Padme, having been queen and now senator, speaks up.
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet. He's still a Padawan.
Oh, yeah. Back in your seat, you little bitch.
Learner.
Because she wants to protect him.
How do you know that? How do you know she wants to protect him?
She diminishes him in this setting to defend him from the politicians looking for weaknesses.
Do we know that? How do we know that?
She knows that will hurt him, but she also knows it's the correct thing to do, so when he tries to speak up in his defense, she cuts him off and ignores him, trying to signal to him to let her handle this.
But I was thinking...
Hold on a minute.
Excuse me.
But he feels like his honor has been compromised, so he reasserts himself.
Excuse me.
So this is an understanding of each other at this point? Because, like, he recognizes that she's looking out for him and still does this?
I'm in charge of security here, milady.
And finally she explains herself, not completely, but calmly and rationally to put him at ease.
Oh, Cole, I guess it would be far too late now, but it would have been funny to have a counter in the top right corner every time he takes a joke seriously. That, I had the yeah, but sequel counter, and I don't know if I just stopped paying attention or what, but the counter reached 2.5 times where he would use a reference to the sequel trilogy. And then for a little bit there, it was probably, he said probably a lot, where probably anything. If it's not shown, it could probably be anything. But yes, taking jokes seriously is this phase. I got to figure out which counters to set up for what portion of what.
And this is my home. I know it very well. That is why we're here. I think it would be wise if you took advantage of my knowledge in this instant.
No, he's being scolded in front of everyone else.
Sorry, milady.
It still bruises his ego, but he knows she's right, so he backs down.
Does he know? How are you reading their minds through all of this shit?
This scene is doing a lot with just a few lines of dialogue. It establishes her experience in this field, Anakin's inexperience with politicians. It shows she's protective of Anakin, which gives more depth to their relationship as it's developing.
How does this experience with these characters, how does this learning situation get used later in either this or future films? How does Anakin know how to deal with politicians because of this exchange? What purpose does this learning experience serve in future moments?
It shows that Anakin takes pride in what he is and what he does, and it reaffirms how much having his skills questioned bothers him, but also that he respects.
So the woman that he loves also questions him, and so what? Everyone's against him?
Padme enough to back his ego down when she demands it. Great scene. More of this, please.
Oh. No. You have fun. Have fun with your movies. I would not like more of this, please. I would like a different way of showing romance, if possible.
Then for no reason they take a ride on a Venetian gondola to a romantic location.
They just explained the reason, you dolt.
But did you ever notice how this is like a space gondola? Like it has the same yellow and silver design elements that the Naboo fighters have? Like everything else has this old world charm to it, but the gondola.
I don't know what his point is here.
It's just an observation. It's a visual cue, a joke. You know, like a lot of the other things that happened in this video.
The buildings are old, but the gondola isn't? I don't know. It looks like a Nabooian fighter?
It's contradictory to the environment, is all. Is all. If you have something in an old town and there's a fucking Tesla driving around by itself, it looks odd. That's all. That's all it means.
It's small and unassuming so they can travel in it without drawing attention to themselves?
It just doesn't match the environment. Shut up while grown folks talk. The romance and love is practically oozing off the screen.
There's an issue here, I guess.
I mean, can you squeeze any more romantic cliches into this movie?
Yes. It's not that cliched, it's just kind of romantic.
Have you tried copying the crazy, stupid love script? Can you squeeze some of that in here, please?
Oh, wait, you can.
Where are you going with this, Mike?
They could have stuck in the Naboo Tower in the background and had them served wine by a waiter in a
Hey, the Inception restaurant, right? Oh.
beret. Oui, Padme, can I take you out to the and give you a and show?
I mean, I get it's a joke.
Do you?
But they can't actually, because they're in hiding.
And by the
They can actually what? What can't they do because they're in hiding?
way, what in the hell is she wearing?
She likes him. She is wearing things to beguile him. This has been made very clear already.
No, it has not. Stop it. You're doing so much work for this movie.
I mean, really? She's kind of just asking for this guy to use the Force, isn't she?
Yes, you got it. That is correct.
I mean, she might as well just
go to the Naboo Tower, Charles. Duh.
Show him where the pinball machine is.
Hey.
I don't get the reference.
Oh. Ask the girlfriend you're trying to impress. They'll tell you what it means.
It must be a boomer euphemism or something.
Oh, yeah. Pinball tables are, they're like arcade machines prior to there being television screens in them and controllers. They're just two buttons on the side. It was like manual video games, and they were bigger, and you had to tilt them, and they moved around. You know, a little slight vibrating to them. Yeah. Wait, I'm not a boomer.
So then he stammers on, trying to make some kind of analogy about sand.
It's coarse, rough, and
It took us this long to get to this line.
irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Which could be the dumbest line ever in movie history.
Okay, unpopular opinion time. I like this line.
The Plinkett reviews are piss awful. The I don't like sand line is unfairly maligned.
I know it's meme to hell and back, but I think it's fine. He's saying without saying that his life is hard and it's constantly irritating and that the irritants never end. But she isn't. She's comforting and relaxing, and he appreciates her for it. And once again, I feel compelled to point out that Mike has just said that this is bad. He hasn't explained why it's bad.
Why is it good? It's good because it says things that he doesn't actually say? Do we get shown something that gives us some nuance to that phrase? Is it a metaphor? That sand is coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere? Why is it good?
He never will explain why it's bad. It's just bad, okay? He said it, therefore it's true.
Is it like at all painful for you to hear? Like, what is good or bad? They're subjective.
And then she kisses him.
This is sand. The opposite of dry.
And it's like,
No.
now go back to looking at my extremely revealing and sexy outfit, you dumb idiot.
Seriously, talk to a woman. Interact with a woman.
So
he's got one in his basement.
Their next date is at the waterfall. Anakin tries to discuss politics and admits he supports a fascist dictatorship.
No, he doesn't. He says the current system is meandering and slow. He prefers to take action. He's assertive about it. Women like men who aspire to greatness. Anakin aspires to fix the world's woes.
Nope.
That's appealing. He never...
No, not making people do what you want. That is not appealing.
says anything about fascism. He doesn't...
What are you talking about?
Doesn't even know what fascism is. He says he wants people to stop arguing about nothing and agree on a solution. And if they can't, they should be made to.
Made to? Do you know what fascism is?
Not fascism. Not democracy either, but not fascism. It's naivety. It's inexperience. It's wishful thinking. You have written your own interpretation of modern politics into a film where they do not exist. No.
Oh, whoa. Do you not think that George Lucas was not trying to put politics into his movies? Do you know what his description of the original trilogy is? That the rebels were the Vietnamese, and the empire was the U.S. That's got to be somewhere on these message boards that the empire is the U.S. and the rebels are the Vietnamese. Lucas wrote this during the Vietnam War, or the original trilogy, and this is kind of more of the same. But make sure to use the sand a bit when you interact with the woman. This guy's found no knowledge.
It's on a giant pig, and then they roll around. The ladies like it when you roll around with them in the grass, but only if they're awake and not drugged.
Haha, date rape, classic.
Later that night, and
Why is it funny now? It's been that for like 15 minutes now.
a romantic fireside setting, Padme is changed into a sexy S&M outfit and teases this guy even more.
Oh, spicy explosion.
She likes him.
Then he starts crying.
The closer I get to you, the worse it gets.
He's confessing to her. She already likes him. You can think it's poorly handled on his part, and it probably is.
Probably? What's a better way to handle this? Why is it lit like a...
Here, I'll give you a real-life example of this. Destiny recently went through a pretty public divorce. Why? Because the guy that was sleeping with his wife... Don't do that, guys. It's never good.
How do you know?
Told her he would kill himself if she didn't go exclusive with him. Would you expect that to work? Most of you would probably say no.
What's happening?
But it did. Why? Because she already liked him.
Why are you comparing real life to a Star Wars movie? Anakin is not like something that happened.
He just professed to her that without a monopoly on her, his life was not worth living. He has essentially said to her, "You are the most important thing in my life, and it isn't worth it without you." Women like that. It won't work on women you don't know or barely know, but it will on a girl that likes you enough to sleep with you.
I'm not comfortable with the advice being given here. I don't know if this is satirical or fake or fictional or what, but it makes me a bit uncomfortable.
Anakin doesn't even go that far. He simply tells her what he feels and then says he will do anything for her. She likes him. Believe it or not, this is another point for him, not against.
You know what happens with Anakin and Padme, right? You know where this is headed?
Then he starts begging for sex.
I will do anything that you ask.
This scene is really not the appropriate place for your shitty sex jokes, Mike. Stop.
Why are 80% of his guy's defenses he likes her, she likes him, women like that? I don't know. I really don't think it's a good idea to go up to a woman and tell her you can't continue living without you. Dude, I don't know how to handle this.
But she still tells him no because she's a senator?
I'm a senator.
Let the guy get his rocks off.
Listen to the fucking movie. Please,
Stop. getting your panties in a bunch. He's doing a thing, man.
Begging you.
Next, Anakin murders women and children.
See, this is the exact next scene.
No, not next.
He's doing a thing.
A lot happens before that. Important things happen before that. And look, I hate to be the one to disillusion a lot of people that want to believe women are pure and good and they only like things that are pure and good, but there is a substantial number of women who think murderers are hot.
What are those names being listed? What is happening here?
I know, that's not good.
Pretty much almost every would get recognition, lots of fans due to the media coverage because a lot of girls love SK. Not to solely point at girls, but a lot of boys would send them letters saying they're fans. This still happens today, especially on TikTok. TikTok girls are reenacted Ted Bundy. I guess if you're a good-looking guy, girls want to become victims. Only the stupid kind, like on TikTok. What is? What?
I didn't believe it either, but I strive to tell the truth. And the
Why? This is fiction. This is just a fucking movie thing.
Documentary just happened.
Brings a corpse home.
That's his mother, by the way.
Stop taking it so seriously.
Who he was just having nightmares of.
Comedian, why did the chicken cross the road? This guy. Why would a chicken cross a road? Even live for a fight. Yeah, we're in it here. We're in it for the long haul. These videos are making this guy so mad he's accidentally revealing a lot of potential skeletons he has in his closet and his views on genders. Yeah, like the admitted a bit much bit in this is like being countered with something that's making everything seem worse. Everything.
About dying, and who he didn't go save because he was protecting the girl you're talking about.
And goes on a psychotic, megalomaniacal rant.
Yeah, women never find megalomania.
But don't defend real life things like that's the okay thing here.
Or psychopathy sexy. That's never happened before.
Don't tell Plinkett about defending psychopathy.
They definitely don't think murderers are really attractive. Don't look it up.
You do pay attention to the stuff that's happening in these reviews, right? Like the woman on the couch with the bloody DVD, like, you know, that's psychopathy, right? I thought that was the perfect way to sum up this dude up. This is what happens when someone doesn't get laid, tries to talk meaningfully about relationships with women. Yeah, I don't know. Taking a fictional video at face value is alarming. Is quite alarming. And it already referenced Andrew Tate earlier in the video. So as unfortunate as it is, there's an issue. There's an issue with what men are receiving and interpreting. At least I hope this is a bit.
I killed them.
Meanwhile,
I killed them all.
Hi, excuse me.
Oh no, not you again. How?
Who is that? He's also projecting things that weren't intended onto Lucas's movies, Padme and Anakin's relationship. Isn't written to be psychosexual abusive relationship. These people do exist, but that's this guy's view on Padme. Apparently, he worships Andrew. No. He doesn't. There was a screen grab where Andrew Tate talked about the Star Wars movies, and it was a throwaway line. Please don't. There was a reference to Andrew Tate. I don't know how he feels about him, but the fact that Andrew Tate is on his radar, and now there's this description of women. I don't endorse anyone doing anything other than encouraging this person to enjoy film.
How are you worse than Plinkett?
What? It is Plinkett.
Happened before. They definitely don't think murderers are really attractive. Don't look it up.
I killed them. I killed them all.
Hi, excuse me.
Oh no, not you again. How are you worse than Plinkett?
They're dead.
I'd like to discuss some minor inconsistencies with some of the equipment in this room, and how it's a little different from episode 4, A New Hope.
Quiet, this isn't the time.
Yes, actually, what the fuck?
What is happening? To be fair to this guy, I got the sense that he was citing Andrew Tate as a bad example, and the Plinkett is like the Andrew Tate because they don't like Star Wars. Yes, me and my shitty memory are not one to be quoted in this instance. Yes.
What?
I hate them.
What's not the right time? What?
I actually just I hate these people.
You could not appreciate the bit, but it's a bit. Like it's very, very clearly a bit. At least I think it's very clearly a bit.
I hate fuck this. I'm going to get a drink.
Are we done?
This is an emotional moment. Anakin just killed some sand people.
You mean Arabs?
Okay. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. That's not funny.
No.
Weren't you going to get a drink?
Oh, you racist. No.
Oh. Oh, geez, sorry. I wanted to talk about the control panel.
Okay, you can stop now. It's not funny anymore.
Well, it was funny when he said the racist thing, but everything else is just cringe.
She have to die. I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. He's jealous. I killed them. They're dead. And the children, too. And I slaughtered them like animals.
These weird, creepy comments are in the context that his mother just fucking died, by the way, because he was protecting her instead. Just a reminder, in case the buzzer sound effect made you lose all your brain cells.
To be angry is to be human.
And then, even though Anakin's strikes far outweigh his successes, she still marries the guy after knowing him for only like 3 days.
He actually just makes these numbers up. How many days were they on Naboo? I want to see your math on this.
I would like to see yours.
Women do not think like men.
Maybe they do in space. You know, Naboo women are not quite like American women.
They don't do pro-cons lists like men. They don't rationalize romantic interest. They don't...
I think the buzzer made me lose my brain cells because I was dying laughing just like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's funny. I don't hate these movies, but it's fucking funny.
Calculate a person's positives and negatives. They go by emotions and feelings nearly exclusively. Not all women. Shut up!
You know what? I take it all back. I take back every piece of criticism I ever said about the guy.
I could try to be funny and say something like, oh, thank God, it's all saved. Don't worry, George, your reputation is clear.
What?
But, like, these videos are so devoid of substance, it's not even worth it.
George Lucas.
There's substance. You're taking the Plinkett character very seriously, so there's some substance here. It's effective to at least one person.
Lucas, I present you with the totally and completely understands women trophy. You've earned it, my friend. You've earned it.
Yeah, haha, it's real funny to meme on him, but this script shows a relatively solid understanding of how men and women, especially young men and women, think. It takes actual experience to write characters like this.
How many super powerful young men do you know that have these incredibly specific things that are happening in their lives You know, like they're being slaves, being freed, having super special power, and losing their mother, but also being in love and interested with a much older political figure. Did George capture this perfectly? What the? He's not a man. He's a Jedi. Jedi. How many times do I have to tell you? Oh, fuck.
It's relatively good.
Relatively. That's right. Relatively speaking, it depends on who you are. You, relatively speaking, enjoy this. I, relatively speaking, think it's fucking subpar.
Especially by modern standards.
No.
I don't like Sam. It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like
She's hunched over watching it.
here. Here everything is soft. And
Like she's hanging on every word.
smooth.
This is awful. Just awful.
Throwing this into a skit to try to force me to respond is just cruel, Plinkett.
What do you have to say about the fact that the currently tortured woman thinks it's awful in universe? Lucas himself has repeatedly referred to himself as the king of wooden dialogue. Nearly exclusively, this is what happens when your experience with women is anime girls. Fucking hell.
Even for you?
But I need to share my pain. I need to make others understand.
This is awful.
Pain. It's just a movie, mister.
No, it's not. It's more than that. It's the most disappointing thing in cinematic history.
Perfect. Do you not understand that the other end of this coin is speaking in the opposite direction about this movie now? Do we not understand just how ironic everything is right now?
I have a duty.
The woman who's being held hostage tells him, "Mister, it's just a movie." And the person who's countering this character, who's treating it extremely seriously, is arguing in an extremely serious fashion when the woman, albeit a fictional woman, is saying, "Mister, it's just a movie." Can we just show this part to all of the internet? Just this part.
To the human race to explain why in detail.
You are failing spectacularly.
Wow, you really are crazy, mister. Oh my god, is this a fake movie or something? Doesn't look anything like the films I saw when I was a kid. I mean, remember Java the Hutt? It was like all gross and grimy and dripping. This is nothing like it. It's too clean. Everything looks too pretty. What the fuck is that?
Very
Who
impressive.
the fuck are these people?
I refuse to respond to this skit anymore. Fuck off. This was before the galaxy was conquered by fascists. It's the end of the era of the Republic. It's supposed to be clean and beautiful and sort of spectacular. Fuck!
Why is...
Oh, no. No. No, you're not seeing it. No. Yeah, but she's a woman, and women are dumb, emotional creatures, Charles. Well, some of them are like, they're that way for a reason.
Samuel L. Jackson in Star Wars movies?
This is the easiest win of this entire series.
Money.
Are you serious? Because he's fucking awesome. He's a bad motherfucker, that's why. What the fuck are you asking?
When is he a bad motherfucker in any of these movies? When I think of Samuel L. Jackson, I think of him saying, "Yeah, but the Sith are this. You are not allowed to do this." They got Pulp Fiction, Samuel L. Jackson, amongst other movies, the bad motherfucker to be as monotone as humanly possible. Why would you put Samuel L. Jackson in this movie to not be Samuel L. Jackson?
King.
When I first heard that he was going to be in Star Wars, I was like, huh?
Really? Because
But he's got a purple lightsaber. That's a that is an objective fact. Can't argue with that. Purple. It's definitely, well, some people might say fuchsia.
Everyone else was like, hell yeah, Samuel L. Jackson in Star Wars, this is going to be great. And it was.
But after a while, it made sense to me, though. There is a reason why he's in.
Didn't he cut off Boba Fett's dad's head and scream, "Off with your head, motherfucker"? That was pretty badass. That must have been in the cut I didn't see.
In there, and it has nothing to do with him being the absolute best person to portray the oh-so-memorable character of Mace Windu.
This is the definitive takedown of these movies. Just a reminder, these movies are bad because no one remembers Mace fucking Windu.
I don't know if this is the definitive takedown. I think it's entertaining. I find the bits funny. He brings up things. They bring up things about the movies that are commonly thought of as issues. It's entertaining. I don't know if takedown would be the word I would use.
People getting jacked in this movie.
Let's flash back to 1997.
Why?
Titanic is breaking the box office records all around the world. And at the same time, Lucas is shooting episode 1.
Uh-huh.
Money.
Okay. What?
While
money.
He's waiting around for others to do the work that he'll eventually take credit for.
Fuck off!
He complains about Titanic.
We're never going to beat Titanic. Nobody can.
You could see how annoyed he is.
Do you think he was saying that nobody can beat Titanic in like creativity? Is that what he was saying? That, oh man, they're just so incredibly creative. We'll never be able to beat that creativity of Titanic. Or was it maybe the fact that it just had buku dollars that it was making?
Is that another director is making more money than him and stealing the spotlight?
No. Go watch the doc yourself. No.
Now it'd be really...
Well, what is it? You've been showing footage the whole time. What does he actually say? Give me the context. What does he mean by we'll never be able to catch Titanic? Does he mean that they're going to send the premiere to a boat? And they're going to try to literally catch up with the Titanic, which is underwater?
Naive to assume that George Lucas returned to filmmaking just because he wanted to tell the origin story of Star Wars.
That's got to be like part of the reason though, right?
He's a businessman first and a filmmaker second.
What gives you that impression?
He sold his most precious property for $4 billion. And you all pray for him to come back. So a filmmaker, an artist, wouldn't have done that. There's one sign. He sold his shit.
Why can't his business be filmmaking?
But he's a good businessman. I'll agree with that.
Where is the money?
No, more fucking copyrighted shit.
Come on, my honey. Let's spend it right.
It's a Django Fett toaster? That's kind of badass. Why a Django Fett toaster?
These movies are objectively without value because they...
Yeah, all right. So we have Mauler again. This is like the third time we've referenced Mauler in this.
Sell toys.
But the Star Wars prequels are nothing more than careful.
Like I don't get that reference. One of these days, gentlemen, we're gonna sit through a Mauler video. That should be different energy, sequel shit, but different energy. The amusing thing is that the poor sod picked a fight with a fictional character, Plinkett. I remember him in the sense that Sam Jackson was in it and he had a purple lightsaber. That not the same as him being a good character. He's a good actor in a film. I think he plays a character in the film. It's true that he sold it, but it's also true that at the time he was getting almost nothing but hate for Star Wars. He probably thought it was time to move on. Yes. There's an argument to be made that he could have made another film. He could have made another film to... yes, there's certainly enough to argue there, but to make him seem pure, like all he cared about was cinema, or his precious baby, that's not exactly the best way to present it either. How do you know that the dude who is mostly a producer and advertiser going by his interview credits, lack of directed films, etc., and who wanted others to direct Star Wars is a businessman first? Is it the thing he was most worried about was the licensing for the toys? This before the movies were a hit. This is back before 4 came out. The toys were his most important thing that he was worried about. Mace Window, Microsoft IP.
Crafted products to appeal to as many moviegoers as possible.
I mean, sort of.
No, he's a good businessman. He's a brilliant marketer. Above all else, Lucas is really good at selling his shit.
You kind of have to be a nerd, though. It's a nerdy fandom. There's something that appeals to every kind of nerd in it. But, like, what are 5-year-old girls that like Barbie and makeup getting out of this movie? And is that a bad thing?
Oh, I really want to hear this person's opinion on the Acolyte now. Because I would say that the Acolyte is for the Barbie crowd. God damn it. Clearly missed the point on the question is, why did you waste Sam Jackson and not why would you cast him?
He had milked the original trilogy as much as he could by 97, so it was time to move on.
So it actually is the point. It's bad because it sells toys. You're shitting me, right?
Now, are we talking about Sam Jackson right now?
The OT sold toys too.
Those are not OT era toys right there. That packaging is not original trilogy shit right there. I would have bought toys like that. Although I would have been too young and non-existent. Those toys aren't that old.
Is it bad now?
Now with all that said, we can discuss Samuel Jackson.
Fucking finally.
Now a lot of you might be thinking that he's in Star Wars movies because they wanted to have, a black guy on the Jedi Council.
No, that's not what I was thinking at all. I thought...
Man, that white-haired girl doing this... I should have kept a counter for that. That one does some work.
I thought they cast Samuel L. Jackson because he was a bad motherfucker, and they wanted a bad motherfucker Jedi.
That's kind of true.
How did you reach that conclusion? There are plenty of black people in Star Wars.
No, don't focus on that.
It's never been criticized for a lack of
Don't focus on that.
diversity, especially not in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, only in the 2010s is when people worried about diversity in Star Wars. Good job. Good job bringing focus to that.
But there's more to it than that.
I would fucking hope so.
Because the diversity quota had already been filled.
Then what is your fucking point?
When the first Star Wars movie came out, people said, "Where's all the black people?"
Literally no one said this.
Literally no one? Were you around? I wasn't around.
Until the mid-2010s.
Sorry. I'm going to check to see if literally no one... Where's all the black people? Shit, I can't spell. In Star Wars. Isn't there a way to check the date? Star Wars black guy with the cape. I'm tempted to click on that. All right, it's hard to look this up at this moment, but I'm gonna contest that literally 0 people have said that. Where's all the black?
No one.
Not no one.
But then in Empire, black people started appearing everywhere. Return of the Jedi was even more diverse. We saw our first black X-Wing pilot who died.
Can you just make your point? What the fuck is the point?
For someone who likes Mauler, who takes 6 years to talk about 2 hours, let him get there.
There was an Asian pilot who also died. And Lando even had a Hispanic co-pilot.
I'm
See, like, you can't laugh at the racist jokes and get all hot and bothered by the fucking women stuff.
I'm not laughing. I swear I'm not laughing.
In Jedi, we also got to see the first Jew in Star Wars.
Jesus Christ.
It's not funny.
Not a good look. You should ask your lady friends how they feel about you laughing at shit like that. I just asked my neighbor. He said it was probably uttered at some point. At least once, right? At least once. Yeah, it's referenced him a couple of times now.
It's not funny.
The Phantom Menace was also a plethora of diversity. We had Asian guys running the Trade Federation.
I was not aware of such failure.
I still don't know how you got Asian from...
What? Why do you laugh at the other fucking stereotypes, but this one's like, oh, prequels? No, I cannot possibly fathom
that.
There was a Middle East.
I'm an equal opportunity laugher. I laugh at everyone. Right on. Bold of you to assume he has lady friends unless you mean the lady boyfriends. I mean the people he was giving advice for, because he very definitely had experience.
Eastern junk dealer.
It will take some long time to fix it.
Okay, I guess. The point, though.
What? Like, why are you so ultra sensitive about the prequels? What's going on? What burning building did the prequels come and save you out of? Like, why is this so sacred? I wish I could see the reaction to Empire Strikes Back if it was released for the first time today by certain channels online who complain about it. Of course, the SJWs complained, so they inserted a black eye halfway through it and out of nowhere and gave him a whole castle. Woke carp, a whole castle.
Sam Jackson in Star Wars. Can we go back to that?
And we broke new ground by having the first homosexual in Star Wars.
Darth Maul is the coolest thing that ever came out of Star Wars.
And he can't be gay?
Fight me.
So by the
so cool people can't be homosexuals? Bad luck. Women don't like that.
Time episode 2 was released, diversity wasn't an issue.
Then why are we talking about it?
But what was an issue was demographics.
Oh, that was a stupid fucking waste of time.
You stopping didn't help much. Me stopping didn't help much.
Truth is, and I'm just gonna say it, black people don't really like Star Wars all that much.
No. Just no.
What? Share of adults who are fans of Star Wars in the United States as of 2019. You know, Star Wars is a worldwide received property. An avid fan, a casual fan, not a fan. White, Hispanic, African American, other. We have genuine stats here. What is this? July 8th. What, we have polling on this from July 8th to 10th, 2019? What is this? Statista 2024. Oh, this is only a year old. So 49% of African American people are not a fan. So wouldn't diversity try to win them as fans? If you're going to think as shallowly as to get characters that they would. What did this become?
This is 2019 numbers. I'd bet they were roughly the same in 2015 when this video was published.
No. The Plinkett videos were from the late 2000s. All of the Plinkett videos were up by 2011, 2012, 15.
Sure.
Source for that poll. In the bottom, it said 2,200 people answered that poll, which isn't a lot. And again, worldwide, America isn't the world. I know it's devastating to hear that, but
some do, I guess.
Most do.
19 plus 32 equals 51%. Yeah.
Most. 51% is most.
But it's a really small number.
Yeah, comparatively.
This video's older than 2019, though.
Because the actual number of black people...
I don't think he's... So the purpose of the fictional character bringing up statistics isn't to be quoted. This isn't non-fiction.
People in the country is relatively...
This is a premise for a joke that I'm almost certain is going to happen eventually, but you've taken this and turned it into fucking science class.
Small. 13%, 14%, depending on the source.
Like, you can't laugh at the stereotype jokes and then immediately dive into, like, statistics-based shit. Like, you recognize that some of it is a joke. So it's either all a joke or none of it is. 51 is not most. A majority, yes. Not most is all. We're all getting lost in this. No.
They are a minority. That's how numbers work.
Now, Hollywood and advertisers have a term they use to avoid being called racist.
I used this clip recently. You guys are going to hear this very audio file on the 31st.
Based.
The term they use is the urban market.
So based.
Now, the urban market once stole my TV, so I know they like movies. But usually it's things like barbershop, Mayberda goes to jail, soul food, set it off, waiting to exhale, Friday, 3 Men and a Little Lady, New Jack City.
You forgot Dragon Ball. Don't forget Dragon Ball. Rest in peace, Toriyama.
No.
What?
Again, I must...
He mentioned 3 Men and a Little Lady. Like, it's a thing. It's a bit.
This doesn't mean that all black people like the same kind of movies.
You just said it did. It's not racist, by the way. That's the wrong word. What he said isn't racist. I want to be clear on that. I'm being genuine right now. Racism is severely overused, and this is not an example of racism. Don't make that comment because it's wrong and you look stupid.
But if I had to pick one demographic that would be least likely to watch a movie with scenes like this, it'd be black people.
That's true, but...
End of discussion. If it's true, that's it. That's it.
Most black people are still fans.
For fuck's sake, let it go.
Statistically.
Oh, come on, you know I'm right.
Fine, you're right. Samuel L. Jackson, though. That was the point of this whole section. Why
did you bring up statistics?
Why is it bad that he's in the movie?
George Lucas...
Did he say bad?
Lucas does attempt to correct this missing demographic problem by casting 2 of the coolest black dudes ever in Star Wars.
And that's bad.
Now, while Burley got to play a role that was like a real cool dude...
Hello, what have we here?
Are you gonna say something stupid like Mace Windu isn't a really cool dude?
Samuel Jackson is horribly miscast as the most boringest character ever.
No. Next point. This one sucks.
You see, Jackson's strength as an actor is not playing someone that's reserved and wise. It's playing bad motherfuckers.
It's the one that says bad motherfucker.
I mean, I agree with that. That's why Mace is cool and why...
No. Where in the prequels does he exhibit his bad motherfucker attitude?
Everyone was happy with him as Nick Fury, because he's a bad motherfucker. And
I'm sorry, does he do anything like this in the prequels as Nick Fury? This is not a good presentation you're doing here.
They're both bad motherfuckers.
Characters that have a certain intensity to them.
You want to shut that mouthy bitch of yours up?
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Yes, goddammit! Waste the motherfuckers!
Which Mace does. Like every time he's on screen.
Whoa. When, other than right before he gets his arm chopped off, does he raise his voice? No. this isn't the hill to die on.
He can give a really powerful performance if put in the right role.
Alright, I'm not going to pretend like Sam Jackson's performance as Mace Windu is award-worthy or anything, but he's really good with what he's given. Yoda represents the wisdom and calmness of the Jedi, while Mace represents their power and force. He's aggressive and assertive. He's a skilled fighter, and he's unique in his demeanor and attitude towards the role of Jedi in the galaxy. Sam Jackson captures this intensity and that idea really well. You can tell Mace is really powerful before he ever actually fights. He just gives off that impression. And
What does he do to give that off that impression? I can tell this guy has only watched 4 movies, Samuel L. Jackson. Like the people who thought Woody Harrelson was a great choice for Carnage and Venom. What a random pull.
when he does finally fight, he beats an opponent Obi-Wan struggled with nearly instantly. He's fucking cool. That's his character. Samuel L. Jackson is cool. What the fuck?
Because he chops someone's head off without any sort of dialogue or anything. Just you know, a lot of times he says things in the bad motherfucker movies that he doesn't. Actually, in Pulp Fiction, I don't think he fires his gun at all. Oh wait, no, the Big Kahuna Burger. I think he shoots his gun there. All right, well, he's not always exerting energy. Sam Jackson is cool. The end. He's a bad motherfucker. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm showing you a reel of Sam Jackson being Sam Jackson. Oh, all right. So someday, unfortunately, we're gonna lose Sam. At his eulogy, whatever the films that we lost him for, I doubt they're going to play any of his Star Wars clips. Whatever that's worth.
Wrong roll suck.
The oppression of the Sith will never return.
That scene is great.
You are under arrest, my lord.
Anakin, I told you it would come to this. I was right. The Jedi are taking over.
There's 3 people in this scene. There's 3 people in this scene.
The oppression of the Sith will never return. You have lost.
No one agrees with this. Why am I
What?
even bothering?
Most times he'll be wearing a black leather jacket and he'll probably be like a cop or a special agent. You know, a role that allows him to beat people and scream at them.
I mean, he's perfectly good at those too. This is just, I wanted this thing, but this is a different thing again.
What's my name? Say it!
Where'd you put my super suit?
Jackson's really best when he's screaming.
I have had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Don't fuck with me or I'll shove a lightning bolt.
Yeah, it's like, is it typecast to say I need Samuel L. Jackson to be screaming for it to be Samuel L. Jackson? Like, is that reductive to say something like that? But it's like, I don't feel like I have Samuel L. Jackson unless he's speaking at this volume in a movie.
Up your ass. Well, believe it now, motherfucker. We gotta get this car off the road. Waste the motherfuckers. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
No, he's not. He's
No, it's
best
awesome.
when he's doing this.
You read the Bible, Brett.
This is when he's best.
Yes. Well, there's this passage.
It doesn't hurt that he's got Quentin Tarantino's words in his mouth.
Got memorized. Sort of fits his case. Ezekiel 25:17.
You know what fucking writing does
The
to
path
people.
of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny
Why are you playing the entire fucking clip?
of evil men.
Yeah,
Now, if you wanted to cast an older, wiser African-American Jedi, you got so many other better choices.
Ah, they didn't want that though. They have that. His name is Yoda.
Yoda's black,
He's a Jedi. He was in the OT, remember?
but he's black.
You're thinking of Yoda.
Like Morgan Freeman, Forrest Whitaker.
Save the dream.
Yeah, you can't you can't throw a thing that like you could play a clip of Plinkett saying J.J. Abrams should be directing the new Star Wars movies, and then show that J.J. Abrams did direct a new Star Wars movie. The Plinkett videos happened before Disney had anything to do with anything. So, cool point, but
Sidney Poitier, and so on.
You are casting for a completely different character. That's not what Mace is.
Problem is that these guys, and while they're all excellent actors and could pull off the whole Wise Jedi thing really well, they aren't the biggest box office draws.
Just no. Morgan Freeman isn't a box office draw?
not the biggest, but like objectively, the statistic speaks for itself. Samuel Jackson is the biggest draw.
Are you insane?
And they certainly aren't really that hip to young movie-going audiences.
You didn't need to include Morgan Freeman on this list if this was going to be your argument. It breaks your whole point. Now, I would have included him and said you were being dishonest, but this is not a good idea anyway.
The allure...
What?
That Samuel L. Jackson was going to be some kind of awesome ass-kicking Jedi in Star Wars? That was nothing more than a dirty, sleazy marketing gimmick.
No, it wasn't. He was cool, and he played the cool Jedi. That's not a gimmick.
No. No. Ghost Dog was a Jedi, probably. Yeah, him comparing Tarantino writing to George Lucas writing is not the hill this guy should die on ever. Yep. Objectively, he said the thing. I barely remember how Samuel L. Jackson was marketed for this. So, I don't know what the fuck.
The purple lightsaber was a marketing gimmick.
So what? No, the purple. He said he wanted a purple lightsaber, and because he's the highest grossing actor, they made a fucking purple lightsaber for him. That was it.
It's still cool.
He didn't do anything.
He killed Jango Fett. He nearly stopped Palpatine.
Nearly. Horseshoes and hand grenades, baby.
What?
And his delivery of the clunky dialogue was just fucking awful.
Remember, Obi-Wan, if the prophecy is true, your apprentice is the only one who can...
Well, hey, you know.
This does not prove your point. You cut him off mid-fucking sentence.
No. If you play Pulp Fiction against any of this, play Pulp Fiction against the best scene of Mace Windu, you're going to have a hard time.
In a perfectly well-delivered line.
Remember, Obi-Wan, if the prophecy is true, your apprentice is the only one who can bring the Force back into balance.
It's a Star Wars movie.
What did that help with?
He did awkwardly swing a sword around and then decapitated a poor guy who was just trying to make his way in the galaxy.
But he didn't do anything.
But by
It's a joke. Come on.
no means was Jackson a badass in this movie.
Man, this person is living and dying by this 6 seconds.
Master Windu, how pleasant of you to join us.
This party's over. Anakin, escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo. She'll be safer there.
This is so fucking cool. I'm a pretty big fan of Mace Windu in these movies, but he ain't no Jules, that's for sure. He's a Jedi. Jedi.
And don't use registered transport. Travel as refugees.
Yeah. Scratch off the...
Brave, but foolish, my old Jedi friend. You're impossibly outnumbered.
I don't think so.
This isn't a good sale to make here.
We'll see.
For the love of fuck. The music's... How the fuck did he get away with playing this much of the music? Oh, wow. A transition shot. I don't think this is the case that. So, in a scene that's very a shot, excuse me, that's extremely busy with a lot of things happening, and like Samuel L. Jackson just kind of like jumping and deflecting things. This is why you need Samuel L. Jackson in the movie. Like, this could be anyone. No, he lost to the big slug monster. He killed Jango Fett. Your point? Han Solo killed Boba Fett by accident while blind and slammed him in the Sarlacc pit. The Fetts haven't really shown themselves to be a very big threat before. You said that, not me. I think all of the Fetts have been a little overhyped. Oh. Come on.
Here's just
okay, so we played every single moment of Samuel L. Jackson from this movie. All 48 seconds worth.
yet another creepy, boring asshole. Could have done him in a CGI and not made a bit of difference.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal, but okay. It's a really stupid argument. Is this how you really want to end this video? For real?
Is this the end? This isn't the end.
Real.
So in short, Jackson was cast not because he was good for the part, but because his name would bring in extra dollars and an audience that might not have come otherwise.
I'm trying not to hear that, as Sam Jackson isn't a good actor, but that's all I hear.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying cynically they put him in the movie because they thought it would bring an audience that wouldn't normally go to these movies because he's a box office draw. Cynically so.
It's so bafflingly stupid it hurts. He's mad that Samuel L. Jackson can't play the reserved, wise old Jedi, but
I don't think it's not that the statement isn't that Samuel L. Jackson can't play this. It's that they misused him. That is the claim here. I will say, as I am much bigger fan of Jango Fett than Boba, he kind of kicked Obi-Wan's ass in this movie, Boba. Boba is a reminder that the original trilogy isn't perfect. Oh, dude, I never understood why Boba Fett was as big a deal as everyone made him out to be. Because, give me his character arc. What he has, but if there's a complaint about Darth Maul, there should be an equal complaint about Boba Fett in the original trilogy. I don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand why Boba Fett gets that pass. I'm with you there.
He isn't playing the reserved, wise old Jedi, and that he isn't a badass, except when he is, and that his dialogue is clunky and awkward, and his example is neither clunky nor awkward.
No. Play Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction again, and then play it against this. And tell me which one's clunky and which one flows. Don't. You played a clip of a Tarantino script. I never understood it, but I wasn't there at the time. I guess just his mysterious look was so compelling at the time, like a mini Master Chief. Still wasn't enough for me. Give him something. Yeah.
And that obviously Samuel L. Jackson was only cast to sell tickets to black people, and this is
it's not exactly what he's saying.
It's bad, obviously, because other black...
He's not saying it's bad. He's implying that it's a cynical thing to do, and if you're doing it anyway, why waste the opportunity?
People would have played the part that doesn't exist better than him somehow. Are you as confused as I am? What?
No. So what he's saying is, why waste Samuel L. Jackson and his expertise and his history to play a character that can easily be played by something like all the people he listed, Morgan Freeman, to use your example. Samuel L. Jackson, I don't know, you put Samuel L. Jackson in Darth Maul's part. Now, how much better is Phantom Menace? Put Samuel Jackson in Darth Maul's part. How much better is it?
The hell is he talking about?
Much like how Jar Jar was there to appeal to the really little kids.
No, he was there to be comedic relief in a relatively dark movie where main characters die and evil ultimately prevails.
Mm-hmm.
Anakin was there to appeal to younger, toy-playing, aged boys.
Okay, just for the sake of argument, I'll give you that one, but it's also his origin story. I feel like that's worth mentioning.
The Jedi action stuff was to appeal to the teenage to middle-aged fanboys.
You say this as if it's obviously bad. Why?
I don't know why you're getting the bad. Who's putting that bad layer in there? I don't. What burning building did the prequels run in and save you out of that you're this diehard about it? It's unnerving. I love Samuel L. Jackson in everything I've seen him in, but it doesn't make me want to see him in Star Wars. Hello, Nanette.
Is it bad?
And lastly, why do you think Amidala changed her outfit so many times and wore such elaborate costumes?
Have you ever met a rich woman? Ever?
Well, that was
to rich women like the Star Wars movies? What?
An attempt to give little girls and women something of interest to look at.
Well, I mean, that's kind of condescending.
Oh. Nobody watched the first previous hour and a half to this when we're learning about women.
Can women not enjoy Star Wars for Star Wars without the pretty outfits?
Well, not modern day women, because they certainly can't be the lead actor, that's for sure. Don't try to make the argument you're trying to make, because Star Wars fandom doesn't make it very good for you.
Mike?
The main point I'm trying to make is you can make a film that appeals to all audiences, but you gotta keep all the elements pretty subdued in order to make it work.
Why?
Because it'll get called woke if it isn't subdued.
When you include the extreme ends of the spectrum that movies could go to in order to sell your movie to everyone possible, from like baby stuff to extreme hardcore violence, it becomes a big fucking disaster.
No, it can.
This is your time to use the sequel thing. This is what everyone says about the sequels, that it's woke, that people of color are being used, women are being used, with a cynical approach. And to a certain point, yes, to get people in the door. But it happened then, too.
Become a big fucking disaster. You can fix that by having good writing. The volume of things that appeal to multiple demographics is irrelevant.
Wow. All right, so I need a dissertation on why the sequels suck. Thank you. Have it on my desk by the morning.
Like what Abe Lincoln once said, you can fool all of the people some of the time, and you can fool some... fuck it. Am I making any sense?
No, none. Is that intentional? I thought this was a critique.
Sometimes
It's
I
not a
ramble
genuine
after
critique.
I had a few vodka gimlets.
Oh, he's
Maybe
drunk.
you should stop drinking then. Fuck, we're done. We're done. That's it. Fuck, I hate these videos. I hate them. They're piss. But like, chunky piss. Like right before you get a really massive kidney stone. Terrible.
You've got to do better, Senator.
That's it. That's it. I'm big again. Wow, the sun was out when I started this. All right, so that was a journey. I think we're up to date as far as the counter-Plinkett videos. Let me also reiterate and re-stress that I'm not about giving anyone a hard time about this. Like, these movies are supposed to be fun. They're supposed to, not be that important, which I would hope people would understand that the Plinkett videos are not to be taken as gospel and the essence of how to think and treat people in real life. But there are moments of that stretch where I genuinely feel concern for how this person is interpreting a fictional character's interpretation on human emotion. You did this all day, sir. How do you feel about that? That's a good question, because I am nowhere close to hearing valid criticisms for why the Plinkett videos don't work, why the criticisms aren't valid. The closest thing I'm getting is, yeah, but the sequel's bad too, which doesn't really... That... Like, okay, so you're not saying that the prequels aren't bad. You're just saying that, yeah, well, they're bad too, so most Star Wars is kind of bad now, which it's kind of depressing. You haven't proven that the prequels are good, or the criticisms are unwarranted. It's I don't know. I have a funny feeling that there's still a couple of things. There's a lot of, like, I don't want to call them prequel kids, but I've been calling them prequel kids. There's a lot of content where people just kind of shit on millennials and older. Although this person's calling Plinkett a boomer. There's lots of content where people just kind of lash out at issues people have with the prequels. And they're not, like, I don't know, positive reinforcement. It's troubling. Like, it to me, what I'm feeling from a lot of this, especially this person, is the prequels mean something much, much bigger than most movies mean to any people. Like, the prequels are very clearly a big deal to this person, and that's fine. I don't think most people will be able to understand on any sort of level what these movies mean to that person and get that sort of experience, no matter what it is you do, to try to explain why it works and why it doesn't work. Like, this person is experiencing things and doing extra work. Like, something's getting implied and he wants to believe the thing that's being implied. So he does the homework and does the work for them and fills in the dots, which is fine. There are Kevin Smith movies where it's very wordy, not very show, a whole lot of tell, but, like, emotionally, if you want it to work, it'll work for you. And that's what I feel like the case is here. But to throw words around that define art as something that is more than subjective, and to not understand that people have different opinions of things and people's standards are certainly different. Like, to not understand that is something of a letdown. Because I'll use the comparison again. I never really hit with Star Wars to this level where, like, I didn't have, like, Star Wars pajamas, a fucking Lego set. I was out of a loop by the time the prequels came out. I was too late for the original trilogy. They had existed before I was alive, and like I watched them late. It's not like I watched them at all I watched them right before the original trilogy. Right before the prequel trilogy, and I was already, an old kid. So I didn't have that growing up with experience with any Star Wars. So like I was able to experience these things from a certain distance. However, Friday the 13th is like my gateway drug into horror, and I watched horror at an age way too early. And for a very long time, if you said something negative about Jason versus Freddy or Michael Myers, I took it very seriously, and I was very defensive of it, because to me, there were things that character, those films, having that moment, there was a ton of nostalgia that those moments meant something to me that I associated with those movies that no one could link to something like that. But think of any movie that you just watched in passing recently, and think about if like that's someone's thing that they've watched 1,000 times and went to sleep to it and fucking had pajamas and toys and everything based on it. I'm trying to think of a movie that. All right, so something of a John Carter, something of a flop. Not something of a flop, but a flop. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, John Carter worked, and there's people out there that have all 4 pieces of merch that John Carter was. And, it means something. They live in something of a bubble. They watch John Carter every day, and it's like it means something to them. They'd watch it every time before they go to bed. They come home from school and watch it. Their dad, who they don't really talk to anymore, used to read them fucking script notes or whatever. And like anytime they hear someone say something negative about John Carter, they're like, that's not my experience. And they get really, really tense and frustrated because their experience with the movie is something much deeper than most of us who are just like, oh, that movie that I didn't have a chance to watch in theaters. Like, everyone has different experiences, and it's fine. And a lot of people take things much more seriously because there's these layers that are baked in that only we know what it means. That, like, art, music, food. There are all these different things that represent something else to people that, I don't know, like, for some people, rice on bread reminds them of something. And like most people, it's like, oh, this is garbage. Why don't you have real food? But to someone, like, oh, this is what we ate when we couldn't afford things. And that's when I realized that I really had a well-knit family, that we knew to hunker down and focus on us being together. And when times were the roughest, we had rice on bread. And man, that's when I knew I had a loving family around me. Like, yeah, dude, it's just fucking carbs. Like, yeah, okay, carbs. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but very, very clearly, these movies mean something way, way bigger to this Icy Fire Mage person. And I would also reiterate that I think Plinkett, Red Letter Media, Star Wars means something to them. They like them. They certainly have an appreciation to them. I don't think they're hating on the movies. I don't think you spend this much time and create a character to just make your living about shitting on something. While there are some aspects of the internet where that is definitely the case, I don't think Red Letter Media thought that the Star Wars fandom would be what it is today, and that to a certain degree that content would have a piece of this hideous way that the vocal minority of Star Wars fans handle things is like it's to make people like Ahmed Best, Jake Lloyd, a handful of sequel actors that like this is just fiction, man. Like this shouldn't be that big a deal like that. And it's unfortunate that because people take it so seriously, because it means something so much to them, that they I don't know, they go to these lengths to make people pay for it emotionally because it didn't work for them, or I don't know. It's supposed to be escape. And I'll reiterate. I'll reiterate that I can't hold things well. Prequel book. This is the Star Wars archives. Darth Vader book. OG trilogy. And The Art of Force Awakens. And I have another one. I don't know where the fuck it is. But I'll take all Star Wars. All of it. And they all have warts. But again, I don't have attachment like that. And shit, 10 years ago, I loved the vibe on the internet when we were right before Force Awakens. Like that was fun. That energy was fun. Opening night, seeing it in the theater, fun. But slowly but surely, that fun turned into something that I don't know. The vocal minority makes it very difficult to admit that you're a fan of something when the worst of the fandom makes things seem shitty. Besides the state of Star Wars now, it is the fans of Star Wars, even more so, why I can't take the Star Wars franchise seriously. The whole thing is cringe to me now and has been since the special editions. I can't argue with that. The fact that we've had 2 different generations that have made people who participate in those films feel shitty. Like more than one person per franchise for just unreal reasons is atrocious. And the fact that people get so caught up with things, like the fact that a tweet goes out and says there's no room for racism in Star Wars. And the immediate reaction is, why is Disney calling us racist? And like, it's not, wow, are there people out there that are making people feel shitty because of their race? Like, your first thought is, how dare they say that about us? They're not saying it about you. Like, what? Why are you so touchy? We're not allowed good things. It's hard. There are times where I feel like the Halloween fan base is bad. They're a little culty, but in a way that, you know, they don't understand a bad thing when they see it. They don't get like evil, like the worst of the Star Wars fandom does. So when it gets bad, the Star Wars fandom is unlike anything I've seen. You want to talk about a fandom that just doesn't realize that the sun's not out anymore. It could be the Halloween franchise, but they don't do ridiculous things. Jamie Lee Curtis is still bouncing around. You know, Busta Rhymes, people don't like him in the Halloween franchise, but you know, he hasn't like run away. It's just incredibly odd that this keeps happening. If someone were brave enough, they should do a study on why Star Wars fans, more than anything, seem to take it so seriously. Because it's weird. It really is weird. But I love movies like The Mummy 1999, but I would never get mad at anyone who doesn't. I get why people wouldn't think they're ridiculous and terrible. Listen, my favorite movie is Inception. If you have a problem with it, that's great. It doesn't change how I feel. It doesn't. Like, I guess if like my wife were to watch it and be like, "Oh, why do you like this?" It would sting a little bit, because then it's this personal thing. But like, it doesn't, like, I still have it. If I'm trying to share it with someone and the experience doesn't go that way I want it to, that's one thing. But yeah, I guess opening yourself up to something is one thing, but if somebody else doesn't like the thing, it doesn't change how you feel about a thing. It really shouldn't either. This is where I feel like the terminology and this objective criticism stuff is really harmful, because art is subjective. Let me say that, as negative as that is to some people, because there is a group of people that feel like art can be objective. When you hear something is objectively good or bad, it gives you this signal that, oh, either if I like it or not like it, that is objectively right or wrong. And that's a problem. Art is not supposed to be that. Why is there not this issue with food? Food, subjective. I mean, food can objectively be good or bad for you, but the taste, that's all subjective. It's odd how certain people put so much into these things. And I get it. Like, these things are important to people, but your feelings aren't matched by everyone. I don't know if I could be a Star Wars fan. I enjoy the franchise too much. That is a damning statement. Yeah. Over the course of 4 years? 15, 17, 19. 4 years. Over the course of Force Awakens through Rise of Skywalker, my relationship with Star Wars did some things. And it's almost the thing where it's just like, I let it go. It's so much so that I've heard that Andor the second season is great. I'm in no rush. Maybe when things die down. It's not even like, I don't even want to make content about it, because it's just like, I don't know how the fuck they plan Star Wars stuff, because it's almost like the fandom's cut in thirds. People that just don't give a shit, people who really give a shit, and then people who just hate anything because it's not the thing that they want. And I don't know how you plan that. It's a shame, because there's not everything that has the Star Wars banner over it is stuff I dig, but if it means getting the good stuff, I don't mind putting up with 5 bad for 1 good. It's hippie tree hugger shit, yes, but listen, if I got to put up with the 5 things I don't like, and someone else likes it, but I still get the one thing that I like, I don't care. You let the 5. I don't have to watch the 5 things. And I know that's vibes that people don't want to hear, but my favorite film of all time is Blade Runner. I understand why people may not like it. Some people act like their firstborn baby is being kicked when their favorite film is criticized now. Weird. Yeah. And some of the things that were discussed in that video concern me. It got real there for a bit. And I hope that's a bit. I really do. My favorite movie is Spider-Man 3. If you're doing a thing there, funny. If you're not, it's bold to say that. Like, that's impressive. That's impressive. I'm intrigued as to why. But Budster Brown has a really good, I brought it up last time, The tragedy of Anakin Skywalker. Really good video. And Buster Brown, you're getting a whole lot of shorts. Is it because May is that what is it? A bunch of views on the shorts and shit? But definitely check out his video. It well crafted. Kudos. Hopefully, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it publicly, but I would hope you have something coming up a week from today. It'd be interesting to see if you ran something parallel a week from today. Yeah, stand up for Spider-Man 3. Those people take it too personally. I agree. I agree. We're gonna have to get something. I'd like to do something in the future, maybe the short future. I don't know, where we have different generations represented of fans. I don't have enough Gen Z fans. It'd be interesting to hear a Gen Z Star Wars fan perspective versus a millennial, or I've got a couple of Gen Xers I know. It would be interesting. Oh no! All right, well, I didn't say anything then. They're long movies. You have a credit in my video, but whoops, it's fine. It Sean wasn't able to do it, so. Well, unfortunately, I don't know if I can call myself a Star Wars fan. I don't is anyone proud to do that at this point? I don't know if calling yourself a Star Wars fan is advisable. Well, anywho, there's ideas for stuff now that the big edit is over for the foreseeable. We'll keep going. I don't know what's next on this. I think we have a pause on the Icy Fire Mage stuff. And again, don't be rude. If you want to share stories about what you think about the prequels and why they work for you, that's cool. This is all meaningless. Like genuinely, these are they're just movies. It's not that big a deal. This is what we're supposed to do to escape the shit that we hate, not create more hatred shit. Okay? Okay. Until next time.